Dedication and Preface to the Lusíads. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leni. The Lusiads, by Luis Vaz de Camões, translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Dedication. To His Imperial Majesty Dom Pedro de Alcântara, Dom Pedro II, Constitutional Emperor and Perpetual Defender of the Brazil, to the man rather than the monarch, this version of a poem so dear to the heart of every Brazilian is offered by His Imperial Majesty's most obedient, humble servant, the translator. Il fare un libro è meno che niente, se il libro fatto non rifà la gente. Giusti. Place, riches, favor, prizes of accident as oft as merit. Shakespeare. Ora toma a espada, agora a pena. Now with the sword hilt, then with pen in hand. Camões, Sonnet 192. Bramo assai, pouco spero, nulla chiedo. Tasso. Tout cela prouve enfin que l'ouvrage est plein de grande beauté, puisque depuis 200 ans, il fait les délices d'une nation spirituelle qui doit en connaître les fautes. Voltaire, Essai, etc. To my master, Camões. Tu sei lo mio maestro, il mio autore. Great pilgrim poet of the sea and land, thou lifelong sport of fortune's ficklest will, doomed to all human and inhuman ill, despite thy lover heart, thy hero hand. Enrolled by thy pen, what marvellous band of godlike forms thy golden pages fill! Love, honor, justice, valor, glory thrill the soul, obedient to thy strong command. Amid the prophets highest sits the bard, at once revealer of the heaven and earth, to heaven the guide, of earth the noblest guard. And mid the poets thine the peerless worth, whose glorious song thy genius sole reward, bids all the ages, Camões, bless thy birth. R. F. B. Editor's Preface. I felt that I had no light task before me when I undertook to edit my husband's translation of Camões Lusiads. The nearer I come to that work, the more mountainous does it appear, instead of dispersing, as most work does when one sets one's shoulder to the wheel. Yet I feel that no other than myself should do this office for him, for I shared his travels in Portugal, his 4 years up country in Brazil, learned the language with him, and I have seen for 19½ years the Camões table duly set apart, the bonne bouche of the day. I have been daily and hourly consulted as to this expression or this or that change of word, this or that peculiarity of Camões. What, then, are those difficulties, you, the reader, will ask me? Let me try to explain. So many enterprising poet-authors have translated Camões and received their meed of praise and popularity. In old times, Fanshawe, the best because so quaint. Then Messieurs Mickle, Musgrave, and Mitchell. Laterly, Mr. J. J. Albertin, Mr. Duff, and Mr. Hewitt. But this translation stands apart from all the rest, as far apart as the Passionspiel of Oberammergau stands apart as a grand dramatic act of devotion from all the other miracle plays now suppressed. This translation is not a literary tour de force done against time or to earn a reputation. It is the result of a daily act of devotion of 20 years from a man of this age, who has taken the hero of a former age for his model, his master, as Dante did Vergil, and between whose two fates, master and disciple, exists a strange and fatal similarity. What I tremble for in its publication is that it is too aesthetic for the British public, and will not meet with its due meed of appreciation as the commoner translations have done. If 1,000 buy it, will 100 read it, And will 10 understand it? I say to myself, but then I brighten at the thought that to those 10 it will be the gem of their library. It stands in poetry where Boito's Mephistopheles stands in music. He was not appalled by Gounod, nor Spohr, nor Wagner, nor Meyerbeer, and in the opinion of many musicians has distanced them all. The first hearing of his opera takes away your breath, that is, if you are a musician. If not, it was a sin to occupy the place which would have been a seventh heaven to a musician. You don't understand it, nor pretend to do so, but you long to go again, and you do go, night after night, each time unfolding new beauties in each separate passage, until you know by heart and have dissected the whole, nor even then do you tire, but enjoy it all the more. In this translation, whenever my husband has appeared to coin words, or to use impossible words, they are the exact rendering of Camões. In every singularity or seeming eccentricity, the disciple has faithfully followed his master, his object having been not simply to write good verse, but to give a literal word-for-word rendering of his favorite hero. And he has done it to the letter, not only in the words, but in the meaning and intention of Camões. To the unaesthetic, to non-poets, non-linguists, non-musicians, non-artists, Burton's Lusiads will be an unknown land, an unknown tongue. One might as well expect them to enjoy a dominant seventh or an enharmonic change in harmony. To be a poet, one must be a musician. To be a musician or a painter, one must have a poetic temperament, or the poetry or the music will have a hard metallic sound and become a doggerel, a scherzo, the painting a signpost. With this little explanation, I commend this grand work to the study of the public. The commentaries will interest all alike. Isabel Burton. Trieste, July 19th, 1880. Preface. The most pleasing literary labor of my life has been to translate the Lusíads. One of my highest aims has been to produce a translation which shall associate my name, not unpleasantly, with that of my master Camões. Those who favor me by reading this version are spared the long recital of why, how, and when Portugal's morrow became to me the perfection of a traveller's study. The first and chiefest charm was, doubtless, that of the man, a wayfarer and a voyager from his youth, a soldier somewhat turbulent withal, wounded and blamed for his wounds, a moralist, a humorist, a satirist, and consequently no favorite with King Demos, a reverent and religious spirit after his own fashion, somewhat Renaissance, poetic and pagan, by no means after the fashion of others, an outspoken, truth-telling, lucre-despising writer, a public servant whose motto was, strange to say, honor, not honors, a doughty sword and yet doughtier pen, a type of the chivalrous age, a patriot of the purest water, so jealous of his country's good fame that nothing would satisfy him but to see the world bow before her perfections, a genius, the first and foremost of his day, who died in the direst poverty and distress. Such in merest outline was the man, and such was the life which won the fondest and liveliest sympathies of the translator. Poetas por poetas sejam lidos, sejam só por poetas explicadas suas obras divinas. Still by the poets be the poets read, only be rendered by the poet's tongue their works divine, writes Manuel Correia. Mickle expresses the sentiment with more brevity and equal point. None but a poet can translate a poet, and Coleridge assigns to a poet the property of explaining a poet. Let me add that none but a traveller can do justice to a traveller. And it so happens that most of my wanderings have unconsciously formed a running and realistic commentary upon the Lusíads. I have not only visited almost every place named in the Epos of Commerce, in many I have spent months and even years. The arch-poet of Portugal paints from the life. He has also the insight which we call introvision. He sees with exact eyes where others are purblind or blind. Only they who have personally studied the originals of his pictures can appreciate their perfect combination of fidelity and realism with fancy and idealism. Here it is that the traveler translator may do good service with his specialty. Again, like Boccaccio, Camões reflects the lux ex oriente. There is a perfume of the East in everything he writes of the East. We find in his song much of its havoc and all its splendor. Oriental-like, he delights in the pathetic fallacy, to lavish upon inanimates the attributes of animate sensation. Here again, the student of things Eastern, the practical Orientalist, may be useful by drawing attention to points which escape the European, however learned. There are many translators of Camões yet to come. We are an ephemeral race, each one struggling to trample down his elder brother, like the simoniacal popes in the Malebolge pit. My first excuse for adding to the half-dozen translations in the field must be my long studies, geographical and anthropological. I can at least spare future writers the pains and penalties of saddling the exactest of poets with bad ethnology and worse topography. These may be small matters, but in local coloring every touch tells. My chief qualifications for the task, however, are a thorough appreciation of the poem and a hearty admiration for the poet, whom I learned to love in proportion as I learned to know him. His Lusíads has been described as une lecture saine et fortifiante. I would say far more. The singer's gracious and noble thoughts are reviving as the champagne air of the mountain-top. His verse has the true heroic ring of such old ballads as Ça n'a sauvien devant la lance, un mine en échelle en tout lieu, un prouesse les bons avances, ta dame te nommerait mieux. And with this love and sympathy of mine mingles not a little gratitude. During how many hopeless days and sleepless nights Camões was my companion, my consoler, my friend, on board raft and canoe, sailor and steamer, on the camel and the mule, under the tent and the jungle tree, upon the fire peak and the snow peak, on the prairie, the campo, the steppe, the desert, where no conversable being can be found within a march of months, and when the hot blood of youth courses through the brain, ennui and nostalgia are readily bred, while both are fatal to the explorer's full success. And preferring to all softer lines the hard life of discovery travel, where things that own not man's dominion dwell, where foot of mortal man hath never been. A career which combines cultivation and education with that resistless charm, that poetry passion of the unknown, whose joy of mere motion lightens all sorrows and disappointments, which aids by commune with nature the proper study of mankind, which enlarges the mental view as the hill-head broadens the horizon, which made Julian a saint, Kissar a prophet, and Odin a god. This Reiselust, I say, being my ruling passion, compelled me to seek a talisman against homesickness and the nervous troubles which learned men call phrenologia and autophobia. I found this talisman in Camões. And if it be true that by virtue of his perfect affection and veneration for Homer, whom he loved as a second self, Chapman was enabled to reflect a something of the old Greek's magic, force and fire, I also may be permitted to hope that complete sympathy with my poet will enable me to present the public with a copy not unworthy of Camões' immortal work. After all, to speak without undue modesty, my most cogent reason for printing this translation of my master is simply because I prefer it to all that have appeared. Others will think otherwise, and there is a judge from whose sentence lies no present appeal. I have spared no labor on the work. I have satisfied myself, if not Malbouche, and I repeat my motto, poco spero, nulla chiedo. If a concurrency of adverse trifles prevent my being appreciated now, the day will come, happily somewhat late, when men will praise what they now pass by. Richard Francis Burton. Cairo, May 1st, 1880. Note: contrary to custom, I begin with my translation of the poem and end with what usually comes first, the commentary. This introduction, now converted to a postscript, is necessary for the full comprehension of an epic upwards of 3 centuries old. But, believing in the liberty of footnotes, I have appended a few, which will save many readers the mortification of consulting the conclusion. The following synopsis of the Lusíads shows the raison d'être of my commentary. Canto 1, The Voyage, in stanzas 106, lines 848. Canto 2, The Voyage, in stanzas 113, lines 904. Canto 3, Historical, in stanzas 143, lines 1144. Canto 4, Historical, in stanzas 104, lines 832. Canto 5, The Voyage and Geographical, stanzas 100, lines 800. Canto 6, The Voyage and Geographical, stanzas 99, lines 792. Canto 7, Geographical Historical, stanzas 87, lines 696. Canto 8, Historical, in stanzas 99, line 792. Canto 9, Romantic, in stanzas 95, line 760. Canto 10, Geographical, Ethnographical, Historical, in stanzas 156, lines 1248. Totals: stanzas 1102, lines 8816. The text of the poem is immediately followed by the 79 estâncias desprezadas, or stanzas which, omitted by Camões, were printed from manuscripts after his death. Of these 632 lines, many were rejected for special reasons, and not a few deserve translation. They are here offered to the public for the first time. Thus, my commentary falls naturally into 4 chapters. Chapter 1, Biographical, with 3 sections. Section 1, Essay on the Life of Camões. Section 2, Camões the Man. And Section 3, Camões the Poet. Chapter 2, Bibliographical, with 5 sections. Section 1, on translating the Lusíads. Section 2, English translators with specimens. Section 3, Notices of English translators. Section 4, Minor, partial, and miscellaneous English translations. And Section 5, the present version. Chapter 3, Historical and Chronological, with 4 sections. Section 1, Portugal before the reign of Dom João II. Section 2, Dom João III and Dom Manuel. Section 3, the reign of Dom João III. And Section 4, the annals of his country till the death of Camões. Chapter 4, Geographical, with 4 sections. Section 1, Preliminary. Section 2, the Voyage of da Gama. Section 3, the Travels and Campaigns of Camões in the Nearer East. And Section 4, in the Further East. I make no apology for the length of this topographical essay. The subject has been much neglected by modern commentators. Chapter 5, a Notative. I have here placed explicatory and philological details, which illustrate the 10 cantos, concluding with 3 tables borrowed from various sources. Number 1, editions of the works of Camões. Number 2, tables of translations of the works, especially the Lusíads. And number 3, contents of the Lusíads, which may serve as an index of subjects. In conclusion, I have to thank Messier Wyman for the care and trouble they have taken in printing the translation. Trieste, July 10th, 1880. End of dedication and preface. Canto 1 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões. Translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 1. Argument of the first canto. The Portuguese navigate the eastern seas. The gods hold their council. Bacchus opposed himself to this navigation. Venus and Mars favor the navigators. They arrive at Mozambique, the governor whereof attempteth to destroy them. Encounter and first military action of our people with the Gentiles. They weigh anchor, and, passing Quiloa, they ride in the roadstead of Mombasa. Another argument. Fazem concílios deuses na alta corte, opõe-se Baco à lusitana gente, favorece a Vênus e Mavorte, e em Moçambique lança o férreo dente, depois de aqui mostrar seu braço forte, destruindo e matando juntamente, torna as partes buscar da roxa aurora, e chegando a Mombasa surge fora. The gods hold council heaven's high court within, Bacchus our Lucian braves to thwart doth seek, who meed of Mars and grace of Venus gain, till cast the fairest tooth in Mozambique. Thence, when their arm of power displayed had been, death and destruction on the foe to wreak, fareth the fleet where red Aurora bideth, and reached Mombasa town outside it rideth. Canto 1. The feats of arms, in famed heroic host, from occidental Lusitanian strand, who o'er the waters ne'er by seamen crossed, fared beyond the Taprobane land, forceful in perils and in battle post, with more than promised force of mortal hand, and in the regions of a distant race reared a new throne so hot in pride of place, and eke the kings of memory grand and glorious, who high them holy faith and reign to spread, converting, conquering, and in lands notorious, Afric and Asia, devastation made, nor less the lieges, who, by deeds memorious, break from the doom that binds the vulgar dead. My song would sound o'er earth's extremest part, were mine the genius, mine the poet's art. Seize the sage Grecian and the men of Troy, to vaunt long voyage made in bygone day. Seize Alexander, Trajan, seize to joy the fame of victories that have passed away. The noble Lusian stouter breast sing I, whom Mars and Neptune dared not disobey. Seize all that antique muse hath sung, for now a better bravery rears its bolder brow. And you, my Tagian nymphs, who have create in me new purpose with new genius firing, if 'twas my joy while here to celebrate your founts and stream my humble song inspiring, ho lend me here a noble strain elate, a style grandiloquent that flows untiring, so shall Apollo for your waves ordain, in name and fame ne'er envy Hippocrene. Grant me sonorous accents fire-bounding, now serves ni peasant's pipe ni rustic reed, but blast of trumpet, long and loud resounding, that flameth hard and hue to fiery deed. Grant me high strains to suit their jests astounding, your sons, who aided Mars in martial need, that o'er the world be sung the glorious song, if themes so lofty may to verse belong. And thou, O goodly omened trust, all dear to Lusitania's olden liberty, whereon assured esperance we rear in force to see our frail Christianity, thou, O new terror to the Moorish spear, the fated marvel of our century, to govern worlds of men by God so given, that the world's best be given to God and heaven. Thou young, thou tender, ever flourishing bough, true scion of tree by Christ beloved more than aught that Occident did ever know, Caesarean or most Christian style before. Look on thy scutcheon, and behold it show the present victory long past ages bore, arms which he gave and made thine own to be, by him assumed on the fatal tree. Thou, mighty sovereign, o'er whose lofty reign the rising sun rains earliest smile of light, sees it from middle firmamental plain, and sights it sinking on the breast of night, thou, whom we hope to hail the blight, the bane of the dishonored Ishmaelitish night, an Orient Turk and gentle misbeliever that drinks the liquor of the sacred river, incline awhile, I pray, that majesty which in thy tender years I see thus ample, in now prefiguring full maturity that shall be shrined in fame's eternal temple. Those royal eyne that beam benignity, bend on low earth, behold a new ensample of hero hearts with patriot pride inflamed, in numbered verses manifold proclaimed. Thou shalt see love of land that ne'er shall own lust of vile lucre, soaring towards the eternal. For 'tis no light ambition to be known the claimed herald of my nest paternal. Here thou shalt see the great names greater grown, of vavasors who hail thee lord supernal. So shalt thou judge which were the higher station, king of the world or lord of such a nation. Hark! For with vauntings vain thou shalt not view fantastical, fictitious lie indeed, of lieges lauded, as strange muses do, seeking their fond and foolish pride to feed. Thine acts so forceful are, told simply true, all fabled, dreamy feats they far exceed, exceeding Rhodomont and Rogero vain, and Roland haply born of poet's brain. For these I give thee an Uno fierce in fight, who for his king and country freely bled, and Egas and Afuas, fain I might for them my lay with harp Homeric wed. For the 12 peerless peers again I cite, the 12 of England, by Magriço led. Nay, more, I give thee Gama's noble name, who for himself claims all Aeneas' fame. And if in change for royal Charles of France, or rivaling Caesar's memories thou wouldst throw, the first Afonso see, whose conquering lance lays highest boast of stranger glories low. See him who left his realm the inheritance, fair safety, born of wars that crushed the foe. That other John, a knight no fear deterred, the 4th and 5th Afonso, and the 3rd. Nor shall they silent in my song remain, they who in regions there where dawns arise, by acts of arms such glories toil to gain, where thine unvanquished flag forever flies. Pacheco, brave of braves, thou madest twain, whom Tagus mourns with ever-weeping eyes. Dread Albuquerque, Castro stark and brave, with more the victors of the very grave. But singing these, of thee I may not sing, O king sublime, such theme I fain must fear. Take of thy reign the reins, so shall my king create a poesy new to mortal ear. E'en now the mighty burden here I ring, and speed its terrors over all the sphere of singular prowess, war's own prodigies, in Afric regions and on Orient seas. Casteth on thee the Moor eyne cold with fright, in whom his coming doom he views designed. The barbarous Gentoo, sold to see thy sight, yields to thy yoke the neck e'en now inclined. Tethys of azure seas the sovereign right, her realm in dowry hath to thee resigned, and by thy noble tender beauty won, would bribe and buy thee to become her son. And thee from high Olympic halls behold, themselves, thy grandsire sprites, far-famed pair, this clad in peace-tide's angel robe of gold, that crimson-hued with paint of battle glare. By thee they hope to see their tale twice told, their lofty memories live again, and there, when time thy years shall end, for thee they sign a seat where soareth fame's eternal shrine. But since ancient time slow minutes by, ere rule the peoples who desire such boon, bend on my novel rashness favouring eye, that these my verses may become thine own. So shalt thou see thine Argonauts o'erfly yon salty Argent when they see it shone. Thou seest their labours on the raging sea, learn even now invoked of men to be. They walk the water's vasty breadth of blue, parting the restless billows on their way. Fair favouring breezes breathed soft and true, the bellying canvas bulging in their play. The seas were sprent with foam of creamy hue, flashing where'er the prows wide open lay, the sacred spaces of that ocean plain, where Proteus' cattle cleave his own domain, when they who hold Olympic luminous height the gods and governors of our human race, convened, in glorious conclave all unite, the coming course of eastern things to trace. Treading the glassy dome of lovely light, along the Milky Way conjoined they pace, gathered together at the thunder's hest, and by old Atlas' gentle grandson pressed. They leave the regiment of the firmament seven, to them committed by his high command. His power sublime, whose thoughtful will hath given order to skies, and angry seas, and land. Then instant gather in the sighs of heaven those who are throned on far Arcturus' strand, and those that austere rule and orient tides, where spring's aurora and clear Phoebus hides. Reposed there the sire sublime and dying, vibrates whose hand the fierce Vulcanian ray, on seat of starry splendor crystalline, grand in his lofty jest of sovereign sway. Respired from his brow such air divine, that to divine could change dull human clay, bearing the crown and sceptre rudolent, of clearer stone than clearest diamond. On sparkling seats, with marquetry inlaid, of gold and pearl-work, sat, in lower state, the minor godheads, marshalled and arrayed in as demanded reason, rank, and rate. Highest the seniors of most honored grade, lower down the lower deities sate. When thus high Jove the deathless throng addressed, with awful accents dealing gravest hest: Immortal peoples of the starlit pole, whose seats adorn this constellated sphere, if the stout race of valor-breathing soul, from Lusus springing, still to thought be dear, your high intelligence leave unroll the writ of mighty fate, her will is clear. This deed to cold oblivion's shade shall doom the fame of Persia, Assyria, Greece, and Rome. To them 'twas erst, and well you wotted, given, albeit a power so single, simple, small, to see the doughty Moor from trenchments driven, where gentle Tagus feeds and floods the vale. Then with the dreadful Spaniard have they striven, by boon of heaven serene ne'er known to fail, and urged their fortune's ever-glorious claim to victor trophies hung in fane of fame. Godheads! I leave that antique fame unsaid, reft from the race of Romulus their foes, when, by their warrior Viriatus led, so high in Roman wars their names arose. Eke leave I memories which to merited honor obliged when for chief they chose that perfect captain, erst a peregrine foe, who feigned a demon in his milk-white dough. Now well you see how still their souls to steer a fragile bark through dubious watery way, by paths unused, and holding naught in fear, notice and offers force, walks bolder they. How whilom every region left arear, where suns or shorten or draw along the day, on wings of stubborn will these men be born, to sight the cradles of the nascent morn. Promise them fate's eternal covenant, whose high commandments none shall dare despise. For years full many they shall rule the extent of seas that see the ruddy suns arise. On wavy wastes hard winter have they spent, or work they come by travailing emprise. 'Twere meet we show them, thus it seemeth me, the fair new region which they fain would see. And as their valor, so you trow, defied on asprest voyage cruel harm and sore, so many changing skies their manhood tried, such climes where storm winds blow and billows roar. My sovereign mandate this, be theirs to ride in friendly haven on the black moor shore, whence shall the weary fleet, with every need garnished, once more her long-drawn voyage speed. Thus hearing Jupiter's decree pronounced, each god responsive spoke in order due, contrasting judgment one and all announced, giving and taking various diverse view. But Father Bacchus then and there renounced homage to Jove's command, who right well knew his deeds on orient lawn would leave no trace, were furtherance granted to the Lusian race. The fatal sisters he had heard declare how from Hispanian bounds a hero band should span the pathless deep, and naught should spare wherever Doris bathed Indian strand, should with new victories every deed out there, done or by his or other stranger hand. Profound his sorrows, lest he lose the glory the name still celebrate in the Nisan story. His seeds, while Indus he of yore had tamed, fortune or favouring chance had aid denied to hear him India's conqueror acclaimed by bardic men who drained Parnassus' tide. And now he dreadeth lest a name so famed be doomed for ever in the mire to hide of Lethe fountain, if on Inde bark this vaguing Portingal so strong and stark. But him opposed Venus, lovely fair, whose heart her Lusian sons had won the more, since in them sing the qualities high and rare, the gifts that decked her Romans dear of yore. The heart of valor and the potent star, whose splendor dazzled Tingitan shore, and in the music of their speech appears soft bastard Latin to her loving ears. These causes moved Cytherea's sprite, and more when learned she that the fates intended the queen of beauty should be glorious height where'er their warriors sway her sons extended. Thus he, who feared future stain and blight, and she, whose heart to honor's high pretended, urged the debate, in obstinate strife remaining, with favouring friends each rival right maintaining. As the fierce south or Boreas in the shade of sylvan upland where the tribbles cluster, the branches shattering crash through glooming glade with horrid hurry and infuriate fluster, roars all the mountain, echo moans in dread, torn is the leafry, hill-heads boil and bluster. Such gusty tumults rise amid the gods within Olympus' consecrate abodes. But Mars, for ever wont to espouse the part of his dear goddess, whatsoever the case, or for old love that flickered in his heart, or for the merits of her fighting race, forth from the gods upsprang with sudden start. Stern melancholy marked his jacinth face, the ponderous pavois from his gorget hung, behind his shoulders full of wrath he flung. His bivouac helmet of the diamond stone oping a little, of his strength right sure, his sense to speak he strode and stood alone, Jupiter facing, armed, dour and dure. Then with hard penetrant blow he bore adown his steely spear-heel on the pavement pure. Quaked the welkin, and Apollo's ray waxed somewhat wan, as though by cold dismay. And thus, omnipotent sire, whose awful reign perforce obeyeth all thy power hath made, if these, who seek a new half-world to gain, whose deeds of bravery hast with love surveyed, thou wouldst not guerdon with a shame and stain that erst were favoured through the years that fade, listen no longer thou, sole judge direct, to glozing reasons all we gods suspect. For, did not reason in this matter show herself the victim of unmeasured fear, better beseems it Bacchus love bestow on Lycus' children, once his comrade dear. But let this vain and splenetic purpose go, since bred of evil stomach, for 'tis clear that alien envy ne'er shall turn to woes what weal men merit and the gods dispose. And thou, O sire of surest constancy, from the determined purpose of thy mind turn thee not backwards, weakness were in thee now to desist thee from the thing designed. Send forth thine agile herald Mercury, fleeter than trimmed shaft or winnowing wind, and show some happy height where rest shall joy all weary breasts with news of Indian eye. As thus he said, the sire of sovereign might assented, nodding grave his awful head to Mars' opinion, ever fain of fight, and o'er the council showers of nectar shed. The galaxy, the pathway glowing bright, the deities all the Spartan rose to tread, royal obeisance making, and the road each took returning to his own abode. While thus it happens in the ethereal reign, omnipotent Olympic heights serene, the warrior people cut the curved main, austral and oriental course between, where fronts the face of Ethiopic plain far-famed St. Lawrence Isle, Sol's brightest sheen, upon the water deities rained fire, who, changed to fishes, 'scape Typhoeus' ire. The wafting winds so winsome urge their way, as though the smiling heavens dear friends defended, serene the welkin, and the lucid day dawned sans a cloud nor aught of risk pretended. Astern the leek green point of Prothom lay, an olden name where Ethiop coast extended, when ocean, opening broad, a vista showed of islets fondled by the circling flood. Vasco da Gama, valiant captain, for during do the noblest volunteer, of notable courage and of noble strain, whom smile of constant fortune loved to cheer, seeth no reason why he should remain where shows the shoreline desert, dark and drear. Once more determined he to tempt the sea, but as he willed, fortune willed it be. For look, appeareth a flotilla yonder, mosquito craft that cleave the rolling tide, and with their flowing sails the surges sunder from the small island next the continent's side. The crews rejoicing in their hope and wonder could gaze on naught save what their hearts had joy. Who may be these? Each asked him in amaze. What law be theirs? What ruler? What their ways? The boats appeared in a manner new, long built and narrow beamed, for swiftness planned. Mats were the wings wherewith they lightly flew, from certain palm fronds wove by cunning hand. The people wore that veritable hue, Phaeton's boon to many a burning land, when worked his rashness on the world such ills, so Padus knows and Lampedusa feels. They come costumed all in cotton gear, of hues contrasting, striped, checked, and white. One zone-girt cloth around the waist they wear, other they throw on back in airy plight. Above the waistband each brown form is bare, decked targe and matchet are their arms of fight. Skull-cap on head, and, as they wend their way, shriek shrilly shawms and harsh-voiced trumpets bray. Waving their raiment and their hands they signed the Lusitanian folk to wait awhile, but Arlide prores their course had now inclined to strike where sheltered by the nearest isle. Soldiers and sailors in one toil conjoined, as though were here the period of their toil. They take in sail, and strike the lofty spar, and ocean, anchors mid, froths high in air. Nor had they anchored when the stranger race, the shrouds upswarming, ready footing gained. Joyous they clustered, glad of jest and face, our captain gracious greetings gives unfeigned. He bids, incontinent, the board to grace with vinous liquor, firstly nails drained. They crown the crystal cups, the proffered wine, Phaeton's scorched folk nowise decline. A feasting cheery all the guests inquired, in Arab language, whence had come their hosts, who were they, where their land, what they desired, what seas their keels had cut, and conned what coasts. The valiant Lusians answered with required discretion, and asking foolish boasts. We are the Occidental Portuguese, and seeking Orient lands we sail the seas. We now have coasted, running ocean o'er Callisto's Arctic and the Antarctic lands. Our course hath circled Afric's winding shore, strange skies exploring, and yet stranger strands. Ours is a potent king, loved evermore, and we so prize his praise and his commands, with mien right joyful, not the sea and sky, but even Acheron lake we dare defy. And when we seeking, by his royal will, where farthest Indus watered eastern plain, for him through wild white waves we hoist the sail, where ugly seals and orcs deform the main. But reason tells us that ye may not fail to answer, and of truth your souls be fain. Who are ye? What this land wherein ye won, and sign of India is to you beknown? We live, an island man thus answering said, aliens in land and law and eke in blood. Where native races are by nature bred, a lawless, loutish, and unreasoned brood. We hold his certain law, that holy seed, springing from Abraham's loins, who hath subdued the nation subject to his seignory true, by sire a Gentile and by mother Jew. This little island where we now abide, of all this seaboard is the one sure place for every merchantman that stems the tide, from Quiloa or Sofala or Mombase. Here, as 'tis necessary, long we've tried to house and home us like its proper race, and to find you with the facts you seek, man calls our little island Mozambique. And, as far-faring now ye come to view, Indic Hydaspes and his burning board, hence ye shall bear a pilot sure and true, whose skill the safest guidance shall afford. 'Twere also well, ere you your toils renew, Vitel to ship, and let our island lord, who governeth this island, his guests behold, and stock with needed store each empty hold. His speech thus spake the Moor, and took his leave, he and his miny where the battles lay. Formal farewells to chief and crews he gave, exchanging conges with due courtesy. Now weary Phoebus in the western wave had stalled the crystal chariot of the day, and gave his bright-browed sister charge to loom the vest of earth while lasted nightly gloom. Aboard the wayworn fleet blithe sped the night, in careless joyance recking not a fear, for the far land which long had scaped their sight at length gave tidings, and at last lay near. Now to take notice gins each curious wight of the strange people's manners, ways, and gear, and much they marvelled how the sect misguided o'er earth's broad surface far and wide abided. Rained Luna's radiance shedding rutland showers o'er Neptune's wavelets tipped with silver sheen, and like the May-mead flecked with daisy flowers sprent with its sparkling stars the sky was seen. The blustering storm-wind slept in distant bowers, enters obscure in regions peregrine, yet on the Armada's decks a weapon guard kept, as so long they wont, good watch and ward. But when Aurora with her marquetry 'gan strew the glorious honors of her head o'er the clear heavens, and ope the ruddy way to bright Hyperion rising from his bed, lief is the fleet to dress in brave array of flags and goodly awnings gay to spread, that all may greet with holiday and hail that island lord who came with flowing sail. He came right merrily o'er the main, and sought to view our nimble Lusitanian fleet, bringing his country cates, for 'twas his thought in the fierce foreigner perchance to meet the race inhuman which hath ever fought to change its Caspian caves for happier seat in Asian continent, and by will divine of rule imperial robbed Constantine. With glad reception our commander meets the Moorish chieftain and his whole convoy, whom with a gift of richest gear he greets, whereof a store was shipped for such employ. He gives him rich conserves, he gives rare treats, the liquors hot which fill man's heart with joy. Good be the gifts the Moor contented thinks, but more the sweetmeats prizes, most the drinks. The sailor people, sprung from Lusa's blood, in wondering clusters to the ratlines clung, noting the stranger's novel mode and mood with his so barbarous and perplexed tongue. Sometime the wily Moor confused stood, eyeing the garb, the hue, the fleet, the throng, and asked, with questions manifold assailing, if they from Turkey land perchance were hailing. He further tells them how he longs to see what books their credence, law, and faith contain, if these conforming with his own agree, or were, as well he weened, of Christian grain. Nay more, that hidden naught from him may be, he prayed the captain would be pleased to ordain that be displayed in every puissant arm wherewith the foreigners work their foemen harm. To this the doughty chieftain deals reply through one that obscure jargon knowing well. Illustrious seigneur, I fain will try all of ourselves, our arms, our creed to tell, nor of the country, kith or kin am I, of irksome races that in Turkey dwell. My home is warlike Europe, and I wend, seeking the far-famed lands or farthest end. I hold the law of one by worlds obeyed, by visible things and things invisible. He who the hemispheres from naught hath made, with sentient things and things insensible, who with vituperate foul reproach bewrayed was doomed to suffer death insufferable, and who in fine by heaven to earth was given, that men through him might rise from earth to heaven. Of this God-man most highest, infinite, the books thou wouldst behold I have not brought. We stand excused of bringing what men write on paper, when in sprite 'tis written wrought. But, an with weapons wouldst refresh thy sight, as thou hast asked, I deny thee not. A friend to friends I show them, and I vow ne'er wouldst be shown their temper as my foe. This said, he bids his armourers diligent bring arms and armour for the Moorman viewer. Come sheeny harness, corslets lucidant, the fine-wove mail-coat and plate-armour sure, shields decorate with scutcheons different, bullets and spingards, Dicebrook's temper pure, bows, quivers furnished with the grinded pile, the sharp-edged partisan, the good brown bill. Brought are the fiery bombs, while they prepare sulphurous stink-pots and grenades afire. But then of Vulcan biddeth he to spare their dread artillery belching flames in ire. Not did that gentle generous spirit care with fear the few and fearful folk inspire, and right his reasoning, 'twere boast too cheap to play the lion on the silly sheep. But from whate'er the observant Moorman heard, and from whate'er his prying glance could see, a settled deadly hate his spirit stirred, an evil crave of treacherous cowardry. No sign of change he showed in jest or word, but with a gay and gallant feigning he vowed in looks and words to treat them fair, till deeds his daring purpose could declare. The captain prayed him pilots to purvey his squadron far as Indian shore to guide, so should with wealthy hire and worthy pay the labourer's toil and moil be gratified. Promised the Moorman sorely led astray by venomous heart and with such poisoned pride, that death in place of pilot at that hour his hand had given, and it had the power. So hot that hatred, sharp that enmity, wherewith his spirit 'gainst his guests was fraught, that knew them followers of that verity by the seed of David to our fathers taught. O darkling secret of eternity, whereof man's judgment may encompass naught, why should they never lack perfidious foe, who such fair symbols of thy friendship show? At length, surrounded by his crafty crew, the treacher Moorman from our ships took leave, an all-bestowing bellicoil and true, with fair, glad phrase designed to deceive. Soon o'er the narrow way his barklets flew, and landing safely from Neptunian wave, the Moorman, whom his suit obsequious greet, regained his homestead and his wonted seed. From either's radiant seat Thebes' mighty son, the god to-mothered, sprung from father Di, seeing the Lusian host had straight begun the Moorman's hate and horror to defy, fixed every project some foul feet upon, by which the stranger host might surely die, and while the plot his spirit importuned, thus in soliloquy the god communed. Fate hath determined in olden time that conquests fit the self of famed outface, this Portugal shall claim in every clime where India rears her war-ennobled race. Shall only I, the son of sires sublime, I, whom such generous gifts and guerdons grace, suffer that favouring fate success assure to men whose labours shall my name obscure? Erst will the gods, who willed away the right to Philip's son, that o'er this orient part he holds such power and displays such might, which bound the world 'neath yoke of angry mart. But shall I tamely suffer fate's despite, who lends these weaklings power of arm and art, Macedon's hero, Roman brave, and I, before the Lusian name be doomed to fly? This must not, shall not be. Ere he arrive, this froward captain, at his fancied goal, such cunning machinations I'll contrive, never shall orient parts his side console. And now to earth, where I will keep alive the fire of fury in the Moorish soul, for him shall fortune with success endue, who on occasion keepeth fixed view. He spoke infuriate, nay, well nigh insane, and straight he lighted on the negro shore, where, mortal jest and human vesture ta'en, he made for Prozan headland famed of yore. Better to weave his web of wily bane, he changed his natural shape until it wore a Moorman's likeness, known in Mozambique, a crafty greybeard favoured of the sheik. And entering him to read at hour and time most fitting deemed for designed while, a tale of piracy he told and crime wrought by the strangers harboured in his isle, how all the resident nations maritime bruited reports of battle, death, and spoil, at every haven where the foreigner passed, who with false specks of peace his anchors cast. And know thou further, quoth the Moor, 'tis said, anent these Christian knaves sanguinolent, that, so to speak, they guard the waves run red, scathing with fire and steel where'er they wend. Far-framed plottings, certes, have been laid against ourselves, for 'tis their whole intent our homes to rifle, to destroy our lives, enchain our children, and enslave our wives. I also learned how determined be forthwith for watering toward the land to steer this captain with a doughty company, for evil purpose ever getteth fear. Go to, and take thy men-at-arms with thee, waiting him silent in well-ambushed rear. So shall his people, landing unawares, fall ready victims to thy ruse and snares. And even should they by this notable feat fail to be scattered, shattered, wholly slain, I have imagined a rare conceit of marvellous cunning which thy heart shall gain. A pilot bid be brought of wily wit, nor less astute to lay this skilful train, who shall the stranger lead where bane and bale, loss, death, destruction wait on every sail. These words of wisdom hardly had he stayed, when the Moor chieftain, old in fraud and wise, fell on his bosom, and full glad obeyed, such counsel finding favour in his eyes. Then instant faring forth he ready made for the base warfare bellicose supplies, so might the Lusian sea, when gained the shore, the wished-for waters turn to crimson gore. And eke he seeketh such deceit to speed, a Moslem loadsman who the prows shall guide, shrewd, subtle villain, prompt to wicked deed, whereon for dangerous feat he most relied. Him he commands the Lusitane to lead, and with him hug such coasts, and stem such tide, that in 'scaping present dangers all, he further wend, and whence none rise shall fall. Already lit Apollo's morning ray the Nabathean mounts with rosy light, when dight was Gama and his stout array by sea for watering on the land to light. Their boats the soldiers armed for fight and fray, as though they scented tricks of Moslem spite. Here was suspicion easy, for the wise bear a presaging heart that never lies. Further, the messenger who went ashore to claim the promise of the needful guide heard tone of battle when replied the Moor, though none had deemed he had thus replied. Wherefore, in recking right how sore they store who in perfidious enemy confide, he fared forearmed, forewarned, and risking naught, in his 3 launches all the boats he brought. But now the Moorman, stalking o'er the strand, to guard the watery stores the strangers need, this, targe on arm, and assegai in hand, that, with his bended bow and venomed reed, wait till the warlike people leap to land, far stronger forces are in ambush hid, and that the venture made the lighter seem a few decoys patrol about the stream. Along the snow-white sandy marge advance the Gallic Moors who back their coming foes. They shake the shield and poise the perilous lance, daring the warrior Portuguese to close. The generous people with impatient glance the bandog's eye would dare their fangs expose. They spring ashore so deftly no man durst say who the soldier that touched land the first. As in the gory ring some gallant gay on his fair lady love with firm fixed eyes seeketh the furious bull and bars the way, bounds, runs, and whistles, backs, and shouts and cries, the cruel monster sounds a thought's delay, lowering its horned front in fury flies, with eyne fast closed, and roaring hurried sound, throws, gores, and leaves him lifeless on the ground. Lo! from the launches sudden flash the lights of fierce artillery with infuriate blare. The leaden bullet kills, the thunder frights, and hissing echoes cleave the shrinking air. Now break the moormen's hearts and haughty sprites, whose blood cold curdleth with a ghastly fear. The skulking coward flies his life to save, and dies to death exposed the daring brave. With all the Portingals are not content, fierce victory urging on, they smite and slay, The wall-less, undefended settlement they shell and burn and make an easy prey. The Moors they raid and razzia sore repent, who looked for victory won in cheaper way. Now they blaspheme the battle, cursing wild the old meddling fool and herd that bears such child. Still in his flight the Moorman draweth bow, but forceless, frighted, flurried by alarms, showers of ashlar, sticks, and stones they throw, their madding fury ministereth arms. Now from their islet homesteads flocking row toward the mainland, trembling, terrified swarms. They pass apace and cut the narrow sound, the thin sea arm which runs their islet round. These ply the deeply laden almady, those cut the waves and diligent swim the main. Some choke 'neath bending surge of surfy sea, some drink the brine out puffing it again. The crank canoes, wherein the vermin flee, are torn by smaller bombards' fiery rain. Thus wise, in fine, the Portingals chastise their vile, malicious, treacherous enemies. Now to the squadron, when the day was won, rich with their warlike spoils the braves retire, and ship at leisure water all their own, none meet offence where none t'offend desire. The Moors heartbroken vainly make their moan, old hatreds flaming with renewed fire, and, hopeless to revenge such foul defeat, nourish the fairest hopes of fresh deceit. To proffered truce repentant gives command the Moor who ruleth that iniquitous shore, nor do the Lusitanians understand that in fair guise of peace he proffers war. For the false pilot sent to show the land who every evil will embosomed bore, only to guide them deathwards had been sent, such was the signal of what peace was meant. The Capitaine, who now once more inclined on wonted way and customed course to hie, fair weather favouring with propitious wind, and wend where India's long-wished regions lie, received the helmsman for his ill design, who greeted was with joyous courtesy, and, given his answer to the messenger, in the free gale shakes out his sailing gear. Dismissed by such device, the gallant fleet divideth Amphitrite's wavy way. The maids of Nereus troop its course to greet, faithful companions, debonair and gay. The captain, no ways doubting the deceit planned by the Moorman to secure his prey, questions him largely, learning all he knows of general end and what each seaboard shows. But the false Moorman, skilled in all the snares which baleful Bacchus taught for such emprise, new loss by death or prison life prepares, ere India's seaboard glad their straining eyes. The heights of India diligent he declares, to frequent queries offering fit replies, for, holding faithful all their pilots said, the gallant people were of naught afraid. And eke he telleth, with that false intent, whereby fell Sinon balked the Phrygian race, of a near-lying isle that aye had lent to Christian dwellers safest dwelling place. Our chief, of tidings fain, gave due attent of years so gladly to these words of grace, that with the richest gifts he bade the guide lead him to regions where such men abide. E'en so that losel Moorman had design, as the confiding Christian begged and bade, knowing his islet was of old a sign to the malignant sons of Mohammed. Here he foresees deceit with death combined, for that in power and force the place outweighed weaker Mozambique, in that islet's name is Kilwa, bruited by the blast of fame. Thither the exulting squadron leaf would steer, but the fair god Cytherea loves to greet, seeing its certain courses changed to near the coasts where doom of death awaits defeat, nils that the people, loved with love so dear, such dreadful fates on shore so distant meet, and raising adverse gales she drives them wide from the foul goal where guides that felon guide. Now, when the caitiff Moor could not but know that in this matter useless was his guile, seeking to deal another devilish blow, and still persistent in his purpose vile, he urgeth, since the winds and currents flow had borne them on perforce full many a mile, they near another island, and its race Christian and Moor hold common dwelling place. Here too with every word the liar lied, as by his regiment he in fine was bound, For none who Christ adore could there abide, only the hounds who worship false Mahound. The captain trustful to his Moorish guide, veering the sails was making for the Sound. But, as his guardian goddess leave the knife, he shuns the river bar and outside life. So near that islet lay along the land naught save a narrow channel stood atween, and rose a city throned on the strand, which from the margent of the seas was seen. Fair built, with lordly buildings tall and grand, as from its offing showed all its sheen. Here ruled a monarch for long years high famed, islet and city are Mombasa named. And when the captain made that happy shore, with strangest joyance in the hope to view baptized peoples, and to greet once more dear Christian men, as swear his guide and true, lo, boats come bearing the blue waters o'er, their king's good greeting who the stranger knew. For long had Bacchus of the event advised, and other moormen's shape and form disguised. Friendly the message which the foeman brought, beneath whose surface covered venom lay. For deadly hostile was their every thought, and soon the hidden fraud uncovered they. O dreadful dangers with destruction fraught! O line of life-tide never certain way! Where'er his dearest hope poor mortal hoardeth, such scant security life ever affordeth. By sea such tempests, such sore injury, with death so often showing near and sure. By land such warfare, such foul treachery, so much of cursed necessities to endure. Ha! where shall weary man take sanctuary? Where live his little span of life secure? And 'scape of heaven serene the indignant storms that launch their thunders at us earthen worms? End of Canto 1. Canto 2 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões. Translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 2. 'Twas now the period when the planet bright, whose rays distinguisheth the hours of day, did at his longed-for tardy goal alight, veiling from human eye his heavenly ray. And of his ocean home, deep hid from sight, the god of night-tide oped the portal way, when the false crafty foe came flocking round the ships whose anchors scarce had bit the ground. Mid them a villain who had underta'en the task of deadly damage spake aloud: "O valorous captain, who hast cut the rein of Neptune and his salty plain hast ploughed, the king who governeth this island fain to greet thy coming is so pleased and proud, he wisheth nothing save to be thy host, to see thee and supply what need ye most. And, as he burneth with extreme desire so famed a personage to behold and greet, he prays suspicion may no fear inspire, but cross the bar-line thou and all thy fleet. And, sith by voyage long men greatly tire, thy gallant crew by travel toil is beat, he bids thee welcome to refit on land, as certes nature must such rest command. And if thou wendest seeking merchandise got in the golden womb of the Levant, cinnamon, cloves, and biting spiceries, health-dealing drug or rare and excellent plant, or if thou lust for sparkling stones of price, the ruby fine, the rigid diamond, hence shalt thou bear such full, abundant store, that e'en thy fancy shall affect no more. Unto the herald straight our chief replieth, grateful acknowledging the royal hest, and saith that seeing Sol now seawards hieth, he may not enter as becomes a guest. But when returning light shall show where lieth the way sun danger, with a fearless breast the royal orders he will list fulfill, a lord so gracious hath claim higher still. He questions further, and the land contain Christian peoples, as the pilots swear. The cunning herald, who ne'er speaks in vain, voucheth that Christian men dwell mostly there. Thus doth he banish from our captain's brain the cautious fantasies of doubt and fear, wherefore the Gama straightways 'gan to place faith in that faithless unbeliever race. And as condemned felons he had brought, convict of mortal crime and shameful deed, who might in similar cases danger fraught be ventured where the commonweal has need. A twain of wily well-tried wits he sought, bade them the moorman's craft and trickeries heed, go spy the city's power, and seek to see whether desired Christians there may be. Fair gifts he gave them for the royal hand, to quit the goodly will the greeting showed, by him held sure and firm and clear and bland, whereas 'twas cleanly of a country mode. Now all the rout perfidious and defend, quitting the squadron o'er the waters rode, with gladsome joyous gestures all deceit the pair of shipmates on the shore they greet. And when in presence of the king conveyed the gifts they gave, and message did present, far less they witnessed as 'bout town they strayed than what they wanted on their work intent. The shrewd sagacious Moors pretences made to veil from sight what they to see were sent. For where reigns malice, there we ever find the fear of malice in a neighbour's mind. But he, for ever fair, for ever young, in form and feature born of mothers twain by wondrous birthright, and whose wilful tongue would work the navigator's ban and bane, dwelt in a house the city folk among, of form and vestment human, who did feign to be a Christian priest, and here had raised a sumptuous altar where he prayed and praised. There had he limned, figuring aright, the Holy Ghost's high heavenly portraiture. Hovered the dove, in snowy plume bedight, or the sole phoenix, Mary, virgin pure. The saintly company was shown to sight, the dozen, in that sore discomfiture, as when, taught only by the tongues that burned with lambent fire, men's very tongues they learned. Thither conducted either comrade went, where hateful Bacchus stood in lies arrayed, and rose their spirits while their knees were bent before the god who sways the worlds he made. The perfumed incense by Panchaia sent, fuming its richest scent, O th' altar laid Thyone's son, and now they view, forsooth, the god of lies adore the god of truth. Here was received for kindly rest at night, with every mode of good and trusty greeting, the twain of Christians, who misweened the right done holy show of holy counterfeiting. But soon as Sol returning rained his light on sombre earth, and in one instant fleeting forth from the ruddy-eyed horizon came the spouse Tithonian with her front aflame, returned the Moorman, bearing from the land the royal license with the Christian pair that disembarked by our chief's command, for whom the king feigned honest friendship fair. The Portingal assured no plot was planned, and seeing scanty fear of scathe or snare, when Christian peoples in the place abode, to stem the salty rivers straightway stood. Advised him the scouts dispatch ashore, that holy clerk and altars met their side, and how received them the friendly Moor, while night's cloud shadowed mantle cloaked the light. Nay, that both lord and liege no feeling bore, save what in kindness took a dear delight. For certes nothing told of doubt or fear, where proofs of friendship showed sure and clear. Whereon the noble Gama hied to greet gladly the Moors that up the bulwarks plied, for lightly trusteth sprite without deceit, and gallant souls in goodly show confide. The crafty people on the flagship meet, mooring their light canoes along her side. Merrily troop they all, because they wot the wished-for prizes have become their lot. The cautious warmen gathered on the land arms and munitions, that whenever they're made ride at her anchors near the riverine strand, the work of boarding may be readier made. With deepest treachery the traitors plan for those of Lyssus such an ambuscade, that reckless of the coming doom they pay the blood that dating from Mozambique Bay. Weighed are the biting anchors, rising slow, while customed capstan songs and shouts resound. Only the foresails to the gale they throw, as for the buoyed bar the ships are bound. But Erycina fair, from every foe, glad to guard and guide her race renowned, seeing the black ambush big with deadly bane, flies from the welking shaft swift to the main. She musters Nerea's maidens fair and blonde, with all the many of the sea-blue race. The water-princess her commandment owned, for the salt ocean was her natal place, then told the reason why she sought the lawn, with her whole bevy forth she set apart, to stay the squadron ere it reached the bourne, whence ne'er a traveller made to life return. On they hurry, scattering high the spray, and lash with silvern trains the spumy white. Doto's soft bosom breasts the briny way, with hotter pressure than her wonted plight. Springs Nise, while Nerine seeks the fray, clearing the crystal wavelet's nimble light. The bending billows open wide the path, fearing to rouse the hurrying Nereid's wrath. Borne on a Triton's shoulders rides in state, with fiery gesture Dionaea fair, nor feels the bearer that delicious weight, superb his cargo of such charms to bear. Now draw they nearer, where stiff winds dilate the bellicose armada's sailing gear. They part, and sudden with their troops surround the lighter vessels in the wayward bound. Girt by her nymphs the goddess lays her breast against the flagship's prow, and others close the harbour entrance. Such their sudden guest, the breeze through bellied canvas vainly blows. With tender bosom to tough timber pressed, she drives the sturdy ship that sternward goes. Her circling Nereids raise and urge afar the threatened victim from the hostile bar. E'en as to nesty homes the provident ants, their heavy portion burdens hailing slow, drill their small legions, hostile combatants, 'gainst hostile winter's war of frost and snow. There are their travails given to their wants, their puny bodies mighty spirits show. Not otherwise the nymphs from fatal end labour the Portugueses to defend. Their force prevails, astern the flagship falleth, spite all aboard her raising fearful shout. Boiling with rage, the crew each yard-arm hauleth to port, and starboard putting helm about. Apoop the cunning master vainly bawleth, seeing that right aforn upon his route uprears a sigurd rock its awful head, and present shipwreck fills his soul with dread. But as loud call and clamour 'gan uprise from the rude sailor toiling hard and keen, the Moors are frighted by the news it cries, as though they sighted battle's horrid scene. None know the reason of such hot surprise, none know in similar press whereon to lean. They hold their treacherous felon tricks are known, and present tortures must their crime atone. Lo, with a panic fear themselves they flung in the swift sailing barklets which they brought. These high uplifted on the billows hung, those deep in water diving safety sought. Sudden from starboard and from port they sprung, by dread of visionary sights distraught. For all would rather tempt the cruel tide, for none in mercies of their foes confide. Of such a fashion in the sylvan mere the frogs, a brood of Lycian blood whilom, when fall of coming foot perchance they hear, while all incautious left their watery home, wake marish echoes hoping here and there to scape the perils threatening death and doom. And, all ensconced in the well-known deep, naught but their small black heads above water peep. So fly the Moors, the loadsman who alone the ships in deadly imminent risk had led, deeming his hateful plans to all beknown, plunged in the bitter depths and swimming fled. But as her course had missed the steadfast stone, where every hope of darling life were dead, eftsoons our emerald doth her anchor throw, and near her furling sails the rest come to. Observant Gama, seen this sudden sight of Moorish strangeness, and surprised to view his pilot flying with accusing flight, divines the plottings of that bestial crew. And when the hindrance showed ne the might of tides that onwards bore, or winds that blew, yet that his flagship forged ahead no more, the marvel hailing thus he 'gan implore. O chance, strange, passing strange, that gave no sign! O wondrous godsend shown so clear, so plain! O fellest treason, baffled, inopine! O hostile Paynims, false, perfidious strain! Who, of such desperate devilish design, by mortal wisdom could escape the bane, unless there throned in heaven the sovereign guard, to weak humanity strong aid award? Right well hath proved Providence on high, The scanty safety by these sports purveyed, right well appearance showeth every eye how all our confidence hath been betrayed. But since men's wit and wisdom vainly try to sound these feints and foils so deeply laid, O thou, almighty guard, to guard him deign who son thine aid himself would guard in vain. And if thy holy ruth so condescend to save this people peregrine and poor, who on thy grace and goodness sole depend to force salvation from the false fell moor, vouchsafe, O Lord, our weary course shall end at some fair harbor sheltered and secure, or show the distant shores we pine to see, since all this sailing is for serving thee. The piteous prayer smote the loving ears of Dionaea fair. Her heart was pain. She left her nymphs all bathed in yearning tears, who by her sudden flight perplexed remain. Now she had thrid the luminous planet spheres, now the third heaven's gateway she had gained. Onward still to the sixth sphere, the throne where high All-Father sits and reigns alone. And, as her way affronting forth she hied, her every gesture such a grace expired, stars, skies, and ethers circumambient tide, and all that saw her with love-fire were fired. Those eyne wherein then Cupid aid doth nide, such vital spirits in all life inspired, the frigid poles with torrid ardours burned, and spheres of arctic frost to flame were turned. And with more love to move her sovereign sire, who aye loved her with a constant will, herself she shows as to the Trojan swain she showed of old on Ida's bosky hill. If her the hunter, who the form of man lost, seeing Dian in the glassy rill, had seen, he ne'er had died by ravening hound, erst slain by a sorer and surer wound. Wandered the crispy threads of wavy gold adown a bosom shaming virgin snow. Her milk-hued breasts with every movement rolled where love lay sporting but did nowhere show. Flames with far-flashing fire the zone's white fold wherewith the boy guard every heart aglow, while round those columns' polished curves were climbing desires like ivy parent trunk entwining. A filmy sandal winds around her waist, which delicate sense conceals by modest veiling, and yet not all concealed nor all confessed, the veil red blushing lilies oft revealing. With warmer fondness still to flame his breast, she woos his sight with secret charms assailing. Now all Olympus shakes with jealous jars, rage burneth Vulcan, love inflameth Mars. The while her angel semblance showeth blended with smiles a sadness in the sweetest way, like some fair lady by rude swain offended, incautious rough while playing amorous play, who laughs and laughing pouts with wrath pretended, passing withouten pause from grave to gay. Thus she, the goddess who no rival heedeth, softer than sad, before her father pleadeth. Aye, had I deemed, mighty father mine, in whatsoever my loving breast preferred, to find thee kind and affable and benign, e'en though of hostile heart the hate were stirred. But, as I see thine ire to me incline, ire undeserved, to thee I never have erred. Let Bacchus triumph with his wicked will, while in his wheel I sit and wail mine ill. This folk, these sons of me, for whom I pour the tear that trickleth bootless for thy sight, whose woe, since wish them well, I work the more, when my good wishes but thy wrath excite, for them I weep, for them thine aid implore, and thus in fine with adverse fate I fight. But now, because my love ill fortune bears, I will to will them ill, and we'll be theirs. Yet thus to perish by that wild beast race, for I have been, whereon all lovely flows the burning teardrop bedding down her face, as pearled with ruddy dew fresh shines the rose, silent awhile, as though her plea for grace the portals of her teeth list not disclose, she had pursued, but ere a word she said, the potent thunderer further plaint forbade. And, moved to pity by such gentle powers, powers made to move the heart of tiger dure, with beaming smile, as when the sky that lowers waxeth serene and clears the lift obscure, he dries his daughter's swelling tears, and showers warm kisses on her cheeks and neck snow-pure, and mould that had the place been lear and lone, a pair of Cupids had Olympus known. And, face approaching to the face he prized, whereat the sobbing tears the faster flow, e'en as some yeanling by the nurse chastised weepeth curst with louder faint of woe, to soothe her troubled bosom he devised the future fortunes of her sons to show. Unripping thus from fate's impregnate womb, he opes the mysteries of the things to come. Thou fairest daughter mine, throw far thy fear, lest to thy Lusians happen harm in thine, nor deem my spirit holdeth aught so dear as the sad waters of this sovereign eye. Thou shalt behold, my daughter, hear me swear, the Greek and Roman dimmed of all his shine. By jests illustrious this thy hero race shall dare and do in eastern dwelling place. If glib Ulysses ere to flee was fated a lifelong slavery on Ogygia's shore, and if Antenor's fortune penetrated Illyric bays, Timavus' fount explore, e'en if thy pious Aeneas navigated where seas round Scylla and Charybdis roar, thy nobler science higher grade shall win, shall add new worlds to worlds of older men. Bulwarks and cities and the towering wall built by their valour, daughter, thou shalt see the Turk, deemed bravest brave of all, from their dread prowess forced they to flee. Shalt see of in the free-born monarchs fall, and own their mightier king's supremacy. And when, in fine, they wield the full command, shall dawn a higher law for every land. Him shalt thou see, who now in hurried flight fares distant Indus through such fears to find, make vasty Neptune tremble with affright, and crisp his wavy waist some breath of wind. O chance ne'er seen, O wonder-teeming sight, this quake of water with glad calm combined! O valiant race, with loftiest thought inbred, whom earth's four elements must regard with dread! This land, that water hath to them denied, shalt see affording surest height, where spent by their long voyaging shall rest and ride Argos's bound from utmost Occident. In fine, this seaboard all, that futile try death's snare to weave, shall pay obedient toll, tithe, and tribute, knowing vain it were to beard the Lusian lion in his lair. Shalt see King Erythra's far-famed mane permute his natural red to fierce pale dye, eke shalt thou see the haughty Hormus reign twice taken, prostrate in their presence lie. There shalt thou see the furious Mormon slain, pierced by his own deflected archery, till all can clearly who thy sons oppose, by their own deed become their deadliest foes. Shalt see of dew th' inexpugnable wall, two sieges braving, while thy sons defend. There shall their valour's worth be shown to all, with feats of arms that every feat transcend. Envy shalt see in Mars majestical, of Lusian fierceness none shall dare offend. There shall they cite the Moor with voice supreme, before high heaven falls Mahound blaspheme. Thou shalt see Goa from the Moslem ta'en, and in near future raised to queenly place, Lady of Orient land sublimely vain of triumphs wrested by thy conquering race. There, with superb, high, haughtiest disdain, the gentle louting low to idols base, they bit and bridle, mastering every land that 'gainst thy Lusians raiseth head or hand. Thou shalt behold the fortalice hold out of Cananor with scanty garnison. Calicut thou shalt see endure sad rout, that erst so populous and puissant town. Shalt in Caucan see one approved so stout, who such an arrogance of the sword hath shown. No harp of mortal sang a similar story, thine of everlasting name, eternal glory. Ne'er with such Mars-taught art and furious flame was Leucus seen in civil wars to glow, when to his Actium fight Augustus came, and laid the injurious Roman captain low. Whom deft Aurora's reign and race to tame, far-famed Nile and Bactria's Scythic foe, despoiled, despite victorious spoils and rare, that fair Egyptian not so chaste as fair. as thou shalt see when ocean boileth over with fires enkindled by thy Lusians' hate, who captive make the idle man and Moor, and triumph high o'er many a subject state, till, one rich Oria Chersonesus' shore, far as far China they shall navigate, and each remotest isle of Orient hide, and every ocean in their rule shall bide. 'Tis thus, O daughter mine, thy children's lot higher than human vigour to display. Nowhere shall bravery burn and blaze so hot from Ganges bank to Gaditanian bay, nor from the boreal billows to the gut where first an injured Lusian brake the way, e'en though their progress o'er the world to oppose, the dead of ages from their tombs arose. This said, he sendeth Maia's son divine to visit lowly earth, and there to seek some harbour's peaceful shelter, with design that all the fleet shall ride some risk of wreck. And, lest in false Mombasa land and dine, more of delay the valiant captain make, 'tis Jove's command that be in vision shown a restful region free from restless foam. Now there is space the Cyllenian spanned, descending earth with feathery feet to tread. His hand was armed with the fatal wand, which sheds on weary eyne sweet drowsyhead, wherewith he called the sad-eyed shadowy band from Hades, and obedient breezes sped. The winged basnet on his head he bore, and thus he sought Melizodanian shore. Fame is his mate, who mote aloud proclaim the Lusitanian's weight and rarest worth, for mortal breast is won by noble name, that makes the bearer loved of all on earth. Thus winning stranger hearts the herald came, and to the mighty brute gave timely birth. Anon desire Melinde burns to see what mode of man the valorous people be. Thence to Mombasa takes the god his course, where the strange vessels rode in fear afar, to bid the seamen leave, while none the worse those lands suspected in that treacherous bar. For scant availeth human fraud or force against infernals waging treacherous war. Scant availeth heart and art and judgment stayed, when human wisdom lacketh heavenly aid. Already night had passed her middle way, and all the starry host with alien light reigned on the breadth of earth their radiance gay, and now was sleep tired men's supreme delight. The lustrous captain, weary, wayworn, lay with careful watching through the cares of night. A short repose for anxious eyne he snatched, the men on duty at their quarters watched. When in a vision Maia's son was seen, and heard to say, "Fly, Lusitanian, fly! That wicked monarch snares, that only mean to draw you forwards where ye surely die. Fly, for breathes fair the breeze and smiles serene ether, while stormless sleep the seas and sky. In other part another king more benign sure shelter offereth unto thee and thine. Here naught thou findest but the barbarous rite, the guest right dear to cruel Diomed, ill host that made each miserable wight the wonted forage of his stabled steed. Those altars which Busiris, infame sprite, taught with the stranger's wailing life to bleed, here certes wait thee, and thou longer dwell. Fly then, this folk perfidious, fierce and fell. Steer straight, along this outstretched seaboard run, another land more leal shalt thou find. There, near the belt where th' ever-blazing sun to day and night hath equal space assigned, there to thy squadron honour gladly done, a king, with many a friendly service kind, the surest shelter shall for thee provide, and for your India skilful trusty guide. Mercury thus, and roused from his dreams, the captain rising in a stark dismay, while pierce the palpable obscure bright streams of sudden light and splendid holy ray, then, seen forthwith that him it best beseems in land so vile to make the shortest stay, he bade his master, urged by spirit new, to spread the canvas in what breeze there blew. "Hoist sail," he said, "hoist high in liberal air, for God commands and heaven affects its friends. From yon clear seats was sent a messenger only to speed our steps and shape our ends. Meanwhile the sailors to set sail prepare, all work and either watch its anchor tends. The weighty irons with willing shouts are weighed, and sinewy strength the seaman's pride displayed. Now at what time their anchors high uprose, lurking in night's murk shadows rose the Moor, stealthy to cut the cables of his foes, that all might perish on the rocky shore. But watched with lynx-like glances, clear and close, the Portingals prepared for every store, finding his victims wakeful, then be fled, by wings of terror, not by paddles sped. But now the narrow sharp-cut prows renew, cleaving the humid argent plain, their road. Blandly the north and eastern trade-wind blew, with gentle movement, as in joyous mood. Past perils in their talk review the crew, for with a fond delay thought loves to brood on dangerous chances, when to death in life comes so near she scarcely escapes the strife. One circle ended Phoebus all aglow, and on a second entered, when appeared in the far offing, sailing sure and slow, two hulls by gently breathing zephyrs steered. And as they must be manned by Moorish foe, our squadron veering soon her prizes neared. This one that feared fearful ills to brave ran straight ashore her crew thereon to save. No similar cunning from such chances led her consort captive of the Lusian hand, which ne by rigorous Mavor's rage had bled, nor felt what furies Vulcan doth command, but weakly, mastered by a craven dread, the feeble forces which the barklet manned, resistance offered none, which happily shone from such resisting greater ills had known. And as the Gama felt him much inclined to seek a guide for India land long sought, he thought a helmsman mid the Moors to find, yet not to him succeeded as he thought. None mote give tidings of the lay of Ind, under what tract of heaven it might be brought, but all declare a harbour lies hard by Melindi, ready pilots to supply. Her king's benevolence the Moormen praise, conditions liberal, breast no guile that knew, magnificent, grandiose, and gentle ways, with parts that won respect and honour true. All this to heart for fact our captain lays, since to his vision came such view to show the dream-sent Cilonian. Thus he sped, whither the vision and the Moormen led. 'Twas the glad season when the god of day into Europa's ravisher 'gan return, when warmed either point his genial ray and Flora scattered Amalthea's horn. The hasty sun that girds the heavenly way brought round the memory of that blessed morn, when he who ruleth all by will divine upon creation stamped his seal and sign. At such a time the squadron neared the part where first Melinda's goodly shore was seen, in awnings dressed and pranked with gallant art, to show that none the holy day must ween. Flutter the flags, the streaming estandard gleams from afar with gorgeous purple sheen. Tum-tums and timbrels mingle martial jar, thus pass they forwards with the pomp of war. Men crowd and jostle on Melinda's strand, hasting to sight the strangers glad are made. A folk more truthful far, humane and bland, than any mat on shores their course had made. Now rides the Lusian fleet anent the land, her ponderous anchors now the depths invade. Forthwith a captured Moor they sent to greet the king and manifest whence had come the fleet. The king, who well that noble lineage knew, which to the Portingals such worth imparts, prizeth their harbouring at his height as due the praise to brave so prompt in martial arts, and with a spirit ever pure and true that nobleth generous souls and gallant hearts, he prays by proxy all forthwith may deign to lend and use, as best they choose, his reign. Frank offers these, and made in honour bright, simple the words, undoubted, unprepared, wherewith the monarch greets each noble knight, who o'er such seas and land so far hath fared. And eke he sendeth muttons fleecy white, with many a creme domesticate poulard, and tropic fruitage which the markets fill, yet his good gifts are given with better will. A glad and eager ear our captain lent to him who spake his sovereign speech benign. Straightway of royal gifts return he sent, stowed in his squadron for such fair design. Purple scarlet, cloth of crimson tint, the branchy coral, highly prized and fine, which in deep waters soft and tender grown, in air doth harden to a precious stone. eke since he one well known for courtly wit, who with the king may pact of peace conclude, and prayeth pardon that he could not quit his ships at once and leave the fleet of flood, his trusty trunchman on the land alit, and as before the monarch's face he stood, spake thus in style which only Pallas taught, when praise and prayer firm persuasion wrought: O king sublime, to whom the Olympus pure of his high justice gave the gifted boon to curb and conquer peoples dar endure to win their love nor less their fear to own, as safe asylum heaven most secure to every oriental nation known, thee have we come to seek, in thee to find the surest medicine of she wanderer's mind. No pirates we, who fare on ports to prey, and purse proud cities that in war be weak, thieves who with fire and steel the people slay, their robber greed on neighbors' goods to wreak. From haughty Europe to the realms of day we sail, and earth's remotest verge we seek, of Ind, the great, the rich, for thus ordaineth the mighty monarch who our country reigneth. What brood so harsh as this was ever bred, what barbarous custom and what usage banned, that can not only men from ports forbid, but grudge the shelter of their desert sand? What of ill will hold they our hearts have hid, that of a folk so few in fear they stand, that traps for us they spread and ready snares, and work their worst whereby we die unwares? But thou, wherein full surely we confide, to find, O king benign, an honest man, and hope such certain aid to see supplied, as gave Alcinous to the lost Ithacan, to this thy haven sure we stem the tide with the divine interpreter in van. For as he sendeth us to thee, 'tis clear thy heart must e'en be rare, humane, sincere. And deem not thou, O king, that dread'st to land our famous captain thee to serve in sea, for aught he sees of base or underhand, or aught suspects of false and feigned in thee. But know he acteth by the high command, a law of all obeyed implicitly, his king's own hest forbidding him t' explore, and from his squadron land at port or shore. And since of subjects king may thus require, for of the head should members heed the sway, thou, kingly office, never shalt desire the liege his lord's command to disobey, but the high benefits and those gifts still higher by thee bestowed he promised to repay, with all that done by him or his can be, long as the rolling rivers seek the sea. Thus he, when all conjoint their voices raised, while each to each his separate thoughts conveyed, by the high stomach of the race amazed, who through such seas and skies their way had made. The illustrious king for loyalty bepraised the Portingals, the while his spirit weighed how high his value, strong his orders are, whose royal word is heard in land so far. And with a smiling mien and pleased face he hailed the herald, proffering high esteem. All black suspicions from your bosoms chase, nor let your souls with frigid terror teem. Such be your gallant worth, your works of grace, the world your deeds shall aye most glorious deem. And whoso holdeth right to do you wrong, ne truth ne noble thoughts to him belong. That all you warmen may not instant land, observing customed preeminence, though surely grieved by your king's command, yet much we prize so much obedience. Yet, as your orders our desire withstand, nor we consent to see such excellence of heart, such loyalty of soul, belied, that our good wishes sole be gratified. But as tomorrow's sun on earth shall shine, all our flotilla shall make holiday. To seek your sturdy fleet is our design, we have so longed to see full many a day. And if your sea-tossed vessels bear the sign of angry tempests in their tedious way, here they shall find in friendly form and guise pilots, munitions, victual, and supplies. He spake, and 'neath the sea-rim sank to rest Latona's son, when home the herald hied, with the fair message to the fleet addressed in a light canoe that fast outran the tide. Now joy and gladness filled every breast, all had the perfect cure at length descried, discovery of the land, long wished for sight, and thus they festivaled with glee the night. Aboard this foison of those artful race, whose splendors mock the tremulous hairy star. Now every bombardier his boast displays, till ocean's thunder answers earth and air. The Cyclops' art is shown in various ways, in fire-stuffed shells and burning bombs of war. Others with voices which invade the skies make brazen notes from blaring trumps arise. Echoes a loud reply the ready shore, with buzzing fireworks forming giddy gyre, while burning wheels that far in ether soar, sulphurous dust deep hid explodes in fire. Heaven high resounds the multitudinous roar, the soft blue waters dawn flames red attire, nor blazeth land the less. 'Tis thus friends greet their friends as foemen who in battle meet. Again the restless spheres revolving sped, to olden drudgery dooming man anew. Again did Memnon's mother radiance shed, and from the sluggard's eye soft sleep withdrew. The latest shadow slowly melting fled on earthly florets weeping frigid dew, when the Melindan king took boat that he might view the squad that swam the Blackmoor sea. Boiling about him, swarming round the bay, dense crowds glad gathered and enjoyed the sight. Caftans of finest purple glisten gay, glance splendid robes with silken tissue dye. In lieu of warrior lance and hersegai, in bow whose burnished cusps mock Luna's light, aloft the revellers bear the palmy bough, the fittest crown that decks the conqueror's brow. A spacious, stately barge, o'er-canopied, with dainty silks of divers tinctures stained, beareth Melinda's king, accompanied by lords and captains of the land he reigned. Rich clad he cometh, with what pomp and pride his country customs and his taste ordain. A precious turban winds around his head, of cotton wrought with gold and silken thread. Caftan of costly texture damascene, the Tyrian collar onward there veiled. Torque round his collar, shining golden sheen, whose wealth of work its wealth of ore excelled. Glitters and gleams with radiance diamantine, dog targe of costly price by girdle held, and show, in fine, upon his sandals shoon, velvets with seed-pearl and gold-spangles strewn. With silken sunshade, high and round of guise, fast to its handle bound, a gilded spear, a minister the solar ray defies, lest hurt of baleful beam the high king bear. High in the poop his strange glad music hies, of asprest noise, most horrible to the ear, of arched trumpets writhed in curious round, roaring a rough, rude, unconcerted sound. Nor with less garnishment are Lusitanian swift-sailing galleys from the squadron bore, to meet and greet the noble Melindanian, begirt by goodly company galore. The Gama cometh, dight in dress Hispanian, but of French work the doublet was he wore, satin which Adrian Venice works and stains, crimson, a collar which such prize obtains. Buttons of gold his looped sleeves confine, where solar glancings dazzle gazing eyes. Hosen of soldier fashion, purfled shine, with the rich metal fortune oft denies. Points of the same the slashes deftly join, gored in his doublet with right delicate ties. Gold-hilted sword in mould of Italy, plume in his bonnet worn a little wry. In the suit and escort of the captain showed of the dye murex, tires surpassing tint, the various shades that joyed men's eyne and mode of dress devised with fashion different. Such was the enamel, and as bright it glowed with cunning colours in quaint mixture blent, as though her rutland bow had reared in air the maid of Thomas, fairest of the fair. Sonorous trumpets, manly breasts in sight, gladding the heart with martial music gay, churned the Moorish keel's blue waters wide, and awnings sprent with dews of pearly spray. The horrid sounding bombards thunder fright, while smoky hangings veil the splendid day. Roar the hot volleys, hurtling sound so loud, fain close with hands their ears the Moorish crowd. And now the king our captain's galley sought, who strained in his arms the welcome guest. He, with the courtesy which reason taught, his host, who was of royal rank, addressed. Noted the admiring Moor, with marvel fraught, his visitor's every mode and look and jest, as one regarding with a huge esteem folk who so far in quest of India came. and to him proffers in his phrase high flown whatever goods his realm and heaven boast, the while commanding him to hold his own what store might haply serve his turn the most. Eke he assures him fame had made well known the Lusian name ere Lusians reached his coast, for long 'twas rumored that in realms afar it had with peoples of his law waged war. How Afric continent's farthest shores resound, he told him, with great deeds the warmen did, whose long campaigns the conquerors had crowned lords of the lands where dwelt the Hesperid. With long harangue he taught the crowd around the least deserts the Lusians merited, and yet the most that fame was fain to teach, when thus da Gama to the king made speech. O thou, whose soul hast seen with pitiful eye benignant king or Lusitanian race, which in such misery dire hath dared defy fate and the furies of mad seas to face, may yon divine eternity on high that ruleth man revolve in skiey space, since gifts so goodly givest thou, I pray the heavens repay thee what we never may. Of all Apollo bronzed hath thou soul peaceful didst greet us from th' abysmal sea. To thee from Aeolus winds that moan and howl we find good, truthful, glad security. Long as its stars leads forth the vasty pole, long as the sun shall light the days to be, wherever I haply live with fame and glory, shall live thy praises in my people's story. He spake, and straight the barges 'gan to row, whither the moormen would review the fleet. Rounding the vessels one by one they go, that every notable thing his glance may meet. But Vulcan skywards volleying horrible low, with dire artillery hastes the guests to greet, while trumpets loud canorous accents bland with shawms the Moorish hosts their answer send. When due attention to the sights had lent the generous Moslem, filled with thrilling wonder, and hearing eke th' unwonted instrument that told its dreadful might in fiery thunder, he bade the light batel wherein he went at anchor quiet ride the flagship under, that with the doughty Gama he might hold converse of matters erst by rumour told. The Moor in varied dialogue took delight, and now he prayed the visitor would expound each war renowned and famous feat of fight fought with the races that adore Mahound. Now of the peoples he would gain a sight that hold our ultimate Hispanian ground, then of the nations who with us confine, then of the mighty voyage o'er the brine. But first, O valiant captain, first relate, quoth he, with all the diligence thou can, what lands and climes compose your natal state, and where your home, recount with regular plan, nor less your ancient lineage long ungrayed, and how your kingdom's lofty rule began, with all your early deeds of daring-do, e'en now, though knowing them not, their worth we know. And prithee further say how o'er the main, long on this voyage through fierce seas you strayed, seeing the barbarous ways of alien strain, which our rude Afric land to you displayed. Begin, for now the team with golden rain draws near and drags the new sun's car inlaid with marquetry from cold aurora skies, sleep wind and water, smooth the wavelet lies. And as the occasion such a fitness showeth, so is our wish your wondrous tale to hear. Who dwells among us but by rumour knoweth the Lusitanian's labours singular? Deem not so far from us removed gloweth resplendent soul, that need thy judgment fear to find Melindan nurse so rude a breed, which can ne prize ne praise a noble deed. Vainly the haughty Oden giants vied by war to win Olympus clear and pure. Pirith and Theseus, mad with ignorance, tried of Pluto's realm to burst the dread obscure. If in the world such works hath worked pride, not less 'tis labour excellent endure, bold as it was to brave both heaven and hell, for a man o'er raging Nereus to prevail. With fire consumed Dian's sacred fane, that masterpiece of subtle Ctesiphon, Herostratus, who by such deed would gain of world-wide fame the high immortal boon. If greed of foolish praise and glory vain to action so perverse may urge man on, more reason 'tis to crown with endless fame deeds that deserve, like gods, a deathless name. End of Canto 2. Canto 3 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões, translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 3. Argument of the third canto. The talk of Vasco da Gama with the king of Melindi, wherein he describeth Europe, and recounteth the origin of the kingdom of Portugal, its kings, including the king Dom Fernando, and its principal achievements. The notable feat of Egaísmoniz. The Queen of Castile, Dona Maria, visiteth Portugal to crave aid for the battle of the Salado. The loves and luckless fate of Dona Inês de Castro. Some events which befell the king Dom Fernando. Another argument. A populosa Europa se descreve, de Egaísmoniz o feito sublimado, Lusitânia, que reis, que guerras teve. Cristo a Afonso se expõe crucificado. De Dona Inês de Castro a pura neve em púrpura converte o povo irado. Mostra-se o vil descuido de Fernando e o grão poder de um gesto suave e brando. Populous Europe passeth in review. Egaísmoniz is praised for famous feat. What kings and wars our Lusitania knew! Afonso sees the Christ on cross elate. Agnes de Castro's breast of snowy hue with innocent blood empurpleth popular hate. Fernando's vile neglect is shown to shame, and the high powers that youth and beauty claim. Canto 3. Now my Calliope to teach incline what speech great Gama for the king did frame. Inspire immortal song, grant voice divine unto this mortal who so loves thy name. Thus may the god whose gift was medicine, to whom thou bearest Orpheus, lovely dame, never for Daphne, Clytia, Leucothoe, do love deny thee or inconstant grow he. Satisfy, nymph, desires that in me teem, to sing the merits of thy Lusians brave, so worlds shall see and say that Tagus' stream rolls Aganippus' liquor. Leave I crave. Leave flowery Pindus' head, e'en now I deem Apollo bathes me in that sovereign wave. Else must I hold it, that thy gentle sprite fears thy dear Orpheus fade through me from sight. All stood, with open ears in long array, to hear what mighty Gama mote unfold. When, past in thoughtful mood a brief delay, began he thus, with brow high raised and bold. Thou biddest me, O king, to say my say, anent our grand genealogy of old. Thou bidst me not relate an alien story, thou bidst me laud my brother Lusian's glory. That one praise others' exploits and renown is honored custom which we all desire. Yet fear I 'tis unfit to praise mine own, lest praise, like this suspect, no trust inspire. Nor may I hope to make all matters known, for time, however long, were short. Yet, sire, as thou commandest, all is owed to thee. Maugre my will I speak, and brief will be. Nay, more, what most obligeth me, in fine, is that no leason in my tale may dwell. For of such feats, whatever boast be mine, when most is told, remaineth much to tell. But that due order wait on the design, e'en as desirest thou to learn full well. The widespread continent first I'll briefly trace, then the fierce bloody wars that waged my race. Atwixt the zone where Cancer holds command, the lucent sun septentrional meet, and that whose frigid horrors freeze the land, as burns the middle belt with fervid heat, lies haughty Europe, on her goodly strand, facing Arcturus and the Ponent beat the briny billows of Atlantis' plain, while free towards Ulster flows the midland main. That part where lovely Dawn is born and bred neighboureth Asia, but the curved river from far and fro Rhipaean ranges shed to feed Maeotis' lake with waves that shiver, departs them, and the sea-strait fierce and dread that own the victory of the Greek deceiver, where now the seaman sees along the shore triumphant Troy's memories, and no more. There farther still the boreal pole below, Hyperborean mountain walls appear, and the wild hills where Aeolus loves to blow, while of his winds the names they proudly bear. Here such cold comfort doth Apollo show, so weak his light, and warmth to shine and cheer, that snows eternal gleam upon the mountains, freezeth the sea, and ever freeze the fountains. Here of the Scythic hordes vast numbers be, in olden day a mighty warrior band, who fought for honours of antiquity with the then owners of the Nilus land. But how remote their claims from verity, for human judgments oft misunderstand. Let him who seeks what higher lore revealed ask the red clay that clothes Damascus field. Now, in these wild and wayward parts be told cold Lapland's name, uncultivate Norway, a Scandinavia's isle, whose science bold boast triumphs Italy shall ne'er gainsay. Here, while ne frost ne wintry rigors hold in hand the waters, sea folk ply the way, over the arm of rough Sarmatic main, the Swede, the Brusian, and the shivering Dane. Between the sea and Tanais stream we count strange races, Ruthens, Moscows, and Livonians, Sarmate all of old, and on the Mount Hercynian, Marcomanni, now Polonians. Holding the empire Almain paramount, dwell Saxons and Bohemians and Pannonians, and other tribes where through their currents flow Rhine, Danube, Amasis, and Albis pour. Twixt distant Ister and the famous strait, where hapless Helle left her name and life, the Thracians roam, a folk of brave estate, Mars' well-loved country, chosen home of strife. There Rhodope and Hemus rue the weight of cursed Othman's rule with horror rife. Byzance they hold beneath their yoke and dying, great injury working to great Constantine. Hard by their side the Macedonians rest, whose soil is watered by cold Axius' wave. Ichie, of every choicest realm the best, lands of the free, the wise, the good, the brave, that here did breed and bear the fecund breast, and to the world its wit and wisdom gave, wherewith thou, noble Greece, hast reached the stars, no less by arts exalt than arms and wars. The Dalmats follow, and upon the bay, where rose Antenor's walls in while of yore, superb Venetia builds on watery way Adria's queen that erst was lowly poor. Hence seawards runs a landar made to sway forceful the sons of many a stranger shore, an arm of might, whose race hath conquered time, nor less by spirit than by sword sublime. Girdeth her shores the kingdom Neptunine, while nature's bulwarks fence her landward side. Her middle width departeth Apennine by Mars, her saint and patron glorified. But when the porter rose to rank divine, she lost her prowess and her bellic pride. Humbled she lies, with antique puissance spent, so man's humility may his God content. Gallia can there be seen, whose name hath flown where Caesar's triumphs to the world are told. By Sequana 'tis watered and the road, by Rhine's deep current and Garumna cold. Here rise the rains from Pyrene known, the nymph and sepulchred in days of old, whence, legends say, the conflagrated woods rolled golden streams and flowed silvern floods. Lo, here her presence showeth noble Spain, of Europe's body corporal the head, o'er whose home rule and glorious foreign reign the fatal wheel so many a world hath made. Yet ne'er her past her force or fraud shall stain, nor restless fortune shall her name degrade. No bonds her bellic offspring bind so tight, but it shall burst them with its force of sprite. There, facing Tingitania's shore, she seemed to block and bar the Mediterranean wave, where the known strait its name ennobled deemeth by the less labour of the Theban brave. Big with the burthen of her tribes she teemeth, circled by whelming waves that rage and rave, all noble races of such valiant breast, that each may justly boast itself the best. Hers the Tarragonese who famed and war made aperture Parthenope obey, the twain Asturias and the hot Navarre twin Christian bulwarks on the Moslem way. Hers the Gallego canny and the rare Castilian, whom his star raised high to sway Spain as her saviour, and his seigneury feel Betis, Leon, Granada, and Castile. See, the head-crowning coronet is she of general Europe, Lusitania's reign, where endeth land and where beginneth sea, and Phoebus sinks to rest upon the main. Willed her the heavens with all just decree by wars to mar the ignoble Moritan, to cast him from herself, nor dare consent he rule in peace the fiery continent. This is my happy land, my home, my pride, where, if the heavens but grant the prayer I pray, for glad return and every risk defied, there may my life light fail and fade away. This was the Lusitania, name applied by Lusus or by Lisa, sons, they say, of ancient Bacchus, or his boon compeers, eke the first dwellers of her eldest years. Here sprang the shepherd, in whose name we see forecast of virile might, of virtue's meed, whose fame no force shall ever hold in fee, since fame of mighty Rome ne'er did the deed. This, by light heaven's volatile decree, that ancient Scyther who devours his seed, made puissance power in many a part to claim, assuming regal rank, and thus it came. A king there was in Spain, Afonso hight, who waged such warfare with the Saracen, that by his sanguine arms and arts and might he spoiled the lands and lives of many men. When from Herculean Calpe winged her flight, his fame to Caucasus mount and Caspian glen, many a knight, who noblesse coveteth, comes offering service to such king in death. And with intrinsic love inflamed more for the true faith than honours popular, they trooped gathering from each distant shore, leaving their dear-loved homes and lands afar. When, with high feats of force against the Moor, they proved of singular worth in holy war, willed Afonso that their mighty deeds commensurate gifts command and equal needs. Mid them Enrique, second son, men say, of a Hungarian king well known and tried, by sword won Portugal, which, in his day, ne prized was, ne had fit cause for pride. His strong affection, stronger to display, the Spanish king decreed a princely bride, his only child, Theresa, to the count, and with her made him seigneur paramount. This doughty vassal from that servile horde, Hagar, the handmaid's seed, great victories won, reft the broad lands adjacent with his sword, and did whatever bravery bade be done. Him, for his exploits excellent to reward, God gave in shortest space a gallant son, whose arm to noble and in fame was fain the warlike name of Lusitania's reign. Once more at home this conquering Henry stood, whose sacred hero Solima had relieved. His eyes had fed on Jordan's holy flood, which the dear body of Lord God had laved, when Godfrey left no foe to be subdued, and all Judea conquered was and saved. Many that in his wars had done devour, to their own lordships took the way once more. But when this stout and gallant Hun attained life's fatal period, age and travail spent, he gave, by death's necessity constrained, his sprite to him who had that spirit lent. A son of tender years alone remained, to whom the sire bequeathed his bodiment. With bravest braves the youth was formed to cope, for from such sire, such son the world may hope. Yet, old report, I know not what its weight, for on such antique tale no man relies, saith that the mother, ta'en in told estate, a second nuptial bed did not despise. Her orphan son to disinherited fate she doomed, declaring hers the dignities, not his, with seigneury o'er all the land, her spousal dowry by her sire's command. Now Prince Afonso, who such style had ta'en in pious memory of his grandsire's name, seeing no part and portion in his reign, all piled and plundered by the spouse and dame, by dower and doughty Mars' inflamed domain, privily plots his heritage to claim. He weighs the causes in his own conceit, till firm resolve its fit effect shall greet. Of Guimarães the field already flowed with floods of civil warfare's bloody tide, where she, who little of the mother showed, to her own bowels love and land denied. Fronting the child in fight the parent stood, nor saw her depths of sin that soul of pride against her God, against maternal love. Her sensual passion rose all power above. O magical Medea, O prognate dire, if your own babes in vengeance dared ye kill for alien crimes and injuries of the sire, look ye, Theresa's deed was darker still. Foul greed of gain, incontinent desire, were the main causes of such bitter ill. Scylla her aged sire for one did slay, for both Theresa did her son betray. Right soon that noble prince clear victory won from his harsh mother and her fear undying. In briefest time the land obeyed the son, though first to fight him did the folk incline. But reft of reason and by rage undone, he bound the mother in the biting chain. Eftsoons avenged her griefs the hand of God, such veneration is to parents owed. Lo, the superb Castilian 'gins prepare his power to venge Theresa's injuries, against the Lusian land in man so rare, whereon ne toil ne trouble heavy lies. Their breasts the cruel battle grandly dare aid the good cause angelic potencies, unrecking might unequal still they strive, nay, more, their dreadful foe to flight they drive. Passeth no tedious time before the great prince dures siege in Guimarães' dread, by passing power, for to mend his state came the fell enemy full of grief and greed. But when committed life to direful fate, Egas, the faithful guardian, he was freed, who had in any other way been lost, all unprepared 'gainst such whelming host. But when the loyal vassal well hath known how weak his monarch's arm to front such fight, some order wending to the Spanish foe, his sovereign's homage he doth pledge in plight. Straight from the horrid siege the invader flown trusteth the word and honour of the knight. Egas Muniz, but now the noble breast of the brave youth disdaineth strange behest. Already came the plighted time and tide, when the Castilian Don stood die to see. Before his power the prince bent low his pride, yielding the promised obediency. Egas, who views his knightly word belied, while still Castile believes him true to be, sweet life resolveth to the winds to throw, nor live with foulest taint of faithless vow. He with his children and his wife departeth, to keep his promise with a faith immense, unshod and stripped, while their plight imparteth far more of pity than of vengeance. If, mighty monarch, still thy spirit smarteth to wreak revenge on my rash confidence, quoth he, behold, I come with life to save my pledge, my knightly honour's word I gave. I bring, thou seest here, lives innocent, of wife, of sinless children died to die, if breasts of generous mould and excellent accept such weaklings' woeful destiny. Thou seest these hands, this tongue inconsequent, hereon alone the fierce experiment try of torments, death, and doom that pass in full, sinis or e'en perilous brazen bull. As shrifted white the hangman stands before, in life still draining bitter draught of death, lays throat on block, and of all hope forlore, expects the blighting blow with bated breath. So, in the prince's presence angry sore, Egas stood firm to keep his plighted faith, when the king, marvelling at such wondrous truth, feels anger melt and merge in royal ruth. O the great Portingal fidelity, of vassal self-devote to doom so dread! What did the Persian more for loyalty, whose gallant hand his face and nostrils shred, when great Darius mourned so grievously that he 1,000 times deep sighing said, far he preferred his Zopyrus sound again, than lord of 20 Babylons to reign. But Prince Afonso now prepared his band of happy Lusians proud to front the foes, those haughty Moors that held the glorious land, yon side where clear delicious Tagus flows. Now on Urique field was pitched and planned the royal campment, fierce and bellicose, facing the hostile host of Saracen, though there so many, here so few there been. Confident, yet would he not confide, save in his God, that holds of heaven the throne. So few baptized stood their king beside, there were 100 Moors for every one. Judge any sober judgment and decide 'twas deed of rashness or by bravery done to fall on forces whose exceeding might a century showed to a single knight. Order 5 Moorish kings the hostile host, of whom Ishma, so called, command doth claim, all of long warfare large experience boast, wherein may mortals win immortal fame. And gallant dames the knights they love the most, company like that brave and beauteous dame who to beleaguered Troy such aidance gave, with woman troops that drained Thermodon's wave. The cool serene and early morning's pride now paled the sparkling stars about the pole, when Mary's Son, appearing crucified in vision, strengthened King Afonso's soul. But he, adoring such appearance, cried, fired with a frenzied faith beyond control, "To th' infidel, O Lord, to th' infidel, not, Lord, to me, who know thy power so well." Such gracious marvel in such manner sent flamed delusioned spirits fierce and high towards their natural king, that excellent prince, unto whom love boon none could deny. Aligned to front the foeman prepotent, they shouted resonant slogan to the sky, and fierce the laurel rose, "Real, real, for high Afonso, King of Portugal." As to the fight by calls defied and cries, some fierce Molossian on the wooded height attacks the rampant bull, who most relies on strength of timorous horn to force the fight. Now nips the ear, then at the side he flies, barking, with more of nimbleness than might, till ripped at last the gullet of his foe, he lays the mighty bulk of monster low. So the new king, inflamed with zeal devout, for God, nor less for faithful liege's sake, assails by cunning skill the barbarous rout, with braves the fronting phalanx eth to break. Whereat the bandogs, Allah, Allah, shout, and fly to arms. Our raging warriors shake the lance and bow, resound the trumpet tones, the music thunders, echo moans and groans. E'en as the prairie fire enkindled on sun-parched steppe, and winnoweth upper air sibilant Boreas, by the blast swift-blown, o'er bush and arid brake rains flame and flare. The shepherds' lads and lasses, idly strown in rest and gentle slumber, waked by blare of crackling conflagration blazing higher, hamlet wards force their flocks to fly the fire. The Stonian moorman in such startled guise snatcheth his weapon hastily and unheed, yet he awaits the fight, nor even flies, nay, spurs his battle-guinet to its speed. Meet him as rash and swift his enemies, whose piercing lances gar his bosom bleed. These fall half slain, while others flee that can, convoking aidance of their Alcoran. There may be viewed counters madly rash, on such no Serra's sturdy strength could stand, while charging here and there the chargers dash, the gifts of Neptune smiting gravid land. Buffets they deal, and blows that bash and smash, burneth and blazeth warfare's blasting brand. But he of Lusses, coat, mail, plate of steel, hacks, hews, breaks, batters, rives, and rends piecemeal. Men's heads like bullets dance the bloody plain, ownerless arms and legs insensible lie, and quivering entrails tell of mortal pain, and faces fade, and life's fair colours fly. Lost is that impious host, whose heaped slain roll o'er the greenery rills of crimson dye, whereby the grasses lose their white and green, and naught but glow of crimson gore is seen. But now the Lusian victor held the field, his trophies gathering, and his gorgeous prey. The crushed Hispanian Moor was forced to yield, while on the plain 3 days the great king lay. And now he chargeth on his virgin shield what still assures the well-won victory, 5 noble Inescutcheons azure-hued, signing the Moorish 5 his sword subdued. He paints with bezants 5 each scutcheon the 30 silvers wherewith God was sold, and various tinctures make his memory known, whose grace and favour did his cause uphold. Painted on every sunk a sunk is shown, and, that the 30 may be fully told, counteth for 2 the one that central lies, of the 5 azures painted crossy wise. Some time has passed since this gain had passed of goodly battle, when the High King hies to take Leiria, lately ta'en, and last conquest that boast our conquered enemies. Herewith Aronches, castled strong and fast, is jointly gained with the noble prize, Scalaby Castro, whose fair fields amene thou, crystal Tagus, bathest all serene. Unto this conquered roll of towns his smite eke addeth Mafra, won in shortest space, and in the mountains which the moon hath hid he clasps frore Cintra to his hard embrace. Cintra, whose naiads love to hide their light by hidden founts and fly the honeyed lace, which love hath woven mid the hills where flow the waters flaming with a living low. And thou, O noble Lisbon, thou encrowned princess elect of cities capital, reared by the fecund rover king renowned, whose wiles laid low Dardania's burning wall, thou, whose commands oblige the seas profound, wast taught to bear the Lusitanians' thrall, aided by potent navies at what time they came crusading from the boreal clime. Beyond Germanic Albis and the Rhine, and from Britannia's misty margins sent, to waste and slay the people Saracen, many had sailed on holy thoughts intent. Now gained the Tagus mouth, our stream amene, to great Afonso's royal camp they went, whose lofty fame did thence the heavens invade, and siege to Lusíadas' walls they laid. 5 sequent times her front had Luna veiled, 5 times her lovely face in full had shone, when oped her gate the city, which availed no force 'gainst sieging forces round her throne. Right bloody was the assault, and fierce the assailed, e'en as their stubborn purpose bound them down. Aspres the victor, ready all to dare the vanquished victims of a dire despair. Thus won, she yielded, and, in fine, she lay prostrate that city, which, in days of old, the mighty Mani never would obey, of frigid Scythia's hordes immanently bold, who could so far extend their savage sway till Ebro sought and Tagus trembling rolled, and some o'er Betis land, in short, so swept that was the region Vandalia clept. What might of city could perchance endure prowess which proud Lisboa might not bear, who mote resist the powers dure and dour of men whose fame from earth invadeth air? Now yield obedience all Estremadure, Obidos, Torres Vedras, Alenquer, where softly plash the music murmuring waves, mid rocks and reefs whose feet the torrent laves. Eke ye, Transtagan lands, ye justly vain of flavour Ceres bean and bonny boon, yielded to might above the might of men the walls and castles by his valour won. Thou too, Moor yeoman, hopest hope insane those riant regions long as lord to own, for Elvas, Moura, Serpa, well-known sites, with Alcácer do Sal must yield their rights. The noble city and sure seat behold, held by Sertorius, rebel fame belong, where now the knitted silvery waters cold, brought from afar to bless the land and home, o'erflow the royal arches hundredfold, whose noble sequence streaks the dark blue dome. Not less succumbed she to her bold pursuer, to Giraldo, entitled Knight sans peur. Fast towards Beja city, vengeful pressed, to slake his wrath for spoiled Trancoso's wrong, Afonso, who despiseth gentle rest, and would brief human life by fame prolong, feebly resisteth him in his behest the city, falling to his arms ere long, and not of life within her walls but feel the raging victor's edge of merciless steel. With these Palmela yielded to the war, Pisca Sesimbra eke her finest spoils, Then, aided onwards by his fortunate star, the king a powerful force of foemen foils. Felt it the city, saw it her lord afar, who, to support and aid her, spares no toils. Along the hill-skirt marching, all unware of rash encounter, lacked he heed and care. The king of Badajoz was a Moslem bold, with horse 4,000, fierce and furious knights, and countless peons, armed and dyed with gold, whose polished surface glanceth lustrous light. But as a savage bull on lonely wold, whom jealous rage in hot May month incites, sighting a stranger, mad with love and wrath, the brute blind lover chargeth down the path, so doth Afonso, sudden seen the foes that urge their forward march securely brave, strike, slay, and scatter, raining doughty blows. Flies the Moor king, who recks but self to save. Naught save a panic fear his spirit knows. His followers seek to follow, only crave, while ours, who struck a stroke so sore, so fell, were 60 horsemen told in fullest tale. Victory swift pursuing, rest disdaineth the great untiring king. He mustereth all, the lieges of his land, whom naught restraineth from ever seeking stranger realms to thrall. He wends to leaguer Badajoz, where he gaineth his soul's desire, and battleth at her fall with force so fierce, and art and heart so true, his deeds made others fain to dare and do. But the high Godhead, who when man offends so long deserved penalties delays, waiting at times to see him make amends, or for deep mystery hid from men's dull gaze, if he our valiant king till now defends from dangers faced fast as foes can raise, lends aid no longer, when for vengeance cries the mother's curses who in prison lies, for in the city which he compassed round, encompassed by the Leonese was he, because his conquests trespassed on their ground, which of Leon and not of Portugal be. Here was his stubborn will right costly found, as happeth oft in human history, and iron maims his legs, as rage inflamed, to fight he flies and falls a captive maimed. O famous Pompey, feel thy wraith no pain to see the fate of noble feats like thine, nor mourn if all just Nemesis ordain thy base be torn by siren-in-law and thine. Though Phasis frore and part Siena plain, whose perpendicular shadows ne'er decline, Bootes icebergs and equator fires confess the terror which thy name inspires. Though rich Arabia and the brood ferocious Heniox will calk his region known of yore for golden fleece, and though the Cappadocies and Judeans who one only God adore, though softs of Phoenice and the race atrocious, Cilician with Armenia whence outpour, the twain of mighty streams whose farthest fount hides in a higher and a holier mount, and though, in fine, from far Atlantic tide into the Taurus Scythia's towering wall, all saw thee conquer, fearless still abide, if none save Emathfield beheld thee fall. Thou shalt behold Afonso's oven pride lie subjugate, that subjugated all. Such fate celestial counsel long foresaw, thine from a sire, his from a son-in-law. Returned the king sublime, in fine, with sprite by the just doom of judge divine chastised, and when of Santarém in pride of might the Saracen a bootless siege devised, and when of Vincent martyr Benedai the precious corse by Christian people prized, from sacrum promontorium was conveyed, and reverent wise in Ulyssia laid. Faster to push the project still in hand, the toil-spent father sent his stout young son, bidding him pass to Alentejo's land with warlike gear and soldiers many a one. Sancho, a sovereign wielder of the brand, straight forward passing, gore red guards to run the stream whose waters feed Seville, and flood, dyed by the brutish Moorman's barbarous blood. With hunger whetted by this new success, now resteth not the youth till sight his eyes another slaughter, sore as this, oppress the barbarous host that circling Beja lies. Not long the prince, whom fortune loves to bless, waits the fair end where leads his dear emprise. But now the routed Moors to vengeance cleave, their only hope such losses to retrieve. They crowd the mighty mount whereof Meduse robbed his body who the skies upbore. They flock in thousands from Cape Ampelus, and from Tangier, Antioch's seat of yore. A bilious dweller offereth scant excuse, who with his weapon hasteth him the more, when heard the Moorish clarions shrilly toned, and all the reign high Juba whilom owned. The Mir al-Muminin who led the throng from the dark continent past to Portugal, 13 Moor kings he led, high, hot, and strong, to his imperial sceptre subject all. Thus wrecking forceful every tyrant wrong, wherever easy wrong mote state his gall. Sancho in Santarém he flies t' invest, yet his was hardly of success the best. Gives ausperous battle, fighting fury fraught, the hateful Moor 1,000 feints designing. Ne horrid catapult avails him aught, ne forceful battering ram, ne hidden mining. Afonso's son, conserving force and thought and firm resolve with warlike skill combining, foreseeth all with prudent heart and art, and stern resistance brings to every part. But now the veteran, doomed by years to ease and gentle rest from life of toil and teen, being the city, down whose pastured leas Mondego's wavelets kiss the hem of green, when learned how fast his son beleaguered is in Santarém by Moormen blind with spleen, fast from the city flies the foe to meet, age idless spurning with fast eager feet. He heads his army, tried in war and known his son to succor, and his well-led host shows wonted Portingal fury all their own, till, in brief time, the Moor is broke and lost. The battle-plain, whose blood-stained front is strewn with steely coats and caps of varied cost, horse, charger, harness, rich and worthy prize, heaped with their owners' mangled corpses lie. Forth fares the remnant of the Paynimry from Lusitania, hurled in headlong flight, but Mir al-Muminin may never flee, for ere he flee his life hath fled the light. To him whose arm vouchsafed such victory, in praise and stintless prayer our hosts unite. Chances so passing strange make clear to ken God's arm smite sorer than all arms of men. Such crown of conquest still bedecked the brow of old Afonso, lord of lofty fame, when he, in fine, who ever foiled his foe, was foiled by ancient time's unyielding claim. Passed the death sickness o'er his pallid brow its frigid hand, and wrung his feeble frame, and thus the debt on mortal shoulders laid, his years to gloomy Libitina paid. His loss the lofty promontories mourn, and from the wavy rivers floods of grief with lakelets overspread the fielded corn, and trickling tears our sorrow's sole relief, but ring so loud o'er earth's extremest bourne the fame and exploits of our great lost chief, that evermore shall echo for his reign, Afonso, Afonso, cry and cry in vain. Sancho, his lusty son, the worthy heir of his great father's valour, force, and might, as did his early doings clear declare, when Betis fled ensanguined from the fight, and from Andalusia forced to fare the barbarous king and people Ishmaelite, and more, when they who vainly bejagured of his shrewd blows themselves had borne the hurt, after he had been raised to royal hest, and held for years a few his father's land, he went the city's silves to invest, ploughed whose plain the barbarous peasant's hand. With allies valorous was his daring blest the sturdy Germans, whose armada manned by furnished host was flying o'er the wave, the lost Judea to regain and save. To join in holy enterprise they went, Red Frederick, who did first to move begin his mighty armament and succour sent to ward the town where Christ had died for men. And Guy, whose crossers were by thirst bespent, yielded his sword to gallant Saladin. There, where the Moslem host was well supplied with what restored to those of Guy denied. but that majestical armade that came by dint of stormwind o'er the Lisbon bar would aid our Sancho the foul foe to tame, all being bounden for the holy war. As to his father, hap to him the same, and Lisbon fell to fortune similar. Aided by Germans, Silves town he takes, and the fierce dwellers slaves or subject makes. And if so many trophies from a hound his valour snatched, eke denies his pride the Leonese in peace to till their ground, whom Mart with martial usage loved to guide, till on the bended neck his yoke he bound of haughty Tui and all its countryside, where many a city felt the dreaded blow which with thine arms thou, Sancho, broughtest low. But mid his many palms this prince waylaid the stroke of timorous death. His heir preferred was that esteemed son whom all obeyed, second Afonso, of our kings the third. He reigning Alcácer do Sal was made ours, snatched for ever from the Moorish herd, that erst was taken by the Moor beset, and now perforce he pays of death the debt. Afonso dying, straight to him succeedeth a second Sancho, easy-going soul, who in his weakling idlesse so exceedeth the ruled rule their ruler and their tool. He lost the reign, for which another pleadeth by private preference deprived of rule, since, governed only by his minions' will, he made him partner in their works of ill. Yet ne'er was Sancho, no, such profligate past, as was that Nero wedded with a boy, who in foul incest showing horrid zest, his mother Agrippina dared enjoy. Ne'er with strange cruel arts did he molest the liege, nor guard the torch his town destroy. He was no waster, no Heliogabalus, no woman king like soft Sardanapalus. Ne'er was his tyrannized people so chastised as wretched Sicil by her tyrant bane, ne like the despot Phalaris he devised novel inventions for inhuman pain. But his high-hearted realm, which ever prized lords of the highest hopes and sovereign strain, would ne'er whole-souled such a king obey, who showed not fittest for the kingly sway. Hence came the governance of the reign to right the county Bolognese, and he arose at length to kingship, when from life took flight his brother Sancho, sunk in soft repose. This, whom the brave Afonso subjects hide, when fenced his kingdom from internal foes, strives to dilate it. What his sire possessed is worlds too narrow for so big a breast. Of both Algarves, given to his hand in gift of bridal dowry, greater part his arm recovers, and outdrives the band of Moors ill-treated now by hostile Mart. He freed and made the mistress of her land our Lusitania, such his Gallic art, till final ruin whelmed the mighty hordes, where'er earth owned Lucis subjects lords. See, next that Geniche comes in whom is seen the brave Afonso's offspring true and dying, whereby the mighty boast obscured been the vaunt of liberal Alexander's line. Beneath his sceptre blooms the land serene, already compassed golden peace divine, with constitution, customs, laws, and rights, a tranquil country's best and brightest lights. The first was he who made Coimbra own Pallas Minerva generous exercise. He called the Muses' squire from Helicon to tread the league that by Mondego lies. Whate'er of good while year hath Athens done, here proud Apollo keepeth every prize. Here gives he garlands wove with golden ray, with perfume nard and ever verdant bay. Brave towns and cities reared his hand anew, stout fortalice and strongly castle mure, while his well-nigh reformed kingdom grew with stalwart towers and lofty walls secure. But when drear Atropus cut short the clue and shore the thin-spun thread of life mature, arose, to filial duty nidering, the fourth Afonso, yet a brave good king. This proud Castillas bravades with equal pride despise, of soul and breast serenely grand, for aye the Lusitanian sprite defied fear of the strongest, though the smaller band. But when the Mauritanian races hied to win and wear Hesperia's winsome land, and marched boldly to Dibel Castile, superb Afonso went to work her wheel. Ne'er did Semiramis such myriads see, who o'er the wide Hydaspic prairie trod, nor Attila, who daunteth Italy with dreadful boast, self-titled scourge of God, hurried such Gothic hosts to victory, as the wild Saracens stupendous crowd, with all the excessive might Granada yields, that flock to battle on Tartessus fields. When saw Castilia's monarch, high and hot, such force inexpugnable, fain of strife, dreading lest all Hispania come to naught, once lost ere this, far more than loss of life, aid of our Lusian chivalry he sought, and sent the summons by his dearest wife, his spouse who sent her, and the joy and pride of the fond father to whose realm she hied. Entered Maria, fairest of the fair, her father's palace halls of towering height. Lovely her jest, though joy was crushed by care that brimmed her beauteous eyes with tears that blight, and waved her glorious wealth of golden hair o'er neck and shoulders ivory smooth and white. Before her gladly greeting sire she stood, and told her mission in this melting mood. Whatever various races earth hath borne, the fierce strange peoples of all Afric land leadeth Morocco's mighty monarch, sworn our noble Spain to conquer and command. Power like this ne'er met beneath the morn, since bitter ocean learned to bathe the strand. They bring such fierceness and a rage so dread, the living shake and quake the buried dead. He to whose arms thou gavest me to wife, his land defending when such foes invade, offers himself, or feeble for the strife, to the hard mercies of the Moorish blade. If, sire, thou deign not aid at all dear life, me shalt thou see from out the kingdom fade, widowed, wretched, doomed to lot obscure, son realm, son husband, e'en son life secure. Wherefore, O king, of whom for purest fear Moluccia's currents in their course congeal, cast from thee dull delay, rise, swift appear, a second saviour to our sad Castile. If this thy countenance, beaming love so dear, set on the father's fond proud heart its seal, haste, father, succour, and thou hasten not, haply he faileth who thy succour sought. Not otherwise fear-filled Maria spake her sire than Venus, when in saddest strain she pled to great All-Father for the sake of her Aeneas tossing on the main, and in Jove's breast could such compassion wake, his dreadful thunders from his hand fall vain. The clement Godhead all to her concedeth, and mourneth only that no more she needeth. But now the squadded warriors muster dance on Eburentian plains with fierce array, glint in the sun-glare harness, sword, spear, lance, and richly furnished destriers prance and neigh. The bannered trumpets with a blast advance, rousing men's bosoms from the gentle sway of holy peace to dire refulgent arms, and down the dales reverberate war's alarms. Majestic marcheth, girt by all his powers, the insignia of his royal state among, valiant Afonso, and his tall form towers by neck and shoulders taller than the throng. His jest alone embraves the heart that cowers, in his stout presence walks the weakling strong. Thus to Castilia's realm he leads his band, with his fair daughter, lady of the land. In fine, when met the kings, Afonso's twain, upon Tarifa's field they stand to front that swarming host of stone-blind heathen men, for whom are small the meadows and the mount. No sprite there liveth of so tough a grain, but feels its faith and trust of small account, that it not clearly see and fully know Christ by his servant's arms shall smite the foe. The seed of Hagar laughing, as it were, to view the Christian power so weak, so mean, begins the lands, as though their own, to share ere one among the conquering Hagarine. Such forged title and false style they bear, claiming the famous name of Saracen. Thus with false reckoning would they strip and spoil, calling it theirs, that noble alien soil. E'en so the barbarous giant, huge and gaunt, with cause to royal souls so dread appearing, when seen the swordless shepherd stand affront, armed but with pebbles, and with heart unfearing, launched his sneer of pride and arrogant taunt at the weak youngling's humble raiment jeering, who, whirled a sling, soon read the lesson well, how much shall faith all human force excel? Thus do the moormen, traitor souls, despise our Christian forces, nor can understand how heaven's high fortress wonted aid defies, which e'en horrific hell may not withstand. On this and on his skill Castile relies, falls on Morocco's king, strikes hand to hand. The Portingal, who holds all danger light, makes the Granadan kingdom fear his might. Behold, the brandished blade and lance at rest rang loud on coat and crest, a wild onset. They cried, as each his several law confessed, these Santiago, and those Mahomet. The cries of wounded men the skies oppressed, whose flowing blood in ugly puddles met, where other half-slain wretches drowning lay, who dragged their shattered limbs from out the fray. With such prevailing force the Lusian fought the Granadille, that in the shortest space an utter ruin of his host was wrought. Ne fence, ne steely plate our strokes could face. With such triumphant victory cheaply bought, unsatisfying, the strong arm flies apace, and timely aids Castilia's toiling power, still mixed in doubtful conflict with the Moor. Now brightly burning Sol had housed his wain in Thetis' bower, and his slanting ray sank westward, bearing Hesper in his train, to close that rare and most memorious day, when of the Moors those valiant sovereigns twain the dense and dreadful squadron swept away, with such fell slaughter as ne'er told of men, the page of story since the world began. Ne'er could strong Marius e'en the quarter show of lives here victimed by victorious fate, when to the river, red with gory glow, he sent his thirsty braves their drought to sate. They yet the Carthaginian, Aspr's foe, to Roman power and cradled in her hate, when slain so many knights of noble Rome, of their gold rings he sent 3 bushels home. And if so thou so many souls to flit couldst force, and seek Cassitus' reign of night, when thou the holy city didst acquit of the base Judean, firm in olden right, 'twas that Jehovah's vengeance thus saw fit, O noble Titus, not thine arm of might, for thus inspired men had prophesied, and thus by Jesus' lips was certified. Accomplished his act of arms victorious, home to his Lusian realm Afonso sped, to gain from peacetide triumphs great and glorious, as those he gained in wars and battles dread. When the sad chance, on history's page memorious, which can unsepulchre the sheeted dead, befell that ill-starred miserable dame, who, foully slain, a throned queen became. Thou, only thou, pure love, whose cruel might obligeth human hearts to weal and woe, thou, only thou, didst wreak such foul despite, as though she were some foul perfidious foe. Thy burning thirst, fierce love, they say aright, may not be quenched by saddest tears that flow. Nay, more, thy sprite of harsh tyrannic mood would see thine altars bathed with human blood. He placed thee, fair Aeneid, in soft retreat, culling the first-fruits of thy sweet young years, in that delicious dream, that dear deceit, whose long endurance fortune hates and fears. Hard by Mondegos yearn for Medes thy seat, where linger, flowing still, those lovely tears, until each hill-born tree and shrub confessed the name of him deep-writ within thy breast. There in thy prince awoke responsive wise dear thoughts of thee, which so deep ever lay, which brought thy beauteous form before his eyes, whene'er those eyne of thine were far away. Night fled in falsest, sweetest fantasies, in fleeting, flying reverie sped the day, and all, in fine, he saw or cared to see were memories of his love, his joys, his thee. Of many a dainty dame and damsel the coveted nuptial couches he rejecteth, for naught can e'er, pure love, thy care dispel, when one enchanting shape thy heart subjecteth. These whims of passion to despair compel the sire, whose old man's wisdom aye respecteth, his subjects murmuring at his son's delay, to bless the nation with a bridal day. To wrench Aeneas from life he doth design, better his captured son from her to wrench, deeming that only blood of death and dying the living lowe of such true love can quench. What fury willed it that the steel so fine, which from the mighty weight would never flinch of the dread moorman, should be drawn in hate to work that hapless delicate lady's fate? The horrible hangman hurried her before the king, now moved to spare her innocence, but still her cruel murder urged the more the people swayed by fierce and false pretence. She, with her pleadings pitiful and sore, that told her sorrows and her care immense for her prince spouse and babes, whom more to leave than her own death the mother's heart did grieve, and heavenwards to the clear and crystalline skies raising her eyne with piteous tears bestain, her eyne, because her hands with cruel ties one of the wicked minsters constrained, and gazing on her babes in wistful guise, whose pretty forms she loved with love unfeigned, whose orphaned lot the mother filled with dread, unto their cruel grandsire thus she said: If the brute creatures which from natal day on cruel ways by nature's will were bent, or feral birds whose only thought is prey upon aerial rapine all intent, if men such salvage beings have seen display to little children loving sentiment, e'en as to Ninus' mother did befall, and to the twain who reared the Roman wall, O thou, who bear'st of men the jest and breast, an it be manlike thus to draw the sword on a weak girl because her love impressed his heart who took her heart and love in ward, respect for these her babes preserve at least, since it may not her obscure death retard. Moved be thy pitying soul for them and me, although my faultless fault unmoved thou see. And if thou knowest to deal in direful fight the doom of brand and blade to Moorish host, know also thou to deal of life the light to one who ne'er deserved her life be lost. But an thou wouldst mine innocence thus requite, place me for aye on sad exiled coast, and Scythian sleet, on seething Libyan shore, with lifelong tears to linger evermore. Place me where beasts with fiercest rage abound, lions and tigers, there, let me find, if in their hearts of flint be pity found, denied to me by heart of humankind. There, with intrinsic love and will so fond for him whose love is death, there will I tend these tender pledges whom thou seest, and so shall the sad mother cool her burning woe. Inclined to pardon her the king benign, moved by this sad lament to melting mood, but the rude people and fate's dure design, that willed it thus, refused the pardon sued. They draw their swords of steely temper fine, they who proclaim as just such deed of blood. Against a lady caitiff, felon wights, how showed ye here, brute beasts or noble knights? Thus on Polyxena, that beauteous maid, last solace of her mother's age and care, when doomed to die by fierce Achilles' shade, the cruel Pyrrhus hasted brand to bear. But she, a patient lamb by death waylaid, with the calm glances which serene the air, casts on her mother, mad with grief, her eyes, and silent waits that awesome sacrifice. Thus dealt with fair Aeneas the murderous crew, in th' alabastrine neck that did sustain the charms whereby could love the love subdue of him who crowned her after death his queen, bathing their blades, the flowers of snowy hue, which often watered by her eyne had been, are blood-dyed, and they burn with blinding hate, reckless of tortures stored for them by fate. Well mightest shorn of race, O sun, appear to fiends like these on days so dark and dire, and when Thyestes ate the meats that were his seed, whom Atreus slew to spite their sire. And you, O hollow valleys, doomed to hear her latest cry from stiffening lips expire, her Pedro's name did catch that mournful sound whose echoes bore it far and far around. E'en as a daisy sheen that hath been shorn in time untimely, florid, fresh and fair, and by untender hand of maiden torn to deck the chaplet for her wreathed hair, gone is its odor and its colours morn, so pale and faded lay that lady there. Dried are the roses of her cheek, and fled the white live colour with her dear life dead. Mondego's daughter nymphs the death obscure wept many a year with wails of woe exceeding, and for long memory changed to fountain pure the floods of grief their eyes were ever feeding. The name they gave it, which doth still endure, revived Aeneid, whose murdered love lies bleeding. See yon fresh fountain flowing mid the flowers, tears are its waters, and its name Amores. Time ran not long ere Pedro saw the day of vengeance dawn for wounds that ever bled, who, when he took in hand the kingly sway, eke took the murderers who his rage had fled. Then a most cruel Pedro did betray, for both, if human life the foeman dread, made concert savage and dure pact unjust as Lepidus made with Anthony and Augustus. This, in his judgments rigorous and severe, plunder, advoutries, murderers suppressed, to stay with cruel grasp crime's dark career, bred soul assured solace in his breast. A justiciary, not by love but fear, he guarded cities from hot tyrant past, their doom more robbers dreed by his decrees than Theseus slew or vaguing Hercules. Pedro, the harshly just, begets the bland. See what exceptions lurk in nature's laws. Remiss, and all regardless prince, Fernand, who ran his realm in danger's open jaws. For soon against the weak, defenceless land came the Castilian, who came nigh to cause the very ruin of the Lusian reign, for feeble kings and feeble strongest train. Or 'twas the wages sin deserves of heaven that filched Leonor from marriage bed, by false misunderstood opinions driven another's wife, a lemon bride, to wed. Or 'twas because his easy bosom given to vice and vileness, and by both misled, waxed effeminate weak, which may be true, for low-placed loves the highest heart subdue. Of such offences ever paid the pain many, whom God allowed or willed he. Those who fared forth to force the fair Helen, Appius and Tarquin, eke such end did see. Say, why should David of the saintly strain so blame himself? What felled the illustrious tree of Benjamin? Full well the truth design a Pharaoh for Sarah, Sichem for a Dinah. But if so weakeneth forceful human breast illicit love, which spurns the golden mean, well in Alcmena's son we find the test as Omphale disguised to hero queen. Anthony's fame a shade of shame confessed, to Cleopatra bound by love to kin. Nor less thou, Punic victor, wast betrayed by low allegiance to some Puglian maid. Yet, say who, peradventure, shall secure his soul from Cupid, armed with artful snare, mid the live roses, human snows so pure, the gold and alabaster crystal clear? Who scapeth beauty's wills and peregrine lure, the true Medusa face so awful fair, which man's imprisoned, witch-bound heart can turn, no, not to stone, but flames that fiercely burn? Who seeth a firm-fixed glance, a gesture bland, soft promise of angel excellence, the soul transforming aye by charmed command, say, who from power like this can find defence? Pardie, he scantly blameth King Fernand, who pays as he did love's experience, but human judgment would, if fancy free, adjudge his laches even worse to be. End of Canto 3. Canto 4 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões, translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 4. Argument of the fourth canto. Da Gama pursueth his discourse with the king of Melinde, and relateth the wars between Portugal and Castile, touching the succession to the throne after the death of the king, Dom Fernando. Military feats of the constable, Dom Nuno Álvares Pereira. Battle and victory of Aljubarrota. Diligent attempt to discover India by land in the days of the king, Dom João II. How the king Dom Manuel gained this end by resolving upon the present voyage. Preparations for it. Embarkation and farewells of the navigators upon the Belém beach. Another argument. Aclamado João, de Pedro Herdeiro, convoca Leonor ao castelhano. Opõe-se Nuno, intrépido guerreiro. Dá-se batalha, vence o lusitano. Quem a aurora buscou tentar primeiro, pelas túmidas ondas do oceano, e como ao Gama coube esta alta empresa, por afinar a glória portuguesa. João acclaimed to be Pedro's heir. Leonor craveth aidance of Castile. Withstandeth Nuno, warriors and fear. They fight, and conquest crowns the Lusians' wheel. Who first went forth the morning land to spear, and through the tumid flood his way to feel. And how to Gama fell the great emprise, to gar our Portugal's glory higher rise. Canto 4. After the horrors of the stormy night, with gloom and lightning gleams and hiss of wind, breaks lovely morning's pure and blessed light, with hope of haven and sure rest to find. Sol banisheth the dark obscure from sight, laying the terror of men's timid mind. Thus to the doughty kingdom it befell, when King Fernando bade this world farewell. For, if so many with such hopes were fired, for one whose potent arm their harms could pay, and those that wrought their wrongs with soul untired, nerved by Fernando's heedless, feeble way, in shortest time it happed as they desired, when ever-glorious John arose to sway, the only heir that did from Pedro spring, and, though a bastard, every inch a king. That such accession came from heaven divine proved special marvels, God his truth proclaiming, when ever a city saw the choicest sign, a babe of age and speech the ruler naming. And, but to show the heaven's supreme design, she raised her cradled limbs and voice, exclaiming, Portugal, Portugal, high uplifting hand, for the new king, Dom John, who rules the land. Changed in sprite were all within the reign, old hatreds firing hearts with novel flame. Absolute cruelties none cared restrain, popular fury dealt to whence it came. Soon are the friends and kith and kinsmen slain of the adulterous county and the dame, with whom incontinent love and lust unblessed the wapened widow showed manifest. But he, dishonored and with cause, at last by cold white weapon falls before her eyes, and with him many to destruction passed, for flame so kindled all-consuming flies. This, like Astyanax, is headlong cast from the tall steeple, spite his dignities, whom orders, altar, honors not avail, those through the highways torn and stripped they trail. Now long oblivion veils the deeds accursed of mortal fierceness, such as Rome beheld, done by fierce Marius, or the bloody thirst of Sylla when perforce his foe expelled. Thus Leonor, who mortal vengeance nursed for her dead county guards, with fury swelled, Castilia's force on Lusitania fall, calling her daughter heir of Portugal. Beatrice was the daughter, interwed with the Castilian, who for kingship greedeth, putative offspring of Fernando's bed, if evil fame so much to her concedeth. Hearing the voice, Castile high raiseth head, and saith this daughter to her sire succeedeth. For warfare mustereth she her warrior bands from various regions and from various lands. They flock from all the province by one Brigo, if such man ever was, I clapped of yore, and lands by Ferdinand won, and Cid Rodrigo, from the tyrannic governance of the Moor. Little in fear of warlike feat doth he go, who with hard plowshare cleaving lordeth o'er the champaign Lyonese, and boasts to be the blight and bane of Moorish chivalry. In valor's ancient fame the Vandal host, confident still and stubborn, 'gan appear from all Andalusia's head, and boast, laved by thy crystal wave, Guadalquivir. The noble island eke while ere the post of Tyrian strangers to the war drew near, bringing insignia by renown well known, Hercules' pillars on their pennants show. Eke come they trooping from Toledo's reign, city of noble ancient origin spanned by Tagus circling with his sweet glad vein that bursts and pours from Conca's mountain land. You also, you, all craven fear disdain, sordid Gallegos, hard and canny band, for stern resistance fast to arms ye flew, warding their doughty blows whose weight ye knew. Eke war's black furies hurried to the fight, the fierce Biscayan folk, who clean despise all polished reasons, and the wrongness light of stranger races bear in patient guise. Asturia's land, and that Guipuscoan height, proud of the mine which iron ore supplies, with it their haughty sworders armed and made ready their rightful lords in the war to aid. John, in whose bosom peril only grows, the strength Jew Samson borrowed of his hair, though all he hath be few to fight his foes, yet bids his few for battle gage prepare. And not that counsel fails when danger shows, with his chief lords he counsels on the fair, but drift of inner thoughts he seeks and finds, for mid the many there be many minds. Nor lack their reasonings who would disconcert opinions firmly fixed in popular will, whose wheel of ancient valor is convert to an unused and disloyal ill. Man, in whose heart's fear, gelid and inert, reigneth, which faith and truth were wont to fill, deny they king and country, and if tried, they had, as Peter did, their God denied. But ne'er did such denial sin appear in noble Nuno Alvares, nay, instead, although his brothers showed the foe so clear, he fiercely chid the fickle hearts misled, and to the lieges steeped in doubt and fear, with phrase more forceful than fine drawn, he said, too fear for Facon, as he bared his glaive, threatening earth, seas, and sphere with ban and brave. What, mid the noble sons of Portugal, that kneels to strike for freedom beats a heart? What, in this province which the nations all crown war's princes in every earthly part, breathes, who his aid denies, such nidring thrall, renaming faith and love and force and art of Portugal, and, be whate'er the cause, would see his country keep the stranger's laws? What, flows not still within your veins the blood of the brave soldiers who neath banners borne by great Henrique's fierce, with hero mood, this valiant race in war did ever scorn, when ta'en so many banners, and withstood so many foemen, who such losses mourn, that 7 noble jarls were forced to yield their swords, besides the spoils that strew the field? Say you, by whom were always trodden down these, now who seem to tread adown on you? For Dinis and his son of high renown, save by your sires and grandsires daring do? Then, if by sin, or sore neglect o'erthrown, so could your olden force Fernand undo, to you fresh forces this new king shall bring, an it be sooth that subjects change with king. Such king ye have, that an ye courage have equal his kingly heart ye raise to reign, all enemies shall ye rout, so be ye brave, much more the routed eke to rout again. But an such noble thought no more may save your souls from penetrant fear to bosom ta'en, the craven hands of silly terrors tie, the stranger's yoke I, only I, defy. I, with my vessels only, and my brand. This said, his dreadful blade he bared midway, against the high and hostile force will stand, that threats a kingdom strange to strangers' sway. By virtue of my liege, my mourning land, of loyalty denied by you this day, I'll conquer all, Not only these my foes, but whatsoever durst my king oppose. E'en as the youths who escaping Cannae field its only remnants, to Canusium fled despairing, and well nigh disposed to yield and hail the Carthaginian victory led, the young Cornelius to their faith appealed, and took his comrade's oath upon his blade, the Roman arms to uphold as long as life hold, or have power to escape the mortal strife. Forceth the folk enforced in such wise Nuno, and when his final words they hear, thy cold and sullen humour sudden flies, that curdled spirits with a coward fear. To mount the beast Neptunian all arise, charging and tossing high the lance and spear. They run and shout with open-mouthed glee, long live the famous king who sets us free. All the popular classes, not a few, approve the war their natal land and home sustains. These fare to furbish armours, and remove injurious rust, of peace the biting stains. They quilt their morions, plates for breast they prove, each arms himself in as his fancy feigns, while those on coats with thousand colours bright, the signs and symbols of their loves indite. With all this lustrous company enrolled, from fresh Abrantes sallies John the Brave, Abrantes, fed by many a fountain cold of Taga's rolling, sweet, abundant wave. The vanguard knights commends that warrior bold by nature fittest made command to have, of th' Oriental hordes withouten count, wherewith Sir Xerxes crossed the Hellespont. I say Don Nuno, who appeared here, the proudest scourger of that prideful Spain, as was in olden days the Hun so fear, curse of the Frankish, of Italian men, followed another far-famed cavalier, who led the dexter phalanx Lusitane, apt to dispose them, prompt to lead his fellows, Men Rodrigues they call, de Vasconcelos. While of the knights in corresponding flank, Anton Vasques d'Almada hath command. To Avranches' earldom rose anon his rank, who holds the Lusian host's sinistral hand. Nor far the banner from men's notice shrank in rear, where sunk by castles borders stand, with John, the king, who shows a front so dread, e'en Mars must learn to hide his minished head. Line at the rampart groups of trembling fair, whom hopes and fears alternate heat and freeze, mothers and sisters, wives and brides, in prayer, with fasts and pilgrim vows the heavens to please. And now the squadrons want the war to dare, affront the serried hosts of enemies, who meet this onset with a mighty shout, while all are whelmed in dreadful direful doubt. Messenger trumpets to the cries reply, and sibilant fife, and drum, and atambor, while ancients wave their flags, and banners fly with many-coloured legends broidered o'er. 'Twas fruity August when the days be dry, and Ceres heaps the peasants' threshing floor. August, when Sol Astria's mansion reigneth, and the sweet must of grapes Laius traineth. Sudden Castilia's trump the signal gave, horribly fearful, sounding Tamar's dread. Heard it the hill Artabras, and his wave Guadiana rolled backwards as he fled. O'er Douro, entranced again lands it drave, Taga's sore agitated seaward sped, while mothers, trembling at the terrible storm, embraced with tighter arm each tiny form. How many faces there one waxed and white, whose fainting hearts the friendly life-blood cheered! For in dire danger fear hath more of might, the fear of danger, than the danger feared. If not, it seemeth so. When rage of fight man's sprite to quell or kill the foe hath stirred, it makes him all unheed how high the cost were loss of limb, or dear life rashly lost. Battle's uncertain work begins, and move right wings on either part to take the plain, these fighting to defend the land they love, those egged on by hope that land to gain. Soon great Pereira, who would foremost prove the knightly valour of his noble strain, charges and shocks, and strews the field till sown with those who covet what is not their own. Now in the dust-blurred air with strident sound bolts, arrows, darts, and manifold missiles fly. Beneath the destrier's horny hoof the ground quaketh in terror, and the dales reply. Shiver the lances, thundereth around the frequent crash of felled armoury. Foes on the little force redoubling fall of Nuno fierce, who makes great numbers small. See, there his brethren meet him in the fray, fierce chance and cruel case, but dreads he not. Right little were it brother foe to slay, who against king and country traitorous fought. Amid these renegades not a few that day war in the foremost squadrons fury fraught against their brethren and their kin, sad fate, as in great Julius' warfare with the great. O thou Sertorius, O great Coriolane, Catiline, all ye hosts of bygone age, who gainst your fatherland with hearts profane raged with ravening parricidal rage. If where Sumanus holds his dismal reign, most dreadful torments must your sin assuage, tell him that in our Portugal sometimes suckled some traitors guilty of your crimes. Here doth the foremost of our lines give way, so many foemen have its force oppressed. There standeth Nuno, brave as lion at bay, where Afrixata rears her hilly crest, who sees the circling troop of cavalry o'er the Tetuan plain to chase addressed, and raging as they couch the deadly spear, seems somewhat stirred, but hides all craven fear. With sidelong glance he sights them, but his spleen ferine forbids the king of beasts to show a craven back, nay, rather on the screen of plumping lances leaps he as they grow. So stands our knight, who stains and soils the green with alien gore streams. On that field lie low some of his own, howhere with valor dowered, hearts lose their virtue by such odds o'erpowered. John felt the danger and the dure front of Nuno. Straight like captain wise and ware, he rushed afield, viewed all, and in the brunt with words and works taught men fresh deeds to dare. As nursing lioness, fair and fierce of front, who, left for chase, her whelp secure in lair, findeth, while foraging for their wonted food, Massilian hind hath dared to rob her brood, runs, frantic raging, while her roar and moan make the 7 brother mountains shake and rave, so John, with other chosen troop had flown forward his dexter winged and force and save. O strong companions, souls of high renown, cavaliers braver than what men hold brave, strike for your country. Now all earthly chance, all hope of liberty is on your lands. Behold me here, your comrade and your king, who mid the spears and harness, bolt and bow, foremost I charge, and first myself I fling. Smite, ye true Portuguese, deal yet one blow. Thus spake that great-souled warrior, brandishing 4 times his lance before the final throw, and thrusting forceful, by that single thrust, lanceth such wounds that many bite the dust. For see, his soldiers brand with ardour new, honoured repentance, honourable fire, who shall display most courage sad and true, and dare the dangers dealt by Mars, his ire, contend. The steel that catcheth flamy hue aims first at plate, then at the breast aims higher. Thus wounds they give, and wounds they take again, and dealing death, in death they feel no pain. Many are sent to sight the Stygian wave, into whose bodies entered iron death. Here dieth Santiago's master brave, who fought with fiercest sprite till latest breath. Another master dyer of Calatrave, horrid in cruel havoc, perisheth. Eke the Pereiras, foully renegade, die, God-denying and denouncing fate. Of the vile, nameless vulgar many bled, flitting with gentles to the gulf profound, where hungers, ravening with eternal greed, for passing human shades the 3-head hound, and humbling more than haughty, arrogant breed, and better taming enemies furibund, Castilia's Gonfanon sublime must fall beneath the forceful foot of Portugal. Here wildest battle hath its cruelest will, with deaths and shouts and slash and gory shower. The multitudinous braves who are killed and kill, rob of their proper hues the bloom and flower. At length they fly, they die, now waxeth still war's note, while lance and spear have lost their power. Castilia's king the fate of pride must own, seeing his purpose changed, his host o'erthrown. The field he leaveth to the conqueror, too glad his life had not been left in fight. Follow him all who can, and panic sore lends them not feet, but feathered wings for flight. Their breasts are filled with a wild dolour, for deaths, for treasure waste in wanton plight, for woe, disgust, and foul dishonour soil, to see the victor revelling in their spoil. Some fly with furious curses and blaspheme him who the world with warfare made accursed. Others, that covetous breast all culpable deem, for greed and quickened by his selfish thirst, that, alien wealth to win with sore extreme, he plunged his hapless folk in woes the worst, leaving so many wives and mothers lorn of sons and spouses, evermore to mourn. Camped our conquering John the customed days, on foughten field, in glory of the brave. Then, with vowed pilgrimage, gift, prayer, and praise, he gave him graces who such victory gave. But Nuno, willing not by peaceful ways on human memory his name to grave, but by his sovereign feats of war, commands his men pass over to Transtagan lands. His gallant project favoureth destiny, making effect commensurate with cause. The lands that bordered by the Vandals lie, yielding their treasures, bow before his laws. Now Batic banners which Seville o'erfly, and flags of various princes, without pause, all trail foot-trampled, not their force availeth, whate'er the forceful Portingal assaileth. By these and other victories oppressed, Castilia's lieges long deplore their woes, when peace by all desired and gentle rest to grant their vanquished foe the victors chose. Then seemed it good to his almighty hest that the contending sovereigns should espouse two royal damsels born of English race, princesses famed for honour, form, and grace. Nils the brave bosom, used to bloody broil, the lack of foemen who his force shall dree, and thus, earth holding none to slay and spoil, he carries conquest o'er the unconquered sea. First of our kings is he who left the soil patrial, teaching Afric's penury, by dint of arms, how much in word and deed the laws of Christ Mahomet's laws exceed. See, thousands swimming, birds the silvery plain of Thetis cleave, and spurn her fume and fret, with bellied wings to seize the wind they strain, where his extremest meet Alcides said. Mount Abila, and dyed with tar and fane Seta, they seize, ignoble Mahomet they oust, and thus our general Spain secure from Julian craft disloyal and impure. Death granted not to Portugal's desire hero so happy long should wear the crown, but soon the angelic host and heavenly choir a home in highest heaven made his own. Toward his Lucia and to raise her higher, he who withdrew him left a goodly boon, building our country on her broadest base, of noble infants a right royal race. No way so happy was Duarte's fate, what while he rose the royal rank to fill. Thus troublous time doth ever alternate pleasure with pain, and temper good with ill. What man hath lived through life in joyous state, who firmness finds in fortune's fickle will? Yet to this kingdom and this king she deigned spare the vicissitudes her laws ordained. Captive he saw his brother, hight Fernand, the saint aspiring high with purpose brave, who, as a hostage in the Saracen hand, betrayed himself his leaguered host to save. He lived for purest faith to fatherland, the life of noble ladies sold a slave, last bought with price of Seta's potent town, to public welfare be preferred his own. Codrus, lest foeman conquer, freely chose to yield his life, and conquering self, to die. Regulus, lest his land in aught should lose, lost for all time all hopes of liberty. This, that Hispania might in peace repose, chose, lifelong thrall, etern captivity. Codrus nor courteous with men's offer meed, nor loyal Decii ever dared such deed. Afonso, now his kingdom's only heir, a name of victory on our Spanish strand, who the hot fierceness of the Moor's frontier to lowest misery tamed with mighty hand, party, had been a peerless cavalier, had he not lusted after Ebro land, but still shall Afric say 'twere hopeless feat on battle plain such terrible king to beat. This could pluck golden apples from the bough, which only he in tyrants born could pluck. He yoked the salvage Moor, and even now the salvage Moorman's neck must bear his yoke. Still palms and greeny bays begird his brow, won from the barbarous raging hosts that flock Alcácer's forted town with arms to guard, Tanger the populous and Arzil the hard. All these by gallant deeds in fine were gained, and low lay every diamantine wall, anent the Portingals now taught and trained to throw the power that lists to try a fall. Such extreme marvels by strong arms attained, right worthy eloquent scripture one and all, the gallant cavaliers whose jests of glory added a lustre to our Lusian story. But soon ambition madded, goaded on by passion of dominion bitter sweet, he falls on Ferdinand of Aragon, Castile's hot kingdom hoping to defeat. The swarming hostile crowds their armor don, the proud and various races troop and meet, from Cadiz fast to towering Pyrenees, who bow to Ferdinand the neck and knee. Scorned and idler in the realm to rest, the youthful John, who taketh early heed to aid his greedy father with his best, in sooth came thence at the hour of need, issued from bloody battle's terrible test, with brow unmoved, serene in words and deed, maugred defeat, the sire, that man of blood, while twixt the rivals victory doubtful stood. For that of valiant princely vein his son, a gentle, stalwart, right, magnanimous king, when to the opponents he such harm had done, one whole day camped on the field of fight. Thus from Octavian was the victory won, while Anthony his mate was victor hight, when they the murderers who the Caesars slew upon Philippi field the deed made rule. But as through gathered shades of night eterne Afonso sped to realms of endless joy, the prince who rose to rule our realm in turn was John the Second and the 13th Roy. This never-dying glory's meed to earn, higher than ventured mortal man to fly ventured, who sought those bounds of ruddy morn, which I go seeking this my voyage born. Envoys commissioned he, who passing o'er Hispania, Gaul, and honored Italy, took ship in haven of the illustrious shore, where erst inhumed lay Parthenope. Naples, whose destiny was decreed of yore, the veriest stranger's slave and thrall to be, and rise in honor when her years are full, by sovereign Hispania's noble rule. They cleave the bright blue waves of Siculan deeps, by sandy marge of Rhodos isle they go, and thence debark they where the cliffy steeps are still enfamed for Magnus here lain low. To Memphis wend they, and the land that reaps crops which fat Nilus flood doth overflow, and climb beyond Egypt to those Ethiop heights where men conserve Christ's high and holy rites. And eke they pass the waters Erythraean, where pass the shipless peoples Israelite, remain arear the range Nabatean, which by the name of Ishmael's seed are hight. Those odoriferous incense coasts Sabaean, dainty Adonis' mother's dear delight, they round, and all of happy Araby known, leaving the waste of sand and rain of stone. They push where still preserveth Persic strait, confused Babel's darkling memory, there where the Tiger blendeth with Euphrates, which from their headstreams hold their head so high. Thence fare they his pure stream to find, whose fate 'twill be to deal such length of history, Indus, and cross that breadth of ocean bed where daring Trajan never dared tread. Strange tribes they saw, and through wild peoples passed, Gedrosian and Carmanian, end of end, seeing the various custom, various caste, which every region beareth in her kind. But from such asprous ways, such voyage vast, man finds not facile safe return to find. In fine, there die they, and to natal shore, to home, sweet home, return they nevermore. Reserved, meseemeth, Heaven's clear-sighting will for Manuel, worthy of such goodly meed, this arduous task, and stirred him onward still to stirring action and illustrious deed. Manuel, who rose the throne of John to fill, and to his high resolves did eke succeed, forthwith, when taken of his realm the charge, took up the conquest of the ocean large. The same as one obliged by a noble thought, the debt of honour left as heritance, by predecessors who in life aye fought their own dear land's best interests to advance, ne'er for a moment failed of his fraught obligement at what our day's radiance pales, and the knitted stars on high that rise with falling courses woo men's sleep-worn eyes, already being on bed of gold reclined, where fancy worketh with prophetic strain, revolving matters in his restless mind, the bounden duties of his race and reign. Sleep, soft restorer, comes his eyne to bind, while thought and memory both unbound remain. For, as his weary lid sweet slumber sealeth, Morpheus in varied forms himself revealeth. Here seems the king so high to soar away, that touched his head the nearest primal sphere, where worlds of vision 'neath his glances lay, nations of vasty numbers, strange and fierce. And there, right near the birthplace of the day, unto his outstretched eyne began appear, from distant, olden, cloud-compelling mountains, flowing, a twain of high, deep, limpid fountains. Birds of the feral kind and kine and flocks bode in the shadows of the shaggy wood. 1,000 herbs and trees with gnarled stalks, barring the paths of passing mortals, stood. Adverse had ever been those mountain rocks to human intercourse, and clearly showed never since Adam sinned against our days break foot of man this breadth of bosky maze. From out the fountain seemed he to behold, for him inclining, with long hasty stride, 2 men, who showed old and very old, of aspect rustic, yet with lordly pride. Adown their twisted, pointed locks slow rolled gouts which their bodies bathed on every side, the skin of earthy texture, dark and dull, the beard hirsute, unshorn, but long and full. These hoary fathers round their foreheads bore tree boughs, with unknown shrub and herb entwined, and one a worn and wearied aspect wore, as though from regions lying far behind. And thus his waters, which did slower pour, seemed adown the further side to wind. E'en thus Alpheus from Arcadia fled to Syracuse and Arethusa's bed. This, who with graver gait and gesture came, thus from a distance to the monarch crieth, "O thou, whose sceptre and whose crown shall claim of earth mighty part that guarded lieth, we twain, who fly through mouths of men by fame, we, whose untamed neck men's yoke defieth, warn thee, O king, 'tis time to send commands, and raise large tribute from our natal lands. Illustrious Ganges am I, whose farthest fount in realms celestial, heavenly heights I trace, and yon stands Indus, king, who on the mount which thou regardest hath of birth his place. Thou shalt hard warfare wage on our account, but still insisting every fear to face, with nursing conquests and some soil or stain, the tribes thou viewest thou shalt curb and reign. No more that holy noble river said, both in a moment fade and disappear. Awaketh Manuel in novel dread, and big o'ercharged thoughts he bred of fear. Meanwhile his glittering mantle Phoebus spread upon the sombre somnolent hemisphere. Dawn comes, and o'er the gloomy welkin showers blushing of modest rose and fiery flowers. The king in council calls his lords to meet, and of the visioned figures news imparts. The holy elder's words he doth repeat, which with a mighty marvel heaves their hearts. All straight resolve t' equip a sturdy fleet, that men well skilled in navigator arts should cut the stubborn main and forth should fare in search of novel climes and novel air. I, who right little deemed, forsooth, to find myself attaining hopes my sprite desired, yet mighty matters of such cunning kind my heart presaging promised and inspired. E'en now can not, or how, or why designed, or for what happy chance in me admired, that famous monarch chose me, gave to me of this grave, gracious enterprise the key, and with fair offer couched in courteous phrase, lordly command obliging more than laws, he said, in exploits dure and daring ways, who woo most perils win the most applause, risk life and fameth men with highest praise, or lost in honours, not in honour's cause. And when to blighting fear it never bends, short it may be, yet more its length extends. Thee from a chosen host have chosen I, the dangers claimed by thee to undergo. 'Tis heavy travail, hard, heroic, high, which love of me shall lighten, well I trow. I could not suffer more. Great king, I cry, to face the steel-clad host, sword, lance, fire, snow, for thee were things so slight, my sole annoy is to see trivial life so vain a toy. Imagine every wildest aventure, such as Eurystheus for Alcides planned, Cleone's lion, Harpies foul and door, and boar of Erymath and Hydra band. In fine, to seek those empty shades obscure, where Styx surrounds of this the dire dead land, the greatest danger and the deadliest brunt, for thee, O king, this soul, this flesh would front. His thanks and costly gifts on me bestows the king, whose reason lauds my ready will, for valour fed on praises lives and grows, praise is the noble spirit's spur and spell. At once to share my fortunes doth propose, whom friendship and fraternal love compel, nor less resolve to win him name and fame, a dear trusty brother named da Gama. Eke Nicolas Coelho volunteers, trained to toilsome tasks and sufferings long. Both are in valour and in counsel peers, in arms experienced and in battle strong. Now choicest hands in youth-tide's generous years, lusting for bravery's meed around me throng, doughty, high-mettled, as doth best become adventurous manhood that would tempt such doom. All these by Manuel's hand remunerate were, that love through duty might the more increase, and with high words each heart was fired to bear adventures peradventure some surcease. Thus did the Miniae for their feet prepare, to gain the glories of the Golden Fleece, oraculous Argos ship that dared the first through Euxine waves her venturous way to burst. Now in famed Ulysses' haven manned with raptures worthy of the great design, where his sweet liquor and his snowy sand Artagas blendeth with Neptunian brine, ride the ships ready. Here my strong young band, by fear unbridled, glad in labour join. For those of Mars and Neptune, one and all, the world would wonder did I only call. Fast by the foreshore comes the soldiery, in various colours pranked with various art, nor less enforced by inner force are they, to seek and see earth's unexplored part. Round the good navy gentle breezes play, and blithely waves each airy estendard. They swear, far gazing on the breadth of brine, mid stars Olympic Argo-like to shine. When all prepared according to this sword, with what of one such lengthy way demandeth, our souls we did prepare for death's disport, who before seamen's eyne for ever standeth. To the most highest, throned in heaven's court, which he sustains, whose glance this globe commandeth, that he, our guard and guide, his aidance lend, we prayed, and see our incept to its end. Thus we departed from the saintly shrine built on the margent of the briny wave, named for all memory from the land divine where God incarnate came the world to save. King, I assure thee, when this mind of mine remembereth how 'twas ours those shores to leave, filled are my sprite and heart with doubts and fears, and eyes can hardly stay their trickling tears. The city people on that saddest day, these for their bosom friends, and those for kin, and others but spectators, thronged the way, sad and downhearted at the dreary scene. We, winding through the virtuous array, 1,000 monks and priests of reverend mien, praying, in solemn pageant, to the Lord, afoot set forth the ready barks to board. On such long dubious courses sent to steer, us deemed the people denizens of the tomb. The wailing women shed a piteous tear, and sadly sighed the men to sight our doom. Wives, sisters, mothers, most their hearts must fear whose love is foremost, added to the gloom despair, and shuddered with a freezing fright, lest we, their loved ones, be lost to sight. This following saith, O son, I ever held cold of my sorrows and the sweet relief of mine already weary wayworn eld, so soon to sink in glooms of need and grief. Why leave me thus to want and woe compelled? Why fly, my love, fond child, whose days so brief shall set in darkness, and in briny grave shalt feed the fishes of the greedy wave? That, with loosed locks, O thou and dearest spouse, lacking whose love willeth not I live, why risk, when daring ocean's wrath to rouse, thy life, my life, which is not thine to give? How canst forget our fond fair marriage vows? Why face the waves a homeless fugitive? Our love, our vain content shall not avail, thrown to the breezes as they blow the sail. With such and similar words that spake the tongue of love and human nature's yearning woe, followed our seaward path both old and young, life's two extremes by time made weak and slow. Sad echo wailed the near wolds among, as though hard hills were moved grief to show, and tears the snowy shore such wise bedewed, drops rivelled sands in equal multitude. Of us the company, ne'er raising eye on wife or mother, marched in such a state, we feared our hearts fall faint, and fain we fly our fixed resolves, repenting all too late. Thus I determined straight aboard to hie some fare-thee wells by custom consecrate, which, though they be dear love's own lovely way, redouble grief to those who go or stay. But now an aged sire of reverend mien, upon the foreshore thronged by the crowd, with eyne fast fixed upon our forms was seen, and discontented thrice his brow he bowed, his deep-toned accents raising somewhat keen, that we from shipward hear him speak aloud, with lore by long experience only grown, thus from his time-taught breast he made his moan. O craving of command, O vain desire, of vainest vanity man miscaleth fame! O fraudulent gust, so easy fanned to fire by breath of vulgar, aping honour's name! What just and dreadful judgment deals thine ire to silly souls who overlove thy claim? What deaths, what direful risks, what agonies, wherewith thou gird'nest them thy fitting prize? Thou dark disturber of men's sprite and life, fount of backsliding and adultery, sagacious waster and consummate thief of subjects, kingdoms, treasure, empery. They hail thee noble, and they hail thee chief, though thine of all indignities thou be. They call thee fame and glory's sovereign. Words, words, the heart of silly herd to gain. What new disaster dost thou here design? What horror for our realm and race invent? What unheard dangers, or what deaths condign, veiled by some name that soundeth excellent? What bribe of gorgeous reign and golden mine, whose ready offer is so rarely meant? What fame hast promised them? What pride of story? What palms, what triumphs, what victorious glory? But O race gendered by his sin insane, whom disobedience of the high command not only chased from the heavenly reign and doomed to distant and exiled land, but eke from other state too blessed for men, where peace with innocence fared hand in hand, that olden golden age his victims hurled into an iron and an armed world. Since by this gustful vanity led astray, Lighter thou makest man's light fantasy, since his brute fierceness and his lust of prey bear honored names of strength and valiancy, since thou wilt prize and prize in wildest way despisal of men's life, which aye should be esteemed of mortals, nay, held doubly dear, when he who gave it up with fear. Neighbours thee not the hateful Ishmaelite, with whom abundant strife shalt ever hold? Follows he not the Arabian's law and right, and thou wouldst fight to fill of Christ the fold? 1,000 cities, regions infinite, are they not his, and covetous earth and gold? Is he not strong in warfare, high in name, if honour be not greed of gain thine aim? Dost leave the foeman breeding at thy gate, who wentest for and far a fone to seek, whereby this antique realm lies desolate, whose strength, o'erstretched, waxed ruinous weak? Seekest thou dark and dubious chance of fate, who hearest fame with honeyed accents speak, lauding thy lot, and hailing thee Señor of Ind, Pers, Arab, and Ethiopia's shore? Oh, curse the mortal who the first was found teaching the tree to wear the flowing sheet, worthy the eternal pains of the profound, if just that justest law I hold and greet. Ne'er may man's judgment lofty and renowned, nor genius rare, nor harp sonorous sweet, requite such gift with memory, honour, fame. Perish thy glory, perish in thy name. Iapetus' daring son from heaven brought the fire he added human breast to bless, fire that inflamed towards a world distraught with death and eke disgrace. Ah, sad distress! How better far for us and ours hadst wrought Prometheus, and with loss of life the less, had thy famed statue never felt the fire of great designs that gender great desire. Ne'er had the stripling, miserably brave, tempted his sire's high car, nor empty air, the mighty mason and his boy who gave names which the sea-gulf and the river bear. No fearsome prize and fell, by land and wave, through fire, steel, water, wind, frost, heat to fare, wherein the human race loves not to range. Sorrowful sort, condition strangest strange. End of Canto 4. Canto 5 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões. Translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 5. Argument of the 5th Canto. Vasco da Gama pursueth the recital of his voyage, and describeth to the King of Melinde his departure from Lisbon, the divers lands whereat they touched, and the peoples whom they saw as far as the Cape of Good Hope, the chants of Fernão Veloso, the tale of the giant Adamastor, continuation of the voyage to Melinde, where the discourse endeth, peace and true friendship being established between the Gama and that king. Another argument. Relata o Gama ilustre ao rei potente sua viagem longa e incerta via, as estranhas nações de África ardente e de Fernão Veloso a ousadia, como a Adamastor viu, gigante ingente, que dos filhos da terra se dizia, e as cousas que passou até seu porto, onde repouso achou e são conforto. The famed Gama tells the forceful king his long-drawn voyage and uncertain road, what countless nations in hot Afric spring, and eke Fernão Veloso's hardihood, how Adamastor giant menacing they saw, who claimed to be of terror's brood, and other things that happened till was found haven of rest with comfort safe and sound. Canto 5. Such words that aged sire of honoured mien still was exclaiming as we spread the wing to catch the sea-breath gentle and serene, and from the well-known port went sorrowing. After the manner of far-faring men, when loose the sail we guard the welkin ring, crying bon voyage, whereupon the breeze made every trunk glide off with customed ease. 'Twas in the season when the eternal light entered the beast that worked Nemea's woe, and rolled our earth, consumed by time's long flight, in her sixth epoch, feeble, cold, and slow. Now in the wonted way had met her sight the suns that 14,000 courses show, with 97 more, wherein she ran, as o'er the seas th' Armada's course began. Slow, ever slower, banished from our eyne, vanished our native hills astern remaining. Remained dear Tagus and the breezy line of Cintran peaks, long, long our gaze detaining. Remained eke in that dear country mine our hearts with pangs of memory ever paining, till, when all veiled sank in darkling air, naught but the welkin and the wave was there. Thus fared we, opening those wastes of tide no generation opened before, sighting new islands and new airs we hied, which generous Henry had the heart explore. Past Mauritanian hills and homes we plied, the realm Antaeus ruled in times of yore, leaving to larboard, on our dexter hand, lay nothing surer than suspected land. Hard by the great Madeiran isle we passed, whose wealth of woodland won her chrisom name, where first our people did their fortunes cast, for name more famous than for classic fame. But not the least, although 'twas found the last, the smiles of Venus shall this island claim. Nay, and 'twere hers, scant cause it had to fear Cnidus or Cyprus, Paphos or Cythera. We left Massilia's seaboard, sterile waste, where as Aeneguan herds their cattle feed, a folk that never soft sweet waters taste, nor doth the meadow math suffice their need. A land no luscious fruitery ever graced, where birds spoil iron in their maws of greed, a soil where naught save horrid want abounds, parting the Berbers from the Blackmoor's grounds. We passed the limits where, his southing done, Sol guides his chariot toward his northern goal, where lie the races whence Clymene's sun the clear bright colour of the daylight stole. Here laving strangest peoples loves to run black Senegal in tropic summer cool, where Dorsinarium Cape its name hath lost, yclept Cape Verde by us that keep the coast. Now past Canaria's archipelago, fortunate isles of olden mariners these, the waves that play around the maids we plough, of aged Hesper hide Hesperides. Lands ever new, whose wonders greater grow, upon the sight uprose our eyne to please. Then with a prosperous wind we took the port, to take provision of the wonted sort. Now at his island was the harbour ta'en, that warrior Santiago's name did take, a saint who often holp the sons of Spain brave slaughtering of the Moorish men to make. Hence, while a favouring Boreas fanned the main, once more we sped to cut the vasty lake of briny ocean, while beneath the wave settled the shore that sweet refreshment gave. Compassed our courses thence the greater part of Afric eastward left her continent, the province Jollof which, disposed athwart, departs in tribes the negroed habitant. Mighty Mandinga land, by whose good art the rich and lucid ore for us is sent, which curved Gambia's wealth of waters drinketh, ere in Atlantis' breadth his current sinketh. We passed the Dorcades, those isles assigned of the weird sisters erst the home to be, who born of several vision reft and blind, made single eyeball serve for all the three. Thou, only thou, whose crispy locks entwined frore Neptune firedest in his realm the sea, than every foulest monster fouler still, the burning sand with viper brood didst fill. In fine, with pointed prow toward austral shore, across the vastest Guinea Gulf we strayed, leaving the rugged range where lions roar, and cape of Palmas called from palmy shade. The Rio Grande, where the thunderous Boar roars on our noted coasts, we left, and made that goodly island named from him who tried to thrust his finger in the godman's side. There the broad shores of Congo kingdom show, whilom by us convert to faith of Christ, where long Zaires' deep clear waters flow, river by men of old, unseen, unwised. And now in fine the widespread seas I plough, far from Callisto's well-known pole, and list to pass the torrid heats beneath the line which doth the centre of our sphere define. What sights this lovely scene shall soon unbless, the simiad negro swaying Afric's strand, inhuman humans, slaves in freedom's dress. Ah me, what rude and wild and couthless ban! Females with ne'er a no, males dumb to yes. Lust, superstition, ignorance curse the land. Fair dwelling places where the foulest dwell, the black man's heaven and the white man's hell. And now our vision had a front descried there in the new half heaven, a matter new, unseen by other men, who or denied or held it doubtful and 'twere false or true. We saw the firmament darker, duller side, a scant of stellar light where stars be few, and the fixed pole where men may not agree if other land begin or end the sea. Thus passing forward, we the regions gain where twice Apollo's yearly passage lies, twin winters making, and of summers twain, while he from pole to pole alternate flies. Through calms and storms, caprices of the main, of angry Ilus' sea-sent tyrannies, we saw the bears, despite of Juno, lave their tardy bodies in their boreal wave. To tell the many dangers of the deep, sea-changes landsman never apprehendeth, sudden tornadoes, storms the seas that sweep, levants whose fire the depths of air ascendeth, black nights, when heaven in rain-flood seems to weep, and thunders bellowing till the welkin rendeth, were but lost labour, and would do me wrong, in were I dowered with an iron tongue. Portents I witnessed, which rude mariners, by long experience wont their lord to try, vouch for veracious, while each one avers things must be truthful when they meet his eye. These the sound judgment of the sage prefers, or taught by science or pure wits to spy, the hidden secrets which in nature brood, to judge misfacts or facts misunderstood. I saw, and clearly saw, the living light which sailor people hold their patron saint, in times of trouble and the wind's rude fight, and sable Orcan when man's heart is faint. Nor less to one, and all 'twas exquisite marvel, surpassing power of wonderment, to see the sea-based clouds with bulky shaft, upheaving ocean's depth with sucking draught. Certes I saw it, nor can I presume my sight deceived me, as high it grew, an airy vapourlet, a subtle fume, which caught by windy currents whirling flew. Thence towering tall to circumpolar gloom, a tube appeared, so thin, so faint of hue, that man's unaided sight could hardly see it, yet of some cloudy substance seemed to be it. Little by little, growing high in air, with bigger girth than biggest mast it loomed, here slim its middle, broad its bosom, where great gulps of water were in floods enwombed. The wave of every wave it seemed to share, while gathered vapours o'er its summit gloomed, increasing evermore and overcharged, as the huge water-load its bulk enlarged. E'en as a ruddy leech sometimes is seen fixed on the lips of beef, that careless stood to drink on frigid fountain's hem of green, slacking her fire of thirst with alien blood, sucking, she rounds her form with hunger lean, and swills and swells till full of gory food. Thus the grand column greater volume gaineth itself, and heavier weight of cloud sustaineth. But when 'twas wholly filled and fully fed, withdrawn the footing planted on the main, athwart the welkin pouring floods it fled, with water bathing jacent watery plain, and all the waves it sucked, in waves it shed, wherein no salty savour mote remain. Now let our sages deft in script expose what mighty secrets these which nature shows. Had the philosophers who fared of eld so far the wonders of the world to find, the miracles which I beheld, the canvas spreading to such diverse wine, what many weighty volumes had they filled, what part to stars and signs had they assigned, what growth to knowledge, what rare qualities, and all the purest truth that scorneth lies. 5 times the planet which maintains her place in the first sky her swifter course had made, now showing half and then her full of face, while over ocean our armadas sped, when poised on topmost yard in giddy space, "Land!" shouts a lynx-eyed sailor, "Land ahead!" Hurry the crews on deck in huge delight, and over orient skyrim strain their sight. In misty manner 'gan their shapes to show the highland range attracting all our eyes. The ponderous anchors stood we prompt to throw, and furl the canvas which now useless lies. And that with sure knowledge mote we know the parts so distant which before us rise, with Astrolabus' novel instrument, which safe and subtle judgment did invent. We landed, lost no time, on long and wide Blight, and the seamen scattered 'bout the shore, to see what curious things be there descried, where none descried or ever trod before. But with my pilots I retired aside, on farther sands our landfall to explore, and lief the solar altitude was span, and map the painted world in chart and plan. Here had our wandering course outrun, we found, of semi-capron fish the final goal, standing atween him and the gelid round earth's austral portion, the more secret pole. Sudden I see my crew a man surround, complexion sooty as the charred coal, ta'en as he hied him far from home to take combs of rich honey from the hilly brake. He comes with troubled jest and gait, as though he ne'er had found him in such fell extreme, nor he our speech nor we his jargon know, a salvage worse than brutal Polypheme. Of the fine fleecy store to him I show the Colchos treasure, gentle or supreme, the virgin silver, spices rich and rare, yet seemed the Sylvan not for these to care. Then bade I baser things be brought to his view, bunches of glassy beads, transparent bright, of little tinkling falcon bells a few, a cap of cramoisy that glads the sight. By signs and signals then I saw and knew in such cheap trash he takes a child's delight. I bid them loose him with his treasures all, when off he hurries for the nearest kraal. His friends and neighbours on the following day, all mother-nude, with night and tinctured skin, adown their asprous hillocks fanned their way, largesse in gifts their mate had won, to win. In crowds they gathered, and so tame were they, the show of softness bred much daring in Fernão Veloso, braying to see the land, and thread the bushes with the barbarous band. Now doth Veloso on his arm rely, and, being arrogant, wins to wend secure. But when already over time goes by, wherein no sign of good I can procure, standing with face upturned, in hope to spy the bold adventure, lo, adown the dure hillocks appears he, making for the shore, with more of hurry than he showed before. Coelho's galley lightly rowed for land to take him off, but ere the shore she made, a burly blackamoor cast a bully hand on him for fear their prisoner evade. Others and others coming, soon the band grappleth Veloso, who finds none to aid. I haste, our gallant oarsmen strenuous working, when shows a negro flock in ambush lurking. Now from the clashing cloud a rattling rain of shafts and stones began on us to pour, nor did they hurtle through the lift in vain, for thence my leg this hurt of arrow bore. But we, like men with causes to complain, sent such thick-woven answers strong and sore, that from their exploit gained some, perhaps, a blush of honours crimson as their caps. And saved Veloso from such imminent fate, fast to the squadron both the boats retired, seeing the rude intent and ugly hate of brutes by bestial rage and malice fired, from whom no better tidings could we wait, anent that India land the dear desired, save it lay far, 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 the fellows said. Once more the canvas to the breeze I spread. Then to Veloso quoth a mate in jest, while all with meaning smile the jibe attend, "Holla, Veloso, sure that hilly crest is hard to climb as easy to descend." "Yea, true," the daring volunteer confessed, "but when so many curs afar I kenned, packing, I hurried, for I 'gan to doubt me, ill luck might catch you were ye there without me." He then recounted how, when dully made that wooded mount the blacks of whom I speak, his further travel o'er the land forbade, threatening unless he turned death wrong to wrack. Then, straight returning, ambuscade they laid, that we when landing a lost maid to seek, might straight be banished to the reign obscure, that at more leisure they the loot secure. But now 5 other suns had come and gone, since from our landfall went we forth to plow. Seas to the seamen still unseen, unknown, while from astern the breezes favouring blow. When, as a night closed in, all careless strown, the crew kept watch upon the cutting prow, deepening the welkin's darkling hues, a cloud sails high o'erhead and seems the sky to shroud. It came so charged with such timorous stride, in every faltering heart blank fear it bred, roars from afar and raves the sombre tide, as though vain thundering on some rocky head. "Almighty power, o'er worlds sublime!" I cried, "what threat from heaven, or what secret dread, shall now this climate and this sea deform, what greater horror than the natural storm?" These words I ended not, when saw we rise a shape in air, enormous, soared the view of it. A form disformed of a giant's size, frowned its face, the long beard squalid grew o' it. Its mien dire menacing, its caverned eyes glared ghastly mid the mouldy muddy hewit. Stained a clayey load its crispy hair, and coal-black lips its yellow tusks laid bare. So vast its eerie members, well I can assure thee, all the double deemed to sight of Rhodes' Colossus, whose inordinate span one of the world's 7 wonders once was hight. But when its gross and horrent tones began to sound as surge from ocean's deepest night, ah, crept the flesh and stood the hair of me, and all that gruesome thing to hear and see. "O rasher, bolder race," 'twas thus it spoke, "than all whose daring deeds have tempted fate, thou whom no labours tame, no war's fell stroke, nor rest wilt grant on human toils to wait, since these forbidden bounds by thee are broke, who durst my virgin seas to violate, which long I guarded, where I ne'er allow ploughing to foreign or to native prow. Since the dark secrets com'st thou here to spy of nature and her humid element, which from man's highest lore deep hidden lie, on noble or immortal missions sent, from me the terrors which yet dare defy, hear now the sequence of thy rash intent, o'er every largest sea, o'er every land, which still thy cruel conquest shall command. This know, what ships shall sail my waters o'er, and brave as bravest thou me to work my worst, to them assured foe shall prove my shore, where blow the storm winds and the tempests burst. Here the first squadron that shall dare explore, and through my restless waves shall cleave the first, such improvised chastisement shall see, more than all dangers shall the damage be. Unhope deceive not, here I hope to deal consummate vengeance on the explorer's head, nor he the latest shall my fury feel, by pertinacious confidency bred. Nay, ye shall every year see many a keel, if me my judgment here hath not misled, such wrecks endure, shall see such fate befall, that death shall seem the lightest ill of all. And to the first illustrious leader whom fame's favour raiseth till he touch the skies, I will give novel and eternal tomb, by the dark sentence of a God all-wise. Here of hard Turkish fleet that dread his doom, he shall depose the prideful prosperous prize. Here shall at length my wrath and wreck surpass Quiloa in ruins and a brand Mombasa. Shall come another, eke of honoured fame, a knight of loving heart and liberal hand, and he shall bring his dainty darling dame, love's choicest treasure bound by Hymen's band. Ah, sore the sorrow, dark the day when came the pair to this my hard and hateful land, condemned from cruel wreck their lives to save, and suffered toils untold to find a grave. Shall see slow starving die their children dear,
sweet pledges bred of love, in fond love born, shall see the Kaffir's greedy wrath and fear strip the fair lady of her raiment torn, shall see those limbs, as crystal light and clear, by suns and frosts and winds and weather worn, when cease to tread, o'er long-drawn miles, the heat of sandy waste those delicatest feet. And, more, shall see their Eyne, whom fate shall spare from ill so dreadful, from so dire a blow, the two sad lovers left in misery, where implacable thorns and terrible thickets glow. There, when the stones walk soft at their despair, shown by their ceaseless woe, sigh, groan, tear, throw, in a last strained embrace their souls exhale from out the fairest, fondest, saddest jail. The fearful monster would more ills unfold, our doom disclosing, when aloud cried I, "Who art thou, whose immense stupendous mould party is mighty miracle to mine eye?" His lips and dingy orbs he wreathed and rolled, and with a sudden frightful wailing cry, in slow and bitter accents he replied, as though the question probed and galled his pride, "I am that hidden mighty head of land, the Cape of Tempests, fitly named by you, which Ptolemy, Mela, Strabo never fanned, nor Pliny dreamt of, nor old sages knew. Here in South Ocean end I Afric's strand, where my unviewed point ye come to view, which to the far Antarctic pole extendeth, such he your daring rashness dire offendeth. Enceladus and Terra's Titan brood, Aegean and the sentiment the line of me, who at a master height withstood the hand that hurleth Vulcan's bolt divine. Hill upon hill to pile was not my mood, to conquer ocean waves was my design. I went to seek, as captain of the main, the fleet of Neptune which I sought in vain. For Peleus' high-born spouse, my burning love, lured me rashly to such rude emprise. The bells of heaven ne'er my breast could move, mine ocean empress filled my yearning eyes. One day I saw her with the Nereids rove, all bare and beauteous neath the summer skies, and in such manner she bewitched my will, no other feeling can my bosom fill. But as my lady's grace I could not gain, for being homely, huge of form and face, I swear by forceful rape my want to obtain, and so to Doris I disclosed my case. In dread she told her child my loving pain, when modest Thetis with her merry grace replied, "What nymph can boast, whate'er her charms, the strength to wrestle in a giant's arms? All gates, that ocean may once more be free from this sad warfare, I some mode will find, to gar mine honour with his suit agree." Thus was the message to mine ear consigned. I, who no treacherous snare in aught could see, for lovers' blindness is exceeding blind, felt with a buoyant hope my bosom bound, and hopes of passion by possession crowned. Love-maddened, moonstruck, now I fled the war, and kindly Doris named the trysting night. At length my lovely love I saw appear, my winsome Thetis in her robeless white. Like one possessed I hurried from afar, opening mine arms to clasp the life and sprite of this my body, and hot kisses rain upon her cheeks, her locks, her glorious eyne. Ah, how it irks to tell my sad disgrace, thinking my lover in these arms to hold. Mine arms a rugged mountain did embrace, ye led with bramble bush a horrid wold. Before this rock upstanding face to face, which for that angel front I did unfold, no more was I a man, no, lorn and lone, a rock, a stone I stood before a stone. O nymph, the loveliest born that bare the main, albeit my presence ne'er by thee was sought, how could my poor delusion cause thee pain? Why not be mountain, cloud, rock, vision, naught? Ranging I wandered forth, well nigh insane, for yearning grief with foul dishonour fraught, to seek another world where none could see my trickling tears and scoff at them and me. Meanwhile my brethren, who the conquest lost, crushed in extremest conquered misery pined, whom for more surety that vainglorious host of upstart gods neath various mounts consigned, and as immortals scoff at mortal boast, I, to my sorrows in no wise resigned, felt fate, mine awful foe, begin to shape a dreadful vengeance for my daring rape. My flesh slow hardens into solid earth, to rocks and horrid crags enstone my bones. These limbs thou seest, and this mighty girth, extend where desert ocean raves and moans, and fine the giant stature of my birth to this far headland sprent with rocks and stones the gods debased, and doubling all my woes, round me wide, winsome, watery Thetis flows. Thus parled he, and with appalling cry from out our sight the gruesome monster died. The black cloud melted, and arose on high sonorous thunders rolled by the tide. To the angel choirs with hands upraised I, invisible control so long our guide, prayed God in pity would those ills withhold by Adamastor for our race foretold. Now Pyres and Phlegon 'gan appear, with other pair that hail the radiant wane, when the tall heights of Table Mount we speer, which from the mighty giant form hath ta'en. Standing along now easting shores we steer, and cleave the waters of the Levant main, the coastline hugging with a northern prow, and sight a second landfall o'er the bow. The native owners of this other land the burnished livery of Ethiops wore, yet was their bearing more humane and bland than those who so mistreated us before. With dance and joyous feasts a merry band approached us tripping on the sandy shore, bringing their women and fat herds that grace the pastures, gentle kine of high-bred race. The bronzed women, scorched by burning clime, astraddle row the slow-paced gentle steer, beasts which their owners hold of beeves the prime, better than any of the herds they rear. Pastoral canticles, or prose or rhyme, concerted in their mother tongue we hear, and to the rustic reed sweet tunes they teach, as Tityrus chaunted 'neath his spreading beech. These, who seemed glad to see the guest abide amid them, greeted us with friendly mood, and many a fatted fowl and sheep supplied, their goods exchanging for the things deemed good. But though my comrades tried, they vainly tried, for not a word in fine was understood, that of our search a signal might convey. Anchor I weighed, and I sailed away. Now here in mighty gyre our flight had flown round Blackmoor Afric shore, and now regained our prowers the torrid heat of middle zone, while Pole and Tertic far in rear remained. We left astern an islet first made known by the first squadron whose long toils attained the Cape of Tempests, and that islet found ended her voyage as it's borne and bound. Thence drave we, cutting for a length of days, where storms and saddening calms alternate range, undreamed oceans and unpathed ways, our sole conductor, Hope, in toil so strange. Long time we struggled with the sea's wild maze, till, as its general law is changeless change, we met a current, with such speed that sped against the flow 'twas hard to forge ahead. Of this prevailing flood the puissant force, which to the southward our armada hove, such set opposite to our northing course, the winds to waft us onwards vainly strove, till notice fetched to find us fare the worse, it seems, in struggle with the drift that drove, and forced his blasts, and with such choler blew, maugre the mighty current, on we drew. Reduced Sol that famed and sacred day, wherein 3 kings in orient region crowned, a king came seeking who belittled lay, a king in whom 3 kings in one are bound. That morn to other height we made our way, finding the peoples that before we found, by a broad river, and we gave it name from the high holiday when to port we came. Sweet food we bartered from their scanty store, sweet water from their stream, but natheless here gained we no tidings of that Indian shore from men to us that almost dumblings were. See now, O king, what distant regions o'er of earth we wandered, peoples rude and fier, nor news nor signal had our labours earned of the fair east for which our spirits yearned. Imagine, prithee, what a piteous state must have been ours when all save life was gone, by hunger broken, and the storm's wild hate, and cursed by novel climes and seas unknown. Our hearts despaired of hope deferred so late, till dull despair had marked us for her own, toiling beneath those strange unnatural skies, our northern nature's fellest enemies. And now decayed and damaged walks our food, sore damaging the wasted frame of man, without one comfort, some one gleam of good, not in hope's flattering tale nor fancy vain. Dost think that sailor of the sturdiest mood, or any soldier save the Lusitan, perchance had loyalty so long preserved, both for his king and for the chief he served? Dost think the wretches had not mutinied against the head who with their mood had striven, perforce becoming pirates, turned aside from duty by despair, want, hunger driven? In very sooth these men were sorely tried, since from their hearts ne moil ne toil hath driven Portingal excellence, abounding still in leal valour and obedient will. Leaving, in fine, that port of fair sweet flood, and died once more to cut the salty spray, off from the coastline for a spell we stood, till deep blue water neath our kelsons lay. For frigid Notice, in his fainty mood, was fain to drive us leawards to the bay made in that quarter by the crooked shore, whence rich Cephalla sendeth golden ore. The sea by passing far, the nimble helm by men to saintly Nicholas assigned, where roaring ocean raves on Terra's realm, this and that vessel's prower eftsones inclined. And now from hearts which hopes and fears o'erwhelm, hearts in such faith to fragile plank resigned, as hope grew hopeless, esperance despair, good sudden tidings banished cark and care. And thus it happened, as near the shore we went, where beach and valley lay in clearest view, a stream, whose course in ocean there was spent, showed of sails that came and went a few. Good sooth, to greatest joyance all gave vent, when first we sighted mariners who knew mariner practice, for we here were bound to find some tidings, which, indeed, we found. All Ethiopians are, yet, it would appear, they held communion with men better bred. Some words of Arab parlance here we hear, imported sounds their mother speech amid. A flimsy wrapper of tree wool they wear, a twisted tide about each kinky head, while other pieces dipped in azure tint are round their middles and their shame present. In Arab language, which they little know, but which Fernand Martins well comprehendeth, ships great as ours, they say, scud to and fro, piercing the waters with the beak that rendeth. But there where Phoebus leaps in air they go, whither the broadening coast to south extendeth. Then from south sunwards, and a land is there of folk like us, and like the daylight fair. Here was each bosom with rare gladness cheered, by the good people, and their news much more. From all the signals in the stream appeared, stream of good signals, christen we the shore. A marble column on this coast we reared, whereof to mark such spots a few we bore. Its name that lovely angel youth supplied, who did Tobias to Gabale guide. Of shells and oysters and the weedy load, the noisome offspring of the main profound, cleansed our kelsons, which the long sea road brought to careening, clogged and immund. Our blameless Ethiops, who not far abode, with pleasing jocund proffers flocked around, supplying maintenance we mainly sought, pure of all leasing, free from feigning thought. Yet, from our esperance great, our hopes immense, bred by this seaboard, was not pure and true the joy we joyed. Nay, cruel recompense dealt us remusia, sorrow strange and new. Thus smiling heaven mixed favours doth dispense, in such condition dark and dure men drew the breath of life, and, while all ills endure, good changeth often, good is never sure. And 'twas that sickness of a sore disgust, the worst I ever witnessed, came and stole the lives of many, and far alien dust buried for aye their bones in saddest dole. Who but I witness, ere my words could trust, of such disform and dreadful manner swole the mouth and gums, that grew proud flesh and foison, till gangrene seemed all the blood to poison. Gangrene that carried foul and fulsome taint, spreading infection through the neighbouring air. No cunning leech aboard our navy went, much less a subtle surgeon was there. But some, whose knowledge of the craft was faint, strove as they could the poisoned part to pare, as though 'twere dead, and here they did aright. All were death's victims who had caught the blight. At last, in tangled brake and unknown ground, our true companions lost for aye we leave, who, mid such weary ways, such dreary round, such dread adventures Athens ever gave. How easy for men's bones a grave is found, earth's any wrinkle, ocean's any wave, whereso the long home be, abroad, at home, for every hero's course may land a tomb. When from that haven we resumed our way, while brighter hopes with darker hearts combined, we opened ocean where the down coast lay, expecting sure signal ere to find. At last we rode in rude Mozambique Bay, of whose vile leasing and whose villain kind thou must have knowledge, and the foul deceit wherewith Mombasa would her guests defeat. Until safe anchored in thy harbour, rife with all the gracious guest rights that bestow health on the living, on the dying, life, God in his pity pleased the way to show. Here rest, here sweet repose from grief, toil, strife, new peace appeasing every want and woe, thou gavest us. Now, if hast heard me well, told is the tale thou badest me to tell. Judge then, O king, on over earth ere went men who would tent such paths of risk and dread. Dost deem Aeneas or e'en eloquent Ulysses fared so far this earth to tread? Did any dare to see the seas extend, howe'er the muse their jests hath sung or said? As I, by force of will and skill, have seen, and still shall see, or in the eighth, I ween? This who so deeply drank of fount Aeonian, or whom contend in conquest peregrine, Rhodes, Aias, Smyrna, with the Colophonian Athens, and Argos, and the Salamine, and that, the lustre of the land Ausonian, whose voice altisinous and whose lyre divine, his native Mincius hearing sinks to sleep, while Tiber's waves with pride and pleasure leap. Sing, laud and right they both in wild extremes, of these their demigods, and prowess vaunt, on fable Magians, Circes, Polyphemes, and Sirens lulling with the sleepy chaunt. Send them to plough with oar and sail the streams of Cicons, or the oblivious lands descant, where slumberous lotus eaters, dazed and died, e'en be their pilot whelmed in ocean tide. Storms let them loosen from the bags of wind, create calypsos captivate by love, make harpies touch, contaminate all they find, and in sad Hades make their heroes rove. However much, or much, they have refined such fabled tales, which poets' fancy prove, the simple naked truth my story telleth, all their grandiloquence of writ excelleth. Fast on our captain's fecund lips depends, as drunk with wonder, all that soul-rapt crowd, until at length his travel story ends, his tale that told of noble deeds and proud. The high-conceived intent the king commends, of kings of notable feats of warfare vowed. Their lieges, old and valorous, train extols, their loyal spirits and their noble souls. Th' admiring audience to recount our fame, each case, as each one best could understand. None from the hardy folk could turn their eye, who by such long-drawn ways the waves had spanned. Now, as the Delian youth turns round the rein, Lampetius' brother held with feeble hand, and in the Thetan arms way-weary falls, the king high seaborne to his royal halls. How pleasant sound the praise and well-won glory of men's own exploits as man hears them chime! For noble travail, actions thine of story, that dim or equal those of passed time. Envy of famous feats untransitory hath gendered thousand deeds sublime. The brave who loves to tread in valor's ways pants for the pleasure of his fellows' praise. Achilles' glorious feats could not so flame, nor Alexander's soul to fight inspired, as he who sang in numbered verse his name. Such praise, such honour most his soul desired. Not but the trophies of Miltiades' fame could rouse Themistocles with envy fired, who owned his highest joy, his best delight, came from the voices which his feats recite. Vasco da Gama striveth hard to prove that these old travels in world-song resounding merit not glory, nor men's hearts may move, like his sore travails heaven and earth astounding. Yes, but that hero, whose esteem and love crowned with praise, prize, honours, gifts abounding, the lyre of Mantua, taught her bard to chaunt Aeneas' name and Rome's high glories vaunt. Scipias and Caesars giveth Lusia land, gives Alexander's and Augusti gives, but she withal may not the gifts command, whose want rears rough and ready working lives. Octavius, pressed by fortune's heaviest hand, with cant and learned verse her wrong survives. Nor certes Fulvia shall this truth deny, Glaphyras' wit entrapped her Anthony. Go Caesar, subjugating general France, yet worked his arms to science no offence. This hand the pen compelling, that the lance, he vied with Cicero's gift of eloquence. What most doth Scipio's name and fame enhance is of the comedy deep experience. What Homer wrote that Alexander read, we know, whose roll ne'er left his couch's head. In fine, the nation's own no lord of men that lacked a cultured, learned fantasy, of Grecian, Latian, or barbarian strain. Only the Lusian lacking it we see. Not without shame I say so, but 'twere vain to hope for high triumphant poesy, till men our rhymes, our songs shall lay to heart. For minds art ignorant, look down on art. For this, and not for nature's fault, be sure, Vergil nor Homer rise to strike the lyre, nor shall rise ever, on this mode endure, pious Aeneas or Achilles dire. But, worst of all, it maketh men so dour, austere, rough, frigid to poetic fire, so rude, so heedless to be known or know, few heed the want, and many will it so. Let grateful Gama to my muse give grace, for the great patriot love that guards her sound, the lyre for all her sons, and retrace the name and fame of ways and wars renowned. Nor he, nor they who call themselves his race, ere in Calliope a friend so found, or from the Tagus maidens boon could claim, to leave their golden webs and hymns his name. Because fraternal love and friendly will that deals to every Lusian brave his meed of laud, this thought, these resolutions fill my gentle tragedies, and this their creed. Yet ne'er let human bosom cease to thrill with hope to dare and do some mighty deed, since, or by these, or haply other ways, he ne'er shall for fate prizes, value, praise. End of Canto 5. Canto 6 of the Lusíads.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões, translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton, Canto 6. Argument of the sixth canto. Vasco da Gama departeth from Melinde. And while he voyageth prosperously, Bacchus descendeth to the sea. Description of Neptune's palace. The same Bacchus convoketh the sea gods, and persuadeth them to destroy the navigators. Meanwhile, Veloso entertaineth his mates with the tale of the 12 of England. An horrible storm ariseth. It is calmed by Venus and her nymphs. At length they arrive in calm weather at Calicut, the last and longed-for bourne of this navigation. Another argument. Parte-se de Melinde o ilustre Gama, com pilotos da terra e mantimento. Desce-lhe eu ao mar, Netuno chama, todos os deuses do úmido elemento. Conta Veloso, aos seus dando honra e fama, dos 12 de Inglaterra o vencimento. Socorre Vênus a afligida armada, e a Índia chega tanto desejada. Illustrious Gama from Mombasa saileth, with native pilots and fresh nutriment. Descends Leos seaward, Neptune haileth, the gods who rule the humid element. Veloso, giving praise and honour, telleth of the English 12 the tale of tournament. Succoureth Venus her long-suffering fleet, and thus the wished-for strand of Inn they greet. Canto 6. Scant could devise how best to entertain the pagan king our voyagers renowned, firm friendship of the Christian king to gain, and folk so puissant proved, so faithful found. Grieveth him greatly that his rule and reign be placed so distant from Europa's bound by lot, nor let him neighbour that abode where open Hercules the broad sea rode. With games and dances, gentle, honest play, e'en as accorded with Melindan's style, and fishing frolics, like the Legian gay, delighted Anthony with gladdening guile, rejoiced that famous sovereign every day the Lusitanian host to feast and fill with banquets rich, rare meats and unknown dishes, of fruit and flesh, of birds and beasts and fishes. But when the captain saw him still detained, far more than seemed meet, while the fresh breeze to sail inviteth, and he had obtained the negro pilots and the new supplies, no longer list he tarry, for remained long path to plough through salt and silvern seas. To the good pagan bids he warm adieu, who prays their friendship may be long and true. He prayeth eke that Hythe shall ever be the place where all the fleets may rest and bait, for nothing better now desireth he than for such barons to quit reign and state. Eke that ere light of life his body flee, he will an opportunity await, his days to peril and his crown to wave, for king so kingly and for brave so brave. Response in similar speech to such discourse the captain gave, and losing canvas sailed straight for Auroran regions, shaping course where his long seeking still so scant availed. No more his guide and pilot had recourse to fraud and falsehood, nay, he never failed in his sure seamanship, so sped they o'er secure seas than those they sailed before. They fought the restless floods that front the morn, now entering Indic Ocean, and descried Sol's chambers where the burning god is born, and every wish was well nigh satisfied. But now that ill Thyoneus, soul of scorn, mourning the mighty meeds of power and pride, that Lusian Valor wendeth die to win, burns and blasphemes with madding rage insane. He saw the potent hosts of heaven prepare in Lisbon town a novel Rome to install, nor aught can alter, such high fortunes are ruled by the dreadful power that ruleth all. And fine, he flies Olympus in despair, to find on earth new mode remedial. He thrides the humid rain and seeks his court, who gained the governance of the seas by sword. Deep in the lowest depths of the profound and lofty caves, where surges slumbering lie, there, whence the billows sally furibund, when to fierce winds the fiercer waves reply, bides Neptune,
and abide their lord around, Nereids, and many a sea-born deity, where fit for cities leave the waves a plain, dry for the godheads governing the main. Discover th' undiscovered depths of sea, courts strewn with gravels of fine silver hoar, and lofty turrets crowned at ocean lee, crystalline masses of diaphanous ore. However near the curious eye may be, so much its judgment shall be less secure an it be crystal or the diamond stone, that doth such clearness and such radiance own. The gates of purest gold, where lies inlaid rich seed of pearl that in the seashell breedeth, with rarest shapes of sculpture are portrayed, whereon hot Bacchus pleased glances feedeth. There, mid the foremost, limbed in light and shade, old Caius' face confused the stranger readeth. The fourfold elements eke he sees translate, each in his several office and estate. There fire sublimely held supremest height, who by no grosser substance was sustained, lending to living things his life and light, since by Prometheus stolen and detained. Behind him, standing high on mortal sight, invisible air a lower place maintained. Ether, which conquered ne by heat ne cold, ne'er suffereth earth a vacuous space t' unfold. There decked with mount and boskage terrace stood, eye-clad in grass, shrub, tree of blossomed head, affording life, affording diverse food, to every breathing thing her surface bred. The glassy figure eke insculptured stood, of water, veining earth and interspread, creating fishes in their varied norm, and by her humour holding all in form. Carved on another panel showed the fight waged by the gods against the giantry. Typheus lies neath Aetna's serried height, far-flashing crepitant artillery. There sculptured cometh gravid earth to smite Neptune, when taught the salvage man to ply his gift, the courser, and to worlds first shown the peaceful olive tree, Minerva's boon. With scanty tardance vexed Laius eyed these varied marvels. Soon he passed the gate of Neptune's palace, who had thither hied the god's expected visit to await. Him at the threshold greets he, companied by nymphs, who marvel at the freak of fate, to see, attempting such unused road, the wine gods seek the water gods' abode. "O Neptune," cried he, "regard not strange that Bacchus comes a guest within thy reign. Even we highest powers, who reck no change, are prone to suffer fortune's fell disdain. Summon, I pray, the gods who ocean range, ere say I more, if more to hear thou deign. They shall behold what ills the gods befall, all hear what evils overhang us all." Already Neptune, deeming worth his heed a case so novel, sends in hottest haste Triton to call the cold sea-gods with speed, that govern ocean's breadth from east to west. Triton, that boasts him of the sea-king's seed, who had the reverend nymph Salacia pressed, was a tall, huge-limbed carle, young, swart of hue, his father's trumpet and his courier too. The feltered beard and matted locks that fell adown his head and o'er his shoulders thrown were water-pregnant weeds, and seemed it well no softening comb had e'er their tangles known, nor lacketh jet-black fringe of mussel shell pendant from points where mingled growths are grown. For cap and cowl upon his head he wore the crusty spoils erst a huge lobster bore. Naked his body, and of cloth are clear his loins, to swim without impediment. Yet pygmy sea-things clothed with sea-born gear his limbs in hundreds spread and sprint. With shrimps and crabs and many such small deer, which from cool Phoebe take their increment, oysters and moss-fouled mussels, while each rib glistens with periwinkles glazed and glib. His conch, that mighty writhed shell, in hand he bore, and forceful blew with draughty throat, whose harsh canorous voice at his command heard every ocean, echoing far the note. Now, by his summons warned, the godlike band straight for the palace left their seats, and sought the deity who reared Dardania's wall, by Grecian fury doomed anon to fall. Came Father Ocean, whom accompanied the sons and daughters gotten in the main. Comes Nereus, who led Doris for a bride, she who replenished with her nymphs his reign. And eke prophetic Proteus thither hied, leaving his herd to browse the bitter plain. He came, that wizard, yet right well knew he what Father Bacchus wanted of the sea. Came from another quarter Neptune's fear, begot by Celis, born by Vesta's womb, of gesture grave, yet gay, fair sun compeer, the wandering waves were blandished by her bloom. A light samar of costly weft her wear, subtle as though 'twere wove in airy loom, that bare the crystal charms to longing eye, charms ne'er create in jealous shade to pine. And Amphitrite bright as flowers in spring, in such conjuncture could not stay away, bringing the dolphin who her heart did bring her kingly lover's wish and will to obey, with glorious orbs that conquer everything, and steal his splendors from the lord of day. Hand clasping hand, the coupled consorts trod, the sister spouses of the two-wived god. She, who from furious Athamas of yore, a fugitive, uprose to god degree, her son, a lovely youngling, with her bore, fated to sit in heaven's consistory. They linger sporting on the pebbly shore, with pearly conchlets which the briny sea aye breeds, and now he stays his sport, and rests, pillowed on Penelope's delicious breasts. And eke the god, once made in mould of man, who by the magic simple's potent spell changed to fish, and from such chance began a thing of time mid timeless gods to dwell, came still bewailing tricksy fortune's ban, which the fair maid by Circe's spite befell. Scylla he loved, as by her beloved, for love pervert pure hate hath often proved. And now the godheads all in council meet, amid the vasty hall, superb, divine, goddesses seated on rich dais seat, gods throned on tall estrados crystalline. When rose their awful host, his guests agreed, who by the Thebans sat on level line, fumeth the palace with the rich sea mass, Araby's odors never shall surpass. At length, when tumult sinks to stilly rest, and when the deities all their greetings close, to them Theonius opes his hidden breast, and the sad secret of his torment shows. A shade of sadness marks his look and jest, as though depressed by sense of during woes, resolved with alien steel alone to slay right soon the listless man, he 'gan to say. Prince, who by birthright holdest high command o'er the proud seas that sweep from pole to pole, thou who dost curb the denizens of the land, that none o'erpass his term and certain goal, and, Father Ocean, thou whose circling band around the globed universe doth roll, permitting only by thy just decree each in due bounds to flourish, earth and sea. And eke ye water gods, who ne'er endure aught of injurious in your vast domain, Salmetis, chastisement, condign and sure, dealt to the worms who overrun your reign. Why dwell ye reckless thus? How rest secure, who to such softness had the power to train your hearts, with reason hardened to behold this race of mortals, weak withal so bold? Ye saw the wondrous insolent extremes that dare the heavenly heights and arms to scale. Ye saw that wildest fantasy that dreams of conquering ocean tide with oar and sail. Ye saw, and every day we see, meseems, such braves, such insults that, if these prevail, full soon, I fear, of sea and sky to find mankind, the godheads, gods, the humankind. You see that now this weak ephemeral brood, who from a vassal mind hath taken name, with sprite high flown, and heart of proudest mood, you, me, and all the world would tempt and tame. You see how freely they defy your flood, a doughtier deed than Rome's high race could claim. You see they seek to spy your whole domain, to break the very statutes of your reign. I saw how 'gainst the Minii first to find the path that passeth through your realm, the wave, much injured Boreas, with his brother wind, Aquilo, and their peers, did rage and rave. If to th' adventurous mortals who designed such wrongs the winds appay the boatswain brave, ye, who have higher right these wrongs to pay, what wait ye? Doom of justice, why delay? Nor will I, gods, consent, so should you trow. Pure love of you from heaven hath brought me down. Not thus your sufferings feel, I, and your woe. What wrongs I now resent are all mine own. Since the high honours, as your godship knows, I won on earth, when fell by me your throne, in this wealthy reign of mourning long the grace I see abated by this little race. For our all-sovereign sire, and eke the fates who rule this nether world as best they wot, resolve with fame which ne'er on man awaits, to make the abysmal sea these barons lot. Hence shall you view, O gods, their human hates teach God to work God wrong. Ha! See ye not, of note and worth we have the smallest boast, whose value reason valueth the most. Wherefore Olympus' height I now have fled, to seek heart-solving balm for sore despair. Eke would I find, if rank thus forfeited, in heaven your waters still to honour care. More would he say, but nothing more he said, for tears, already trickling pair by pair, leapt from his brimming lids, and as they came, the gods of water felt their sprites aflame. The rage which sudden fired their hearts divine, and roused to such display each vengeful soul, suffered not counsel to contain design, nor discount brooked, nor endured control. Now to great Aeolus they sent a sign, as 'twere from Neptune, bidding him enroll contrary winds of wildest frenzy, and of all venturous sails sweep clean the sea. Proteus, the first and foremost, there desired to speak his feelings as he felt him bound, the general conclave deeming him inspired by some mysterious prophecy profound. Yet was that company divine so fired by sudden tumult, break such storm of sound, that Thetis, rising, cries indignantly, "Well kens King Neptune what commandeth he?" Now their superb Hippodates gave vent to furious winds erst pent in prison hold, the while his wilful words fresh fury lent against the Lusian barons, brave and bold. Sudden the summer vault with clouds was sprent, for winds, still growing fierce with rage untold, gather as on they go fresh might and main, house, tower, and hillock strewing o'er the plain. While thus in council met the gods' array beneath the seas, before soft breezes float our joyous weary ships, and hold their way o'er tranquil ocean on the long new route. The hour was that when hangs the lamp of day from hemisphere Ioan most remote. They of night's early watch lay down to sleep, while others wake the second ward to keep. Drowsiness mastered, all half numbed and chill, shivered with many a yawn the huddling crew, beneath the bulging mainsail, clothed ill to bear the nightly breath that keenly blew. Their eyes, kept open sore against their will, they rubbed, and stretched their torpid limbs anew, to seek a waking draught the men devise, spin stories, tell 1,000 histories. One 'gan to say, wherewith may better we spur tardy time, who lags so sore and slow, save with some pretty tale of joyance gay, that heavy slumber trouble us no more. Replied Leonardo, truest lover he, whose firm and constant thought was aye aglow. What tale our tardy breasts may better move, and kill old time, than some fair lay of love? 'Twere not, methinks, Veloso said, thing meet on themes so soft in ours so hard to dwell. The rough sea labours which do fag the fleet, love's delicatest fancies rudely quell. Rather of fervid fight and battle feat be now our story, for I see full well Life is all hardship, and good sooth I wis, more trouble cometh. Something tells me this. All with his words consenting joined assail, Veloso to recount whate'er he knew. I will recount, quoth he, nor shall you rail at aught that seemeth fabulous or new, and that my hearers learn from this my tale high proofs of forceful deed to dare and do. In of my countrymen I'll say my say, the 12 of England shall adorn my lay. When of our reign the curbing reigned so light, John, son of Pedro, held with moderate hand, and when his realm had scaped the bane and blight oft dealt by hate of hostile neighbour land, there in great England, where the rain falls white, from boreal snowdrift fierce Erinnys planned to sow the diligent tears of wanton strife, and make our Lusitania lustre rife. Betwixt the gentle dames of the English court and high-born courtier crowd, one day it came that horrid discord showed her dreadful port of self-will sprung, or faith in common fame. The courtier throng that lightly loves and sport, in careless mood to brew to the gravest shame, swear honour they disproved and honesty in certain dames who boasted dames to be. Nay, more, if any knight uphold as true, and with his brand and lance the cause defend, in lists or raised field, the same should rue foul infamy, or come to cruel end. The woman weakness which but little knew, if e'er such foul reproach, and yet which canned its want of natural force, could only crave their friends to succour and their kin to save. But as their slanderers great and puissant were throughout the kingdom, none the cause would heed, nor kith, nor friends, nor fervid lovers there support the dames in darkest hour of need, tempting with delicate tear and doleful air the very gods to rise in arms and aid from heaven for sake of alabaster brows. To ducal Lancaster the bevy goes. This lord was English, and in doughty fight against Castile for Portugal made war, wherein he proved the noble force and sprite of his companions and their favouring star. Nor less within our realm he saw the might of love, whose amorous feats as forceful are, when his fair daughter so the heart did win of our stout king that chose her for his queen. He who in person succour must withhold, lest fire of civil discord thus be fanned, replied, when I my rights upheld of old to Spanish kingdom in the Iberian land, I saw in Lucia's sons a soul so bold, such primacy of heart, such open hand, that they, and only they, I deem, shall dare with brand and firebrand for your case to care. And if, aggrieved dames, ye hold it meet, I'll send my heralds speaking in your name, while let your letters, courteous and discreet, declare your insult and bewail your shame. Eke on your side, with pretty phrases sweet and soft caresses, let each injured dame temper her tears, and venture I to say, you shall strong succour see and steadfast stay. Thus doth the Duke experienced speak his mind, and of his bravest friends 12 names he quotes. That suitable champion be to each assigned, he wills the named knights be chose by lots, because the dames be 12, and when they find which brave to which beldame his life devotes, each unto each shall write and claim her rights, all to their king, the Duke to all the knights. The messenger now in Lucia land arriveth, the court rejoiceth at such novelty. Our king sublime to list the foremost striveth, but suffereth not the kingly dignity. No courtier but whose valiant sprite aspireth to volunteer with fervid volunty, and only he high favoured is proclaimed, whom for such noble feat the Duke hath named. There in the loyal city whence, 'tis said by olden fame, arose the name eternal of Portugalia, a nimble bark he bade, bequipped, who holds the helm of rule internal. The 12 in briefest season ready made, arms and accoutrements of use diurnal, helms, crests, and mottos of choice mold they choose, horse, saddle, and harness of 1,000 hues. Now when dismissed by their king had been,
sail from the Douro regions famed afar, the luck-loved 12, who did the approval win of England's Duke experienced in war. Amid the dozen was no difference seen in chivalry, while skill and strength were par. Then one, Magriço hight, and only he, this way addressed the doughty company. Valiantest comrades, longings manifold, I nursed for many a year the world to explore. Rivers by Tagus nor by Douro rolled, various nations, laws, and varied lore. And now, that matters fit in certain mould, since earth of marvels hath extended store, I would, on leave ye give, alone go round by land, and meet you upon English ground. And, should I haply counter let or stay from him who holds of things the ultim line, and fail to find you on our trysting day, scant fault to you shall bring default of mine. You all shall do my duty in the fray, but on my prescient sprite the truth divine, the stream, the mount, the jealous fate hath power, to nill I hail you at the appointed hour. Thus spake Magriço, and, his friends embraced, he fareth forwards when their leave was ta'en. In Leon and Castile's old realms he traced, sites Patro Mars had granted us to gain. Navarre and all the dangerous heads he faced, of Pyrenees departing Gaul from Spain, and, scene of France the highest scenes and best, in Flanders grand emporium took his rest. There halting, or by chance or whim's command, for days he tarried, making much delay. Meanwhile, the stout 11, a glorious band, plough northern waters scattering freezy spray. Arrived on stranger England's distant strand, at once to London town all took the way. The Duke receives them in his festive hall, the dames do service, greeting one and all. Now time and tide are ready for the fight, with the English 12 who first afield are shown, chose by their king, right sure of every nigh. Helms, crests, greaves, coats, and harnesses they don. The dames already deem the fulgent might of Portugalia's mavers all their own, in golden alge and rainbow silks eye-clad, and thousand jewels sit they gay and glad. But she, who claimed by the chance of lot missing Magriço, dressed in mourning dye, sits sad, for she and only she hath not a knightly champion in this high emprise. Though our 11 proclaimed on the spot to England's court of battle such a size, that mote the dames their cause victorious call, though of their champions 2 or 3 may fall. Now in the lofty public lists convene the King of England and his suite and court. In 3s by 3s and 4 by 4s are seen spectators ranged by the rule of sort. From Tage to Bacters ne'er did Saul, I ween, flame on such force and fierceness, power and port, as on those English 12 who leave their walls to front 11 of our Portingals. Champing their golden bits, flat, spumy white, the chargers cast fierce, fiery looks askance. On arms and armor Phoebus danceth bright, as on dure adamant or crystal glance. Not less on either side astound the side, numbers unequal, a quaint dissonance, to 12, 11 matched, begins the crowd to vent its general joyance long and loud. All turn their faces, curious to see where loudest bruit and hottest bait arise, when, lo, a horseman, armed cap a pea, pricks o'er the plain to claim of war the prize. Saluting king and dame, straight rideth he to his 11. 'Tis the great Magriço. With warmest accolade his friends he haileth, whom in the battle, certes, ne'er he faileth. The lady, hearing that the man was there, who would in combat guard her name and fame, wends glad the fleece of Helle's beast to wear, which more than virtue vulgar hearts doth claim. They cry, "Let go!" and now the trump's shrill blare fireth the warrior heart with fiercer flame. All prick at once the spur, all slack the bit, all couch the lances, earth by fire is lit. The tramp of destriers riseth with a noise, as though some quake of earth rolled neath their tread. heart-strings and bosoms flutter, gazing eyes are fixed in mingled sense of joy and dread. This from his charger not dismounting flies, that groaneth falling with his falling steed. This hath his snow-white mail with vermeil dyed, that with his helm-plume flogs his cursor's side. Some sleep to wake no more, in lasting swoon, passing from life to death with hasty course. Horses sun-riders here o'er tilt-yard run, and there the rider runs without the horse. Now falleth English pride from off her throne, for 2 or 3 depart the pale perforce, while they the battle-brand who came to wield find more than harness holds, or mail, or shield. To waste long words and war's extremes to show, of slashing cuts and thrusts of cruel pain, were work of wastrelmen, who, well we trow, of leisure lavish, vain is dreamery fain. Let it in fine suffice that all ye know, how with the fame of high finesse remain victory's palms with us, and every dame a glorious victress did retrieve her fame. The Duke our conquering 12 forthwith invites, where ring his halls with feast and wassail gay, hunters and kitcheners to toil in sights of the 12 dames that goodly company, who glad had lavished on their saviour knights 1,000 banquets every hour the day, long as on English land they list to roam, before returning to the dear-loved home. Withal, the great Magriço, men declare, wishing the wonders of the world to view, abroad remained and performed there, for Flanders' countess notable service true. And being no carpman knight, but prompt to dare what exploits, Mars, thou biddest men to do, he slew a Frank in field, and thus had he Torquatus and Corvinus' destiny. Of the stout 12 another cast his lot in Almain, where him fiercely challenged a wily German who had planned such plot, his life depended from a single thread. Veloso seizing here, his mates besought, he would not leave the glorious tale unsaid, anent Magriço and the mead he met, nor e'en the caitiff German knight forget. But at this passage, when each pricked his ear, behold, the master cunning sky and cloud pipeth his whistle, waken as they hear starboard and larboard all the startled crowd. And as the breeze blew freshening shrill and sheer, he bade them take in topsails, shouting loud, "Yearly, my lads, look out, the wind increases from yon black thunder cloud before our faces." Scarce were the foresails hurriedly taken in, and sharp and sudden bursts the roaring gale. "Furl!" cried the master with as loud a din. "Furl!" cried he. "Furl for life the mainmast sail!" The furious gusts wait not till they begin furling the canvas, but conjoint a sail, and tear it with such crash to shreds and tatters, as though a ruined world the storm wind shatters. Meanwhile the crew with cries the welkin tore, in panic fear and general disaccord, for as the canvas split, the hull heeled o'er, broad sheets of water shipping by the board. "Heave!" roared the master with a mighty roar. "Heave overboard, you're all, together's the word! Others, go work the pumps, and with a will, the pumps! And sharp, look sharp, before she fill!" Hurrieth to ply the pumps the soldier host, but ere they reached them, the rolling sea and Tamar's waves, the ship so pitched and tossed, all lost their footing, falling to the lee. 3 stalwart sailors, who best throws could boast, sufficed not to make the helm-ward free. Tackles to starboard, yokes to port they lashed, yet all their power and practice to the bashed. Such were the gale gusts, never tempest blew with more of cruel will of Feller's tower, as though its mission were to uproot and strew on plain of Babel, Babel's tallest tower. Mid the great washing waves that greater grew, dwindled the puissant ship to stature lower than her own cock, and 'twas a thing of fear, seeing her in such surges swim and steer. The sturdy craft that da Gama beareth her mainmast broken clean in twain, and well nigh waterlogged. The crew in prayers calls upon him
who came to ransom men. Nor less vain clamors to the empty airs Coelho's vessel casts by fear o'erta'en, though there the master had more caution shown, furling his canvas ere the storm came down. In air the ships are thrown with every throw of furious Neptune's crests that kiss the cloud. Anon appear the keels to settle low where horrid glooms the deep sea-bowels shroud, while Notus, Auster, Boreas, Aquilo, the world machine to rack and ruin crowd. Gleamed and glared pitchy hideous night, with levin burning all the polar height. The halcyon birds their melancholy wail piped as they cowered on the salvage shore, remembering aye the wrongful long-past tale of woes the waters wrought to them of yore. Meanwhile the enamoured dolphins fled the gale to sheltering grottos in the deep sea floor, although the mighty winds and mightier waves threatened danger in their deepest caves. Ne'er forged such lightning bolts of living fire against the giant's hot rebellious band the great toil-sordid blacksmith in desire to grace with radiant arms his stepson's hand. Never was known the mighty thunder's ire to rain such fulminant fulgur o'er the land in the great deluge which alone withstood the pair that changed stones to flesh and blood. How many mountains levelled with the lee those waves that burst and break with awful might! How many a gnarled trunk of ancient tree the winds uptore with wild and wilful spite! Ne'er recked those bulky cable roots to see their heels upturned to meet the heavenly light, nor thought the deep-laid sands that floods could flow so fierce and raise aloft what lay below. Da Gama, seeing that so near the scope of his long voyage every chance had failed, seeing the seas to depths infernal ope, then with redoubled rage the lift assailed, by natural fear confused, and saw a hope of life where naught of heart or art availed, to that high puissance and that certain aid which makes the impossible possible, thus prayed. Celestial guard, divine angelical, of skies and earth and sea sole suzerain, thou who didst lead thy people Israel through Erythraean waters cleft in twain, thou who didst deign defend thy servant Pole from sandy Syrtes and the monstrous main, who deignedst the second sire and children save to fill the regions emptied by the wave, if through new perilous paths away I bore, through other Scyllas and Charybdis came, saw other Syrtis reef the sandy floor, other Acroceraunian rocks and fame, why, when such labours are well nigh no more, why are we thus abandoned, left to shame, if by our travails thou be not offended, nay, if thy greater glory be intended? O happy they whose hap it was to die on gridded points of lances African, to fall while striving still to bear on high our holy faith in regions Mauritane, whose feats illustrious live in ear and eye, whose memories aye shall haunt the heart of man, whose lives by ending life win living name, whose deaths are sweetened by a deathless fame. Thus he, while battling winds still fiercer clashed, like raging bulls indomitably would, to greater rage the raging gale was lashed, hissing and howling through the twiny shroud. The lightning's dreadful nightlight brighter flashed, and dreadful thunders rolled and rent the cloud, as though the heavens to earth unaxled fell, and the four elements in battle mell. But now the lovely star with sparkling ray led forth clear soul in eastern hemisphere, day's lovely herald hasting to display her gladdening brow and earth and sea to cheer, the goddess ruler of its skiey way, whom falcon-girt Orion flies in fear, when seen the billows and her dear-loved fleet, with equal anger and with fear was smit. Here certes Bacchus' handwork I descry, quoth she, but fortune ne'er shall gar him gain his wicked object, nor shall scape mine eye the damned intention which he plains in vain. Thus she, and slipping instant from the sky, lightly she lighteth on the spacious main, bidding her nymphs to wear, as on she sped, a rosy garland on each golden head. Garlands she bade them wear of varied hue, on blondest tresses of the purest shine, who had not said the ruddy florets grew on natural gold, which love had loved to twine. To tame and blandish by the charming view the noisome crew of winds she doth design, her galaxy of nymphs, a train as fair as planets dancing on the plains of air. And thus it was, for when in beauty's pride showed the fair bevy, faded straightway the force wherewith each windy warrior vied, and all surrendered happy to obey. It seemed their mighty feet and hands were tied by hanks of hair that dimmed the levin ray. Meanwhile her Boreas, she who ruled his breast, loveliest Orithyia thus addressed: Think not, fair Boreas, ere 'twas thought of mine, that thou hast loved me with constant love. For gentle ways be love's securest sign. Wrath has no power the lover's heart to move. See, and thou bridle not that rage and thine. Expect no grace of me, whom 'twill behove henceforth to murder love by deadly fear. For love is terror, and fear draweth near. Bespake fair Galatea in such strain her furious notice, for she wots right well long in her presence pleasure he had ta'en, and now she feeleth he must feel her spell. The salvage scarcely can his joy contain, nor will his heart within his bosom dwell, or joy to view his dame vouchsafe command. He deems 'tis little to walk soft and bland. Thus eke had others equal part to tame those other lovers who their hests obeyed. Yielding to Venus, every wind became tranquil of semblance, by new softness swayed. She promised, seeing their loves her aidance claim, in love's sweet wars her sempiternal aid, and took their homage on her beauteous hands to bear, while sailed the ships her dear commands. Now splendid morning tipped the hills with red, whence rolls the Gange his sacred sounding tide, when seamen perched upon the topmast head high lands far rising o'er the prows descried. Now, scaped the tempest and the first sea dread, fled from each bosom terrors vain, and cried the Melindanian pilot in delight, Calicut land, if aught I see aright! This is, party, the very land of end. What realms you seek, behold, ahead appear. And if no farther earth ye long to find, your long-drawn travail finds its limit here. No more the Gama could compose his mind for joy to see that end is known and near. With knees on deck and hands to heaven upraised, the God who gave such gift of grace he praised. Praise to his God he gave, and rightly gave, for he not only to that bourne was brought, wherefore such perils he and his did brave, wherefore with toil and moil so sore he fought, but more, because so barely scaped the grave, when raging ocean death for him had wrought, by the dure-fervid wind's terrific might, he was like one who wakes from dream of fright. Amid such fierce extremes of fear and pain, such grievous labours, perils lacking name, whoso fair honour wooeth aye shall gain men's true nobility, immortal fame. Not those who ever lean on ancient strain, and pine on noble trunk of barren claim. Not those reclining on the golden beds, where Moscow's zebbling downy softness spreads. Not with the novel viands exquisite, not with the languid wanton promenade, not with the pleasures varied infinite, with generous souls effeminate degrade. Not with the never-conquered appetite, by fortune pampered as by fortune made, that suffers none to change and seek the meed of valor, daring some heroic deed, but by the doughty arm and sword that chase honor, which man may proudly hail his own, in weary vigil, in the steely case, mid wrathsome winds and bitter billows thrown, suffering the frigid rigours in the embrace of south and regions lorn and leer and lone, swallowing the tainted ration's scanty dole, salted with toil of body, moil of soul. The face enforcing when the cheek would pale, to wear assured aspect glad and fain, and meet the red-hot balls whose whistling hail spreads comrades' arms and legs on battle plain. Thus honored hardness shall the heart prevail to scoff at honors and vile gold disdain. The gold, the honors often forged by chance, no value gained, no virtue shall enhance. Thus walks our mortal wit's immortal bride, by long experience led, man's truest guide. And thus the soul shall see, from heavenly height, the maze of human pettiness and pride. Whose soul shall rule his life by reason light, which feeble passion ne'er hath power to hide, shall rise, as rise he ought, to honor true, maugre his will that ne'er hath stooped to sue. End of Canto 6. Canto 7 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões, translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 7. Argument of the 7th Canto. On the occasion of the famous discovery of India, a notable and poetic exhortation is addressed to the princes of Christendom, arousing them to like enterprises. Description of the reign of Malabar, wherein lieth the empire of Calicut, at whose port the Armada anchoreth. Appeareth the Moor Monsaide, who giveth information to the Gama, and eke instructeth him concerning the natives of the land. The Catual, or governor of Calicut, fareth to see the fleet. Another argument. Dá fundo a frota Calicut chegada, manda-se mensageiro ao rei potente. Chega Monsaide a ver a luz armada, e da província informa largamente. Faz Gama ao Samori sua embaixada, é recebido bem da índica gente. Com regedor o mouro ao mar se torna, que de toldos e flâmulas se adorna. Anchors to Calicut safe come, the fleet, sent to its puissant king an envoy goes. Monsaide comes the Lusian ships to greet, and of the province telleth all he knows. The Gama fares the Samori to meet, grace to the stranger Vindic people shows, then join the regent and the moormen high aboard, where many a flag and awning fly. Canto 7. And now the Armada neared the morning land, many so much desired to have seen, reigns by those Indic currents moted, and by Ganges who dwelleth in the sky terrene. Up, braves, and at them on your valiant hand to snatch victorious palms determined bend. Here ends your warfare, here before you lies the realm of riches and your rightful prize. To you, O race from Lucis sprung, I say, to whom such puny part of earth is doled, nay, what say I of earth, but of his sway, who ruleth all the rounded skies enfold? You, whom ne dangers dure ne dire dismay from conquering brutal heathenness withhold, but eke no greed of gain may wean from love of mother essence throned to heavens above. Ye Portingals, as forceful as your few, who e'er disdain to weigh your weekly weight, ye, who at cost of various deaths be true the laws of life eternal to dilate, cast by the heavenly lots your lot you drew, however poor or mean your mundane state, great deeds for holy Christendom to show, so high, O Christ, exaltest thou the low. See them, those Germans, stiff-necked, herd-like horde, who browse the pastures of such wide extent. To him rebellious who hath Peter's word, choose a new shepherd, a new sect invent. See them absorbed in ugly wars abhorred, nor yet with blinded errant ways content. Fight, not the hot tyrannic Ottoman, but the apostolic yoke they feign unspun. See the hard Englander proclaim his right of that old sacred city king to be, where reigns and rules the base-born Ishmaelite, honor of truth so nude who e'er did see. Mid boreal snows he taketh sad delight
to mould new mode of old Christianity. For those of Christ he bears the ready brand, not to rethrone Lord Christ in Holy Land. Holds for himself meanwhile a faithless Roy, Jerusalem city the terrestrial, who holds not holy law, but dares defy Jerusalem city the celestial. Then what of thee, vile Gaul? What need say I, who wouldst thy vaunting self most Christian call? Not that such title wouldest ward and guard, but that the name through thee besmirched and marred. Thy claim to conquer Christian lands beseems one who so much and such fair land doth claim. Why seek not Sinops and the Nilus streams, which ever hate that antique holy name? There should they feel of steel the hard extremes, who would the Church's truthful song defame. Of Charles, of Louis, name thou didst inherit, and lands, why not of justice wars the merit? What shall I say of those who mid the lights which vilest idols bear for manhood's bane, spend life and love to waste the gold that blights, and clean forget their ancient valiant strain? Tyrannic haste to hostile act incites, which virile races view as foulest stain. To thee I speak, O Italy, sunk by curse of thousand sins, who dost thyself adverse. Ha, wretched Christians, who such cross incur, be you perchance the teeth by Cadmus sown, that waste of brother blood ye thus prefer, when all by self-same mother womb are grown? How durst you see yon holy sepulture owned by the bandogs who such feuds disown, who come to hold and have your ancient ground, their warlike prowess making them renowned? You know 'tis now their usance and decree, whereof they are observantists entire, to levy restless hosts of heavenry, and harm the hearts that dear Christ's love desire. While fierce elect amid your chivalry for ever soweth tears of wrath and ire, look, on your eyes to risks like these ye close, how they and you to you be deadliest foes. If lust of lucre and of lordship led your course to conquer far and foreign lands, see you not Hermus and Pactolus shed adown their fertile valleys aureate sands? Assyria, Lydia spin the golden thread, lurk veins of sheeny ore in Afric's strand. Let these rich treasures sluggish sprites arouse, since rouse you not the rites of holy house. Those fierce projectiles, of our days the work, murderous engines, dire artilleries, against Byzantine walls where dwells the Turk, should long before have belched their batteries. O hurl it back in forest caves to lurk, where Caspian crests and steppes of Scythia freeze that Turkish ogre progeny multiplied by opulent Europe's policy and pride. Georgians, Armenians, Grecians, hapless Thrace, cry on your name to quell th' unspeakable horde that dooms perforce their darlings to embrace Alcuin's precepts, tax of blood abhorred. Prove, when you punish yon inhuman race, the sage's spirit and the soldier's sword, nor covet arrogant praise and vainest boast of vaunting valor o'er a brother host. But while ye blindly thirst to drink the blood of your own veins, O hapless race insane, never hath failed Christian hardihood in this our little household Lusitane. Her seats are set by Afric's salty flood, she holds in Asian realms the largest reign. She sows and ears o'er all the fourth new found, and there would hasten had but earth more ground. Meanwhile, behold we what new chance befell the seld-seen voyagers who fame would earn, since gentle Venus deigned the gale to quell, and futile furies of fierce winds to spurn. When they the large-spread land's appearance hail, of stubborn, obstinate toil the bound and born, and where the Saviour's seed they wend to sow, enthrone new lords, new lights, new laws bestow. Soon as along the stranger shores they lay, A fragile fleet that fishing people bear they found, and by such guidance learned the way to Calicut, whose denizens they were. Thither inclined the prowers without delay, for 'twas the city fairest mid the fair in land of Malabar, and where abode the king, whose orders all that region owed. Outside of Indus, inside Ganges, lies a wide-spread country, famed enough of yore. Northward the peaks of caved Immodus rise, and southwards ocean doth confine the shore. She bears the yoke of various sovereignties, and various eke her creeds, while these adore vicious Maphama, those to stock and stone bow down, and eke to brutes among them groan. There, deep in the mighty range that doth divide the land and cutteth Asian continent, whose crests are known by names diversified, of every country where its trend is bent, outburst the fountains, which commingling glide in powerful streams that die when travel spent in Indic Ocean, and the arms of these convert the country to a Chersonese. Twixt either river, from this breadth of bays, puts forth the spacious land a long thin horn, quasi-pyramidal, which in the embrace of ocean lies with isle Ceylon to form. And near the source that shows the natal place of Ganges, if olden fame of truth be borne, the happy peoples of the adjacent bowers feed on the fragrance of the finest flowers. But now of many usance, mode, and name are all the tribes who have and hold the ground. Pathans and Delhis urge the proudest claim to land and numbers, for they most abound. The Canis, Orias, who both misclaim salvation in the sounding flood, is found by Ganges rolled, and here the land Bengal is rich, in sort her wealth exceedeth all. The sovereignty of Bellicose Cambay, men say 'twas puissant Porus' olden reign, Narsinga's kingdom, with her rich display of gold and gems, but poor in martial vein. Here seen yon side, where wavy waters play, a range of mountains skirts the murmuring main, serving the Malabar for mighty Muir, who thus from him of Canara dwell secure. The country people call this range the Gout, and from its foothill scanty breadth there be, whose seaward sloping coast-plain long hath fought 'gainst ocean's natural ferocity. Here o'er her neighbour city's sons adoubt, Calicut claimeth highest dignity, crown of the kingdom, fair and flourishing. Here he entitled Samarim is king. Arrived the squadron off that wealthy land, she sent a Portingal to make report, so mote the gentle monarch understand who hath arrived in his distant port. A stream the herald struck which, leaving land, entereth ocean, and his novel sort, his hue, his strange attire, his stranger ways, made all the lieges gather round to gaze. Amid the swarming rout that thronged to view, cometh a Moslem, who was born and bred in distant Barbary, mid her barbarous crew, there where in ancient day Antaeus swayed. Right well the Lusitanian realm he knew, or by the scanty distance thither led, or signed by the sword and fortune's brand to long-drawn exile in a foreign land. With jocund mien our messenger to sound, for that he speaketh well the speech of Spain, he thus: "Who brought thee to this new world's bound, far from thy fatherland, the Lusitan?" "Opening," respondeth he, "the seas profound, which never opened the race of men, for in this mighty flood we hither bore, to win for holy faith one triumph more." By the long voyage sore astonied stood the Moor Monsaide, thus his name was known, when told the Lusian how the terrible flood had all the temper of a tyrant shown. But, as that errand's drift, he understood, concerned the ruler of the land alone, he tells the stranger how the monarch lay outside the city at a little way, and that while travelled to the royal ear news of that advent strange, if judged he meet, repairing to his humble dwelling near, 'twere well refreshment of the land to eat, whence by short rest restored and good cheer the twain together might regain the fleet. For life has nothing like the joy and glee wherewith near neighbours meet in far country. The Portingal, accepting not in great what glad Monside for his guest deviseth, as though their friendship were of olden date, eats, drinks, and does whate'er the host adviseth. Now from the city wend they, making straight towards the squadron which the Moor agonized, and scaled the flagship's flank, where all the crew with kindly glances Moor Monside view. Embraceth him our chief, whom hugely pleased the well-remembered accents of Castile, seateth him near, and asketh him at ease anent the land and folk therein that dwell. Even as flocked on rhodope the trees to hear the lover of the damosel Eurydice his lyre of gold resound, the folk to hearken flocked the Moor around. Then he, O nation, who by nature's hand was stablished neighbour to my natal nide, what mighty chance, what destiny's command upon such voyage drave you far and wide? Not causeless, no, though darkly, deeply planned from unknown Minho, distant Tagus tide, your course o'er oceans, aye by keel unplowed, to reign such distance and such dangers shroud. God bringeth you, party, for he intendeth some special service which your works await. For this alone he guideth and defendeth from enemies, ocean, and the wind's wild hate. Know that ye look on Ind wherein extendeth a world of nations, rich and fortunate, in lucent gold, and gems of princely price, and odoriferous fumes and biting spice. This province, in whose port your ships have ta'en refuge, the Malabar by name is known. Its antique rite adoreth idols vain, idol religion being broadest sound. Of divers kings it is, but 'twas the reign, as olden legend saith, of only one. Hight the last king was Sarma Perimal, who 'neath one sceptre held the kingdom all. But as this region there and then was sought by other races from the Arab bight, who Mahometic worship with them brought, the same my parents planted in my sprite, it happed their wisdom and their prayer so wrought upon the Perimal, and lit such light, that to the faith convert with fervour high, he only hoped a saint in it to die. He mans his ships and loads with merchandise, and many an offering curious, rare and rich, and there religious life to lead he hies, where lies our prophet who our law did preach. But ere abandoned home his satrapies, that lacked lawful heir, he parts to each and all he loved. Hence his intimates he from want made wealthy, and from serfdom free. To this Cochim, to that false Cananor, one hath Chalais, another Dial Piment, a third Coulam, a fourth takes Cranganor, the rest is theirs with whom he rests content. Only one youth, for whom warm love he bore, when all was parted, did himself present. Nothing save Calicut for him remained, which by her traffic wealth and rank had gained. On him the title paramount he bestows of emperor, with sway o'er every state. And, made this partage, there he diligent goes, where, after sentient life, he met his fate. Thus 'twas the name of Samarim arose, of all this region proudest potentate, born by the youth, and by his heirs from whom this who now wields imperial powers come. The law that holds the people, high and low, is fraught with false fantastic tales long past. They go unclothed, but a wrap they throw for decent purpose round the loins and waist. Two modes of men are known. The nobles know the name of neighers, who call the lower caste poleas, whom their haughty laws contain, from intermingling with the higher strain. For men who aye had office in one guise, with mates of other office ne'er may wive, nor may the son the calling exercise, save sires and foresires long as he shall live. These neighers, as sin and shame, forsooth, despise the touch of outcasts, and they fain believe that peradventure, if the touch occur, 1,000 rites must wash their bodies pure. In similar form the Judean folk of old touch not the peoples of Samaria reign. But strangenesses far stranger than I've told of varied usages shall meet your eyne. None save the nayers affront the manifold chances of war, who like stone walls sustain their king from enemies, arms aye in hand, in left the target, and in right the brand. Entitled Brahmins are their ghostly race, time-honored title of high eminence. His far-famed precepts eke they still embrace, who first to science lent a modest sense. A living thing to kill they hold as base, such be from every flesh their abstinence. Only in joys venereal their delight hath more of license in a laxer rite. Common the women are, although confined to those belonging to their husband's blood. Happy condition! Happy humankind, who over jealous wrongs may never brood. These and more customs various shall ye find among the Malabar men still holding good. Great is the country, rich in every style of goods from China sent by sea to Nile. Thus spake the Moorman. Now on vaguing wing about the city rumour wildly flew, with bruit of foreign commerce, when the king sent out his servants seeking tidings true. Then through the streets begirt by mighty ring of every age and sex that flocked to view, came the grandees who by the king were bade to bring the captain of the stranger maid. But he by royal leave allowed for land to change his floating home, accompanied by his stout Portingals, a chosen band in richest robes to meet the monarch hied. The beauteous contrasts of the hues command the crowd's approval, who with wonder eyed smiteth the cadenced oar with coolly gleam, now the salt ocean, then the frore fresh stream. There stood a regent of the realm ashore, a chief, in native parlance Cotwal, hight, by noble Nares surrounded, waiting for illustrious Gama with a strange delight. Now to the land our chief in arms he bore, and the rich cushioned couch and litter light he proffereth as a coach, an usage old, which bearer people on their shoulders hold. Thus he of Lusses, he of Malabar, wend whither sitteth waiting them the king. Followed the Portingals in form of war for foot troops marching fierce and threatening. The people, buzzing with confused jar to see the strangers, fain of questioning gathered, but in the centuries long gone by the Babel tower did such hope deny. Now with the Catchwell Gama's speech exchanged, on things the occasion and the moment chose, interpreteth the tongue so far estranged Monsaide, for the twain right well he knows. Thus the procession through the city ranged, whither a noble, splendid pile arose, and reached the presence of a sumptuous fane through the tall portals spaced on equal plain. Here frightful forms of men's idolatries stand carved in lifeless stock and death-cold stone, varied in gestures, various of dyes, e'en as by feigning fiend to men made known. Abominable forms the sight surprise, with mingled members like chimeras shown. The Christians, wont to see their God in man, these hybrid monsters with blank wonder scan. One bore 2 horns insculptured on his brow, like Jove called Ammon in the Libyan wold. This double faces on one form did show, like 2-faced Janus limned in church of old. That had of arms a long divided row, mocking Briareus, members manifold. That thing a canine front external bore, such as the Nubis Memphians did adore. The barbarous Gentile in his god's abode a superstitious adoration paid. Then both went straight, ne'er straying from the road, where the vain people's king his sojourn made. The streams of starers fuller still o'erflowed, for all to sight the stranger chief essayed, while to the roofs and casements gazing came grey-beard and stripling, damosel and dame. Now near they, marching with no shortened stride, fair fragrant gardens and perfumed bowers, wherein the royal palace buildings hide, a structure sumptuous, though not tall in towers. The chief and nobles choose to build and bide where coolly bosquets teem with fruits and flowers. Thus dwell the rulers of the race, delighting in seats the city and the camp uniting. The pressing portals by their work betray subtleties telling of the daedal hand, in forms whose noble presences display the hoar antiquities of India land, the marvelled stories of her ancient day, with such a living art and figured stand, that whoso reads them with a lore exact knows from the fiction what hath been the fact. There puissant armies show and proudly tread that orient region which Hydaspes laves. A smooth-browed Capitaine is at the head, and with his leafy thyrsus leads his braves. By him was Nisacitis established, hard by the margins of the murmurous waves. So proper was the god, e'en Semele, her son beholding, would have said, "'Tis he." And there yon arrowy river draining dry, the Syrian peoples multitudinous bear a queenly sceptre, feminine seigneury, of fair the fairest, and as foul as fair. Fast by her side, with fury flaming high, her sculptured jennet proudly paweth air, in whom her son a rival lover fand. O vile incontinence! O Amerne fand! At farther distance trembled in their pride the flags and banners of the glorious Greek, of monarchies the third, and conquering Hyde, far as the billowy Ganges sea doth seek. That youthful Capitaine's semblance is their guide, whom victory's wreathed palms of valour deck, who claims a seat among the gods above, no longer Philip's son, but son of Jove. While on these memories dwelt the Portuguese, thus did the catchwell to the captain say: "Soon dawns the day when other victories shall these thou seest dim and disarray. Here shall indited be new histories, made by the wanderers who shall wend this way. Thus fate was found by wise and wizard men, inspired Magians who the future ken. And eke inspireth them the magic sense, that naught availeth to defend such ill, of all that mortals bring to their defence, for earthly wits must bend to heavenly will. It also saith the stranger's excellence and arts of peace, as in his Bellic skill, shall be so puissant, all the world shall know the conqueror's measure by his conquered foe." Discoursing thus, they reached the levee hall, wherein that great and glorious emperor sat on a cushioned couch, which, though 'twas small, for work and worth was never seen before, showed his reclining jest imperial, a potent, grave, and prosperous signior. Golden his loincloth, and the diadem that crowns his brow doth blaze with many a gem. Hard by his side an old man reverent knelt on the floor, and now and then a few green leaves of pungent pepper did present, in wonted usage for the sire to chew. A Brahmin, personage preeminent, with gliding gait beside the Gama drew, and led him up the potent king to greet, who with a nod designed a facing seat. When near that splendid couch took place the guest, and others farther off, prompt glance and keen the Samrin cast on folk whose garb and jest were like to nothing he had ever seen. Then speaking gravely from his stately breast, adding authority to noble mien, and gaining credence of the king and crowd, his royal message spake our chief aloud: "A mighty king, there throned, whither roll voluble heavens in eternal round, where earth by earth conceals the rays of Sol, tinging the world he left with gloom profound, hearing the rumours which from distant goal respond to echo, how on Indic ground thine is the sole imperial majesty, the knot of friendship leaf would knit with thee. And by long devious courses his command sent me to say, that all things mercantile, which go by ocean or which go by land, supplied by realms betwixt the Tage and Nile, from foggy Zealand's frore pole-fronting strand to the far lands where Sol ne'er changeth style of days, that splendid shine on Aethiop's shore, all these his kingdom holds in mighty store. And if thou wilt, with pacts and firmest ties of naked, sacred peace and friendship rare, allow exchange of superfluities, his earth and thine with like abundance bear, making the rents and revenues richer rise, wherefore men toil and travail, sweet and fair. For both the countries certes shall pertain, to him great glory, and to thee great gain. And when thus knitted friendship steadfast knot, which you mighty monarchs twain shall bind, prompt will he be against all adverse lot, by chance of warfare to thy reign designed, with soldiers, arms, and ships. So men shall wot thy friend and brother they in him shall find. He hopeth eke that when thy course is traced, by sure response to see my mission graced. Such royal message spake our chief before the gentoo king, who thus vouchsafed reply, that to receive such fair ambassador from land so far he holdeth honour high, but that his final will fain standeth o'er till ta'en the council of his ministry, who shall make certain, after long debate, what king he speaketh of, what race, what state. Meanwhile from labours past the chief may wend where rest awaits him, and in brief delay to the despatch he will due care extend, whereby their king shall greet their homeward way. This said, brought sombre night the wonted end to human labours of the livelong day, soothing the weary limbs with balmy swoon, and tired eyne with sweet oblivion's boon. The Gama with his Portingals remained, whom, upon hospitable thought intent, the noble Indian regent entertained with feast and joy and general content. The Catual, to his monarch's service trained, sought surest tidings. 'Twas his regiment, to learn how, when, and whence the folk had come, what laws were theirs, what customs, and what home. Soon as he saw the Delian car of fire the fair youth drives, come forth and light restore, he summoneth Monsaide for desire to know the strangers new to the Indian shore. Ready and curious now he 'gins enquire if certain signs, pure proofs, the Moorman bore anent these foreigners, as men had said, hard by his country they were born and bred. That punctual proof particular he must bring, with general information, as 'twould be notable service done to tell the king all that could guide him in such novelty. Rejoins Monsaide, albeit everything I lief recount, yet count it not from me. I only ken they bide in distant Spain, where bathe my nest and Phoebus in the main. They hold a prophet's law who was begot sinless, nor stained with carnal detriment, his virgin mother, him the breath they wot of God who holdeth earth in government. But what my sires ancestral ne'er forgot of them is valour fierce, sanguinolent, in arms, that on their arm resplendent gloweth, as many a jest with our forefathers showeth. For they, with bravery better than of men, outdrave our grandsires from the fertile leas, where fresh Guadiana and rich Tagus ran, with famed and memorable instances. Still seeking triumphs in far African parts, spurning perils of the stormy seas, our plans of safety and of peace they foil, they break our lofty walls, our towns they spoil. Nor less of force and fraud they showed whene'er kindled were other wars by fate's decree, or when Spain's warlike sons to fight would fare, or there when others poured down Pyrenee. And thus, in fine, to thrust of foreign spear, ne'er bow they, owning alien mastery, ne'er yet was known. I swear no man can tell us to Hannibals like these ere came Marcellus. And if my tidings faulty seem and few, what thou requirest that to ask them send, ask of themselves, for they be proud and true, and falsehoods most annoy them and offend. Go see their fleet and arms, their manner view of moulded metal, ready all to shend. When thou note the Lusians' various arts, in peace and war, the sight shall glad thy heart. Flamed with desire the idle servant's mind to sight the marvels told him by the Moor. He bade the boats be manned, and straight inclined to view the vessels which the Gama bore. Both leave the foreshore, and their boat behind came neighren hosts, till ocean curdled o'er. They scale the flagship's gunwale, strong and tall, and, reach the main deck, are received by Paul. Her purple awnings and her banners shine with the rich tissue which the worm hath made, whereon appear portrayed with rare design the warlike actions of the mighty dead. Here show fierce accidents of battle line, and there fierce single fights, a scene of dread, wherefrom the Gentile seeking all to spy may not withdraw the pleasure of his eye. He asks of all he sees, but Gama prayed he first be seated, and in cool retreat be pleased to taste the food before him spread, which Epicurus' sect holds highest treat. The spumy vases generous liquors shed, which first did Noah make the world to weet. Yet kneels the gentleman to break his fast, as 'twas forbidden by the laws of caste. The blaring trumpet which in peace the thought of warfare images rends the lift like thunder. The diabolic instrument's fire fraught wakes slumbering echoes there, the sea depths under. Noted the Gentile all, but most he sought to read the intention and the works of wonder done by the heroes which in scanty space picture, mute poesy had power to trace. He riseth, Gama rising by his side, and there Coelho with the Moritan. With curious eyne a warlike form they eyed, an old white sire of aspect sovereign. His name and honours in our hearts shall bide, long as the world shall know the name of man. In garb of Grecian usage stands he dyed, bearing the vice of leaf-branch in his right. His right a leaf-branch bore, but oh, how blind! I madly rush to tempt without your stay, ye nymphs of Tagus and Mondego kind, a path so varied, long and arduous way. Lend me your favour while my way shall wind o'er the deep ocean mid the storms affray, for sore I fear me an ye leave the helm, the waves my fragile bark shall overwhelm. See how my lay so long to sing hath striven your Tagus and the Lusians dear to you, how oft this exile fate from home hath driven new labours ever suffering losses new. Now tempting ocean, then all helpless driven the dread Mavortian risks and wrongs to rue, self-doomed as Canace to death abhorred, in this hand aye the pen, in that the sword. Now sunk by hateful scorned penury, to chew the bitter bit of beggar bread, then mocked by hope already brought so nigh to be anew and more than e'er misled. Then with bare life in hand condemned to fly where life depended from so fine a thread, only a greater miracle could save than what to Judas' king new life Lys gave. And still, my nymphs, 'twas not enough of pain such sorrow clouds around my life should close, but they for whom I sang the patriot strain with sad return must pay my toils, my throes. In place of peace and rest I hope to gain, in lieu of bay wreaths bound around my brows, troubles by men unseen they must invent, when ills of every kind my soul torment. Behold, ye nymphs, what high-bred lords and wise breedeth your Tagus, what a generous race, who in such fashion with such favours prize the bard whose boon hath lent their lordships grace. For coming writers what examples rise to raise man's genius to its pride of place, to shrine memorias in the poet's story deeds that deserve to gain eternal glory. But since such hosts of ills around me lie, let not my fancy of your favour fail, here chiefest wanted as the goal draws nigh, that mighty feats walks mightier by my tale. Aid me, you only, long indeed swear I no grace to grant where good doth not prevail, and none to flatter whatso their degrees, on pain of losing all my part to please. Think not, no, my nymphs, I would enfame the man who dares his country and his king forget for private interest pitiful claim, by law of God and man a felon thing. Nor poor ambition, whose degraded aim is to win office, shall my song e'er sing, whose only object in the ignoble prize is larger range of vice and infamies. None, who misusing powers on him conferred, makes them the panders of his ugly greed, none who to court and cringe before the herd in change a figure Proteus shall exceed. From me, Camene, fear no favouring word for him who comes in grave and honest weed, in new-born rank his king contenting more to fleece and flay the miserable poor. Nor him who, holding 'tis but just and right his king's severest orders to fulfil, holds it not justice fitly to requite the servile brows that weary sweat distil. Nor him whose bosom, lacking practical light, seeketh for causes, and by prudent skill taxeth with niggard heart and hand unfair the toils of aliens which he doth not share. Only of men I'll sing the glorious name who risked darling life for God, for king, when losing life they lengthened life by fame, and well deserved the best that bard can sing. Apollo and the nine who with me came redoubled fury to my song shall bring, when rest and breathing from my travail ta'en, I to my toil refreshed shall come again. End of Canto 7. Canto 8 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões. Translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 8. Argument of the 8th Canto. The governor of Calicut seeth various pictures upon the banners of the Armada, and heareth the account of them given by Vasco da Gama. Origin of the word Lusitania. Glorious feats of the Portuguese kings and of their vassals till the reign of King Dom Afonso V. The Samori ordereth the haruspices to consult futurity respecting the Armada. They report to him evil of the navigators. They attempt to destroy da Gama, who satisfieth the king in a notable speech. Another argument. Vence de Lusitânia os fundadores, e aqueles que por feitos valerosos de alta memória são merecedores, de hinos e de versos numerosos. Como de Calecut os regedores consultam os arúspices famosos, e corruptos com dádivas possantes tratam de destruir os navegantes. Seen are the founders of the Lusian race, and braves whose valiant actions brightest shine, on memory's page deserving highest place, and tuneful hymn and poet's numbered line. What way of Calicut the regent's bays consult the famous augurs who design, bought with all-puissant bribes to show their skill, and by their cunning the discoverer's skill. Canto 8. Tarried the catchwolf standing mute before the first of painted forms that stood in sight, who for device in hand a leaf branch bore, with meteor beard, long flowing, flossy white. Whose counterfeit presentment this, wherefore the strange device he holdeth in his right? When Pole with sober accents answering said, while the wise Moor for both interpreted. All of these figures which to thee are shown, so bold in bearing, dreadful to behold, and bolder, dreader far, the men were known, in mouth of fame, for words and works of old. Ancients yet moderns are, still brighter grown, with names ingenious highest rank enrolled. This first in sight is Lucis, from whose fame our Lusitania gained her royal name. He was the Theban son or comrade tried, the god who divers regions overran. It seems he came to hold our Spanish knight, pursuing conquests which his youth began. Douros and Guadiana's plains of pride, of yore Elysian fields, his fancy went so much, he there would give his weary bones the tomb eterne, the term our country owns. The branch device thou seest him bear in hand is the green thyrsus Bacchus wont to wield, which to our century doth believe command he was a comrade or beloved child. Seest thou yon other treading Tagus land, The plower who long hath plowed the wild sea-field, where the perpetual walls he reared on high, in fane of Pallas for all memory? Ulysses 'tis, who builds that sacred fane to her whose favoured tongue fecund supplies. If there he fired tall Troy on Asian plain, here made he mighty Lisbon's walls arise. Who have we here who cumbers with the slain the field whose furious presence frights the eyes? He drives great armies to disgraceful rout, and on his banners painted eagles float. The Gentoo thus, and Gama's answer came: Thou seest a herdsman who his flock forsook. We know that Viriatus was his name, who aye preferred the lance before the crook. He shook and shattered Roman pride and fame. From this unvanquished victor ne'er she took. Ah, no, nor ever could her power take the primacy which Pyrrhus failed to break. Not force but fraud she used, and underhand she filched his life that cowed her coward's pride. For mighty straits make men of honest brand break the magnanimous laws of honour bright. This other here, against his angry land with us forgathered, and exiled wide, right well chose he the man wherewith to rise, and of immortal lustre snatch the prize. Thou seest, with us he beats the flags that bear Jove's valiant birds, victorious, sovereign. E'en in those days no brave so brave but wear our yoke, subjected to our might and main. See his so subtle arts, his wily care, the people by his deep design to gain. That prophet hind a dealing wise advice, Sertorius he, the doe is his device. See now this other painted flag upon of our first kings the great progenitor. Our history makes him to be Hungary's son, but strangers say Lorraine the hero bore. When with the chivalry of proud Leon and the Gallego he lay low the Moor, unto Saint Sepulchre's saintly Henry hied, that might his kingly trunk be sanctified. Say, pray thee, who be this that frights my sight? Asked the stonied man of Malabar. Who all these squadrons, all these men of might, with his thin legions thus can rout and mar? Who breaks such bulwarks, proud in breadth and height? Who gives such battle, never tired of war? Who comes so many crowns in many parts to trample under foot and estendards? The first Afonso 'tis, the Gama spake, by whom the Moor all Portugalia lost, for whom fame sware her oath by Stygian lake, no more of noble Roman name to boast. The zealot, he whom God would ne'er forsake, by whose brave arm he tames the Moorish host, for whom their walled reign he lays so low, no more is left for future days to do. Had Caesar or King Alexander led a power so puny, men at arms so few, against the multitudes unnumbered, this excellent commander overthrew. Deem not their names had earth thus overspread, nor could their deathless glorious death subdue. But leave we such inexplicable deeds, and see what worth of vassal man he leads. This whom thou seest sighed with kindling eye, his broken pupil, fierce in high disdain, bidding him rally flying hosts, and try once more the desperate fortunes of the plain, returneth youth with age to do or die, and turns the vanquished vanquisher away. Egas the gallant veteran hied, is knighthood's mirror to each loyal knight. See him here, self-yielded with his sons he goes, naked of silk and cloth, with neck and cord, because the youth to break the promise chose, which to Castile he gave with plighted word. He lured by specious promises the foes, to raise the siege when sovereign waged the sword. To life's last pains he dooms his sons and wife, and self-condemned saves his liege's life. Less did the consul, whom the hosts surround, when to the Caudine Forks he careless came, and there his head to bow and pass was bound neath the triumphant Samnite's yoke of shame. This, blamed at home, an inborn firmness found, to yield him singly, true to constant aim. This other yieldeth self and innocent seed and wife, more glorious and more grievous deed. Seest thou the brave who, left his ambuscade, falls on the king besieging yon tall town, the town unsieging and the king waylaid? Illustrious action Mars might call his own. See him, here went he, limbed in yon armade, till eke at sea the moormen slain or flown lost all their galleys, while he claims the prize that heads our host of maritime victories. Voyage hopinho 'tis, o'er wave and land his name shall aye respland with equal light, reflecting flames that lit his daring hand in moormen galleys under Abila's height. See how at just and saintly war's command happy he loses life in holy fight, enters by Moorish hands the heavenly calm, his soul triumphant with the well-won palm. Seest not this gathering in strange garb that came swarming from out yon navy new and brave, who hope our first of kings the foe to tame, and leaguing Lisbon saintly proof they gave? Behold Henrique, knight of peerless fame, and eke the palm that grew beside his grave. Through them his marvels God to men hath shown. Germans be they, the martyrs Christ shall own. Behold a churchman brandishing his cane against Orontes which he takes, the chance of Leiria venging lately ta'en by men who couch for Baphomet the lance. 'Tis Theotonio, prior. See again, besieged Santarém, and shalt see the glance assured that figures on the muir, and first wave o'er the walls the quinal banner durst. See, here he hies, where low our Sancho layeth, the Vandal Moor who in fierce fight atones, pierceth the ponent host, his ancient slayeth, and trails this phallic pennon o'er the stones. Main Muniz he, who in his life portrayeth the valor buried with his father's bones, dying of these banners, since his force ne'er failed to raise his own, to rout whate'er assailed. Behold that other, sliding down his spear, bearing 2 head of sentinels he slew, better to hide his ambush. Now appear his braves whose might and sleight the town o'erthrew. And now her scutcheon shows the cavalier proper, who holds in hand the couped 2 cold ghastly heads, a deed ne'er done indeed, Giraldo sem pavor, the stout name read. Seest not a Spaniard who, dissatisfied with our 9th King Afonso, by old hate of Lara moved, with the Moor abide, in friendship hostile toward Portugal's state? Abrantes town he takes accompanied by the hard infidel his Moorish mate. But see, a Portugal with power so spare rout him and stoutly lead him prisoner. Martim Lopes, the knight by name is known, who from the traitors palms and laurels took. But here, behold, the bishop militant shown, who changed for steely lance his golden crook. See him, mid faithless faithful found alone, fights to refuse refusing, shake and shock the cruel Moormen. See, in shining skies, the sign whereby his few he multiplies. See, fly the kings of Cordoba and Seville, routed with other twain in shortest tale, routed, nay, rather, ruined, miracle God-wrought, not worked by arm of mortal frail. See Alcácer low bend her haughty will, the tars of flesh, no walls of steel avail, 'gainst Lisbon's bishop, Dom Mateus. See, crowned with the palmy crown, there standeth he. Behold a master of Castilian line, a Portugal by right of birth, or run, Algarve's kingdom till she shows no sign of men-at-arms his forth hath not undone. By guile, and might, and main, and star benign, towns, castles, cities, all are stormed and won. Soon, spite her townsmen, to Villa town he breaks, and for the 7 slain hunters vengeance takes. See him, with Bellic arts from Moormen gain, silves, they gained with enormous host. Paio Correia 'tis, who might and main and cunning purpose men aye envy most. Nor passed the fighting 3 in France and Spain, who won a name that never shall be lost, for tourney, challenges, and joustings gay, winning of public trophies proud display. Seest them, how clapped adventurers they came, Castilward, whence alone the prize and pride they bore, the winnings of Bellona's game, as to their loss all found a fall who tried. See them strike down the knights of proudest fame, who of the three the principal defied. 'Tis Gonçalo Ribeiro, name so brave, hath naught to fear from Lethe's whelmy wave. To one attend, whose fame so far extendeth, that with no fame of old she rests content, who, when his country on a thread dependeth, lends stalwart shoulders to the burthen bent. Seest not how anger-flushed he reprehendeth the coward throng's suspicions cold and lent, and makes the wretches hail the gentle reign of home-born king, not foreign suzerain? See him, with daring and advice replete, God-guarded only, and by holy star, make possible the impossible, and defeat one-handed proud Castilia's power of war. See how by valor aided, might and wit, in second slaughter victory similar, he gains o'er those who, fierce as infinite, dwell betwixt Tartessus and Guadiana's vale. Seest not already, all but overthrown, our Lusitanian power, when left his line, the captain devout who wends alone to invoke that essence, the most highest shrine? Now see him summoned hastily by his own, who plead that fortune must perforce incline to whelming force, and pray his presence cheer the soldiers, and enforce their feeble fear. Yet see the careless, holy confidence wherewith "'Tis not yet time," he answered, as one in God reposing trust immense of human victory won by heavenly aid. E'en so Pompilius, hearing the offence of enemies urging o'er his land the raid, to him who brought the heavy news, replies, "But I, you see, am offering sacrifice." If one whose bravery rests his God upon, perchance thou wouldest know how named and known. Portugal's Scipio is the name he won, but Nuno Alvares claims more renown. Happy the land that bare her such a son, or rather sire, for long as suns look down on earth where Ceres enjoy Neptune reign, for such a scion she shall sigh in vain. In the same warfare, see what prizes gaineth this other captain of a slender band. Driving commanders he the drove regaineth, which they had lifted with audacious hand. See how the lance again in gore he staineth, only to free at friendship's firm command his thralled friend, whom honor made a thrall, Pero Rodrigues 'tis of Landroal. Look on this treach tour, and how he payeth his caitiff's trickery and his perjury fell. Gil Fernandes of Elvas 'tis that slayeth the wretch, and sends him to his proper hell. Here in Xeres plain the crops he layeth, with floods of blood that reigneth proud Castile. But see how Rui Pereira's face in front, and shield the galleys bearing battle brunt. See yon 17 Toulousas who belong, upon this hillock standing, life defend against the Spaniards, who 400 strong to take them captive in their rear extend. But to their sorrow, these shall find ere long the stout defenders also can offend, fit dying to last till earth succumb to time, in the far past and present days sublime. How the 300 braves, 'twas known of old, did with 1,000 Romans battle wage, in the good times when virile deeds and bold, which Viriatus did, illumed his age, he snatched memorious triumphs from their hold, bequeathing this our noblest heritage. The brave, though few, shall ne'er the many fear, as Idan's 1,000 times reproved full clear. Pedro and Henry view those infants twain of kingly John, the generous progeny, that guards his fame illustrious to remain in German land, and doometh death to die. This prince, inspired by heaven, claimed the main as her explorer, and laid bare the lie of Tumid Moor's vain boast in Seta's wall, and forced the gateway, entered first of all. Seest country Pedro daring to support 2 sieges laid by Barbary might entire, and seest yon other count who shows the port of earthly Mars in martial force and fire. Sufficeth not to fence Alcacer fort, From swarming hosts his spirit flieth higher, his king's beloved life the brave defends, as stone wall standing till his own he ends. And here the painters who in art prevail, party had many painted and portrayed, but fail their pencils and their colours fail, price, praise, and premium of art's life the bread, fold of the vices flowing from the entail of men degenerate, who so far have strayed from valor's paths where trod their lustrous sires, deep mired in vanities and low desires. Those high illustrious fathers who gave birth to generations on their grace depending, fought for fair honour, sternly strove on earth to found a family that could bear descending. Blind, if paternal toils of priceless worth, one name, fame, claim so far and wide extending, they leave their lesser sons but more obscure, when left in crapulous vice to live impure. Alls there be others, sons of wealth and might, who to no lordly tree by birth belong, fault of the kings, who oft some favourite prefer to thousands, wise and true and strong. For these the painted past hath poor delight, feeling vain colours work them present wrong, and aye as natural foe in hate they bear the speaking pictures which their semblance wear. Again say I not, that some of high descent from wealthy houses, men of generous train, still with their noble lives and excellent herited titles worthily sustain. And if the light which ancestry hath lent no novel glory by their doings gain, at least it faileth not, nor dim it groweth. But few men like these the painter knoweth. Thus Gama's eloquence told the mighty deeds, disclosed by various tints to stranger view, where art to singular artist hand concedes, depainting nature with her natural hue. The casual's ready glance distinctly reads the third mute story and the tale so true. 1,000 times he asked, 1,000 heard, each tasteful battle which his eye preferred. And now the light a doubtful lustre showed, when veiled the mighty lamp its lucent ray beneath the sky's round rim, and luminous glowed on our antipodes the smile of day. The generous crowd of Nares and Gentoos rode off from the stalwart ship on homeward way, seeking repose and sleep's delicious swoon, to weary beings night tide's gentle boon. Meanwhile those augurs who must fame affy in false opinion, that by sacrifice forecast of future things which dubious lie, through diabolic sign and show they wise, by royal mandate hide black arts to ply, in various offices 'gan exercise, to find what projects brought across the main unheard of foreigners from unknown Spain. By demon Aiden's truthful sign they learn, how doth this novel visitor portend a yoke perpetual, servitude etern, the race's ruin and its valor's end. The mazed augur, whom the proofs constern, went to the king and tells, e'en as he kenned, the fearful symptoms that had met his sight, by victim bowels brought anon to light. These signs confirming, to a priest devout, a man of mark in mathematics creed, from preconceived hatred not remote, 'gainst holy faith that doth all faith exceed, in the false prophet's form of evil note, who drew his being from slave Hagar's seed, Bacchus the hateful in a dream appears, whose hate is doubled by redoubled fears. Guard ye, my children, guard ye, thus he spoke, from snares and perils laid by deadly foes, who o'er the tumid waters hither flock, before the danger more immediate grows. The Moorman, startled by these words, awoke in visionary fear, but soon arose the thought that vulgar dream his brain oppressed, and thus returned he tranquil to his rest. When Bacchus thus returneth, knowest thou not the mighty Maker who the law devised for thy forefathers, he whose will you wot, and lacking whom had many been baptized? I wake for thee, for me dost sleep thou sought? Then by the future soon shall be advised, how these newcomers come with bane and ban, to break the laws I taught to seely man. Until this feeble folk full force hath won, contrive resistance in all manner ways, for Easy 'tis upon the rising sun firm eyne to fix on fear of blinding rays. But when to zenith hath his race been run, the strongest eyesight that would dare to gaze remaineth dazed, and so shall ye remain, unless ye let them ere the root be ta'en. Then with the dreamer's sleep away he speedeth. Trembling remains the astonished Hagarine. Springing from couch his slaves bring light he biddeth, the fervid venom festering in his spleen. As the pale dawnlight, which the sun precedeth, displayed her angel cheek and brow serene, convoked the doctors of the turpid sect, he of his vision renders count direct. Divers opinions couched contrary are told and heard, as each best understood. Astute waylayings, argued treachery, were worked and woven in their vengeful mood. But shirking treason which made danger dree, they sought the spilling of the stranger's blood, with plots and projects of the subtlest school, by bribes the rulers of the land to rule. With golden bribe, rich fee, and secret gift, they strive the country principals to please, showing, with proofs discreet of notable drift, how shall perdition all the people seize. These be, they say, a folk of scanty thrift, rovers who run from occidental seas. Piratic rapine is their sole design, sans roi, or human or divine. Ah, how behooves the king who rules aright to choose his counsellors or his friends beloved, by rule of conscience, virtue's inner light, whose pride sincere affection long have proved. The man exalted to that dizzy height, the kingly throne, of things from note removed, can gain no notice sure, no knowledge clear, save what the adviser's tongue will teach his ear. Much less I counsel kings to rest secure in the clear conscience of the men who show of humble pauper cloak the form of lure. Ambition haply lurketh rags below, and men in all things pious, just, and pure, often of worldly knowledge little know, for ill shall trustful innocence take part in mundane matters when God holds the heart. But each and every casual, gross in greed, the puissant rulers of the Gentile herd, gained by the glozings of the hellish breed, unto the Portingals dispatch deferred. Whereon the Gama, whose one only heed, despite the mischief by the Moormen stirred, was at the kingly feet sure sign to lay of the discovered world left far away. Worketh for this alone, as well he knew that, when sure tidings and clear proofs appear, arms, armour, ships, and men would send anew Manuel, the king who rules the realm some peer. That to his yoke and law he would subdue the globed earth and e'en the watery sphere. Himself was nothing but the diligent hand that pioneered the road to Orient land. The gentle monarch forth he fares to find, that with dismissal he may wend his ways, seeing already how the Moor's black mind would bulk his heart's desire by long delays. The king, who, if by tales of forged kind amazed were, would not so much amaze, confiding fully in his augur's troth, confirmed too by Moormen's wordy froth. Feels fear of freezing his ignoble breast, burneth on other hand a base desire, which ever held his spirit in arrest, flaming with lucre's lust's unquenchable fire. The richest profit sees he manifest appear in future, if with truth entire he make just contract and its consequent gain for long years offered by our Lusian reign. Hereon the counsellors whom the king most prized, different counsels and opinions dealt, for those whereby he wont to be advised, money's almighty magic might had felt. To call our valiant captain he devised, and him, when come, thus spake: Now, an thou wilt, here in my presence own the rude clean truth, thy felon action still shall claim my ruth. The message, say they, and I understand, thy king hath sent me, is a falsehood vain. No king doth own thee, ownest thou no land, but leadest vaguing life upon the main. Say, who, from ultimate Hispanian strand, or king or lord past hope of cure insane, would send his navies or one ship to stray over such distant oceans' dubious ways? And if great wealthy kingdoms doth thy king sway, as thou sayest with kingly majesty. What rich rare presents do I see thee bring, earnests of doubtful unknown verity? The splendid robe, the costly offering, betwixt high king and king link amity. I hold no valid sign, no certain pledge, the pleas of vagrant seamen may allege. If as hath hap to many a high-born brave, perchance in exile be your lot to roam, my land shall lend you refuge and shall save, for every country's the strong man's home. If ye be pirates housed upon the wave, own it me, fear nor infamy nor doom, for in all ages life to save must be the primal law of life's necessity. He thus. The Gama, who divined the game perfidious, with a cunning treason played by jealous Mahometic hearts, whence came the foul suspicions which the king misled, with high-souled confidence, as did beseem, commanding credence which he merited, bowing to Venus as Sidelius Hest, preferred this answer from his prudent breast. If man's original sin in hoary time, whereby sore fall became our hapless fate, had never caused the cup of deadly crime, that cruel scourge of every Christian state, with enmity to brim in every clime, for Adam's sons with falsity innate, O king sublime, of that foul turpid sect, ne'er hadst thou held me of such deeds suspect. But, since naught is won or good or high, some stumbling blocks, and sees each nobler deed on fair hope's footstep, fear a following nigh, which on its bosom sweat delights to feed. Beseems thou deignest little to rely on this my very truth, nor takest heed of other reasons, which regard thou must, didst thou not trust to men unworthy trust. For, an I be a robber, rapine fed, undivigus, far banished from mine own, how can I, thinkest thou, so far have sped, to seek these seats unseen, these realms unknown? By what false hope, what love of profit led, should I, mid angry seas my lot have thrown, Antarctic rigours and the fires of air, which they who dwell beneath the ram must bear? If thou demand that gifts of high degree must the good credit of my words maintain, I came but stranger climes and skies to see, where nature chose to set thine ancient reign. But if my fortune grants such good to me, home to return and fatherland regain, by rich and splendid presents thou shalt learn the sure tidings of my glad return. If this my visit chance inopinate seem, that king should send from far Hesperian strand, know that yon noble heart and bosom deem no jest, no possible feat too great and grand. Well seems it fitting that the thought supreme of Lusian spirit should at least command larger belief and faith of loftier flight, and hold it boundless in its height and might. Know that long ages passed since our old kings with a settled purpose 'gan propose to conquer toils and travails manifold, which aid to noble plans their power oppose. They oped hostile seas that fain withhold from mortal man the boon of soft repose. They willed to trace their bounds, to track their shore, the farthest margin where the billows roar. Conceit right worthy of his branch so blest, that venturous king, who ploughed in primal rank the waves and drave from out his well-loved nest the last possessor of Mount Abila's flank. He, by rare genius, toils that never rest, unto one plank conjoining other plank, disclose the parts where shine in clearest air Argo with Hydra, Ara with the hare. These early seeds abundant harvest bore, and waxed our bosoms braver, till we came, little by little, stranger paths to explore, developing each an antecedent aim. The latest dwellers on the Blackmoor shore, Austral, whose eye ne'er saw the sevenfold flame, were seen by us when left behind in turn whatever peoples 'neath the tropic burn. Thus, with firm bosom, fixed resolve to win, we vanquished fortune, and we snatched the prize. Till harbored this thy new-found kingdom in, we taught the crowning column here to rise, cleaving perforce clean through the liquid tin, horrible tempests, importunities, to thee we come, and only pray from thee some sign and signal which our king shall see. This, king, be truth, nor deem that I would make for such uncertain good such petty gain, which, being my words untrue, mote be the stake such long proemium forged false and vain. Liefer would I my rest unending take on the fierce restless bosom of the main, by Mother Thetis rocked, a pirate thou, who makes his wealth by making others poor. If then, O king, this honest truth of mine thou take for what it is, one-fold, sincere, aid us, to our dispatch thy heart incline, and gust of glad return to mar forbear. But on my tale appear some feigned design, heed thou my pleadings proved so fair and clear, as seen by judgment lights that never fail, for truth is strong, and truth shall aye prevail. The attentive monarch felt assured content, when thus da Gama proved his discourse, conceives in him reliance confident, and the firm trust that lent his language force. He weighs of every word the full intent, pondering the pleading from such trusty source, and 'gins to hold as men by self-deceived those caitiff catchwalls who had bribes received. Jointly his lucre-lust claims firm effect, which Lusian contract shall, he hopes, ensure. Hope bids him listen, and far more affect the captain's honour than the crafty Moor. In fine, he biddeth Gama hie direct aboard, and thence from hurt and harm secure, the fittest stuffs from traffic shoreward send, against his spicy stores to truck or vend. The stuffs to send, in fine, he gives command, which in Gangetic realms the rarest be, if aught of value brought he from the land, where ends the shore and where begins the sea. Now from the royal presence venerand, the captain seeks the port to make his plea before the catchwall honoured with his charge, for loan of boat, as his were all at large. For boat whereby to board his ship he pleadeth, yet the bad regent, plotting novel snare, wherein to trap the stranger, not concedeth, but stay and hindrance straightway doth prepare. Then, faring from the quay, his guest he leadeth, far from the royal palaces, and there, where kens the monarch not of such intent, would work the mischief which his malice meant. When reached the distant site, he 'gan to say, fitting conveyance should be soon supplied, or to the dawning of the crest and day, the passage to defer he best decide. But now perceived from prolonged delay, the Gama how the gentle was allied with the deep plotting Moor's revengeful brood, truth he had not hereto understood. This catchwall also gifts and bribes had ta'en, tempted like others by the Moslem folk. Eke was he chief who held the guiding rein of all the cities neath the Samring's yoke. From him alone the Moormen looked to gain their base and wicked wills by hook or crook. He, who in concert vile with them conspires, despaireth not to glut their ill desires. To him the Gama with much instance prays for passage shipward, but without avail, for thus had order given, as he says, the proud successor of the Perimel. What cause of hindrance here? Why these delays to land the stuffs and goods of Portugal? Subjects perforce obey what kings command. Who dares their dreadful orders countermand? That bribed catchwall lent no heed as due to the high words, nay more he racked his thought to find some subtle fantasy anew, some deep and devilish scheme, some monstrous plot, or how his brutal steel he might imbrue in that detested blood he ever sought, or how the vessels he might blast and burn, that none and naught therein may home return. That none to fatherland return intendeth, and nothing less, the Moslem's fiendish plan, so ne'er shall ken how far and wide extendeth the owen land our sovereign Lusitan. In fine, goes not the Gama, whom forfendeth of those barbarian hordes the ruling man, lacking whose permit none might leave the beach, as all the boats were borne beyond his reach. To the chief's reasons in rough words replieth, that idol worshipper he must command to bring near shore the fleet that distant lieth, so mote it easier be to board and land. Of foe or thief the tactic it implieth,
when in far offing thus the vassal stand, quoth he, for ne'er shall true and trusty friend from those he loveth danger apprehend. Should Gama seeth in each wily word the catchwell's drift, who fain would bring the fleet nearer, where dire assault of flame and sword were ready made for wrecking mortal hate. His thoughts he scatters better aid to afford, he seeks in fancy's realm some cure discreet, some counterplot 'gainst evil plans prepared. In fine, he feared all, for all he cared. As being reflected by the burnished bright mirror of steel, or glass plate crystal clear, which sometimes struck by ray of solar light in other part restrikes the dazzling glare, and waved by wanton hand of curious pride about the house to sparkle here and there, where walls and roofs the shimmering species place, though rest its tremulous, fitful, quivering rays, so did his vaguing judgment fluctuate, when captive Gama's memory brought to mind Coelho, lest he peradventure wait ashore with boats as by command designed. With message privily sent he warned his mate fast for the fleet his homeward way to find, lest he fall lightly in the bitter lace he feared the fierce fell work of Moorish race. Such should be he who would, by grace of Mart, follow the illustrious and their fame outvie. His nimble thought must fly to every part, see through, and 'scape the danger ere 'tis nigh. The soldier instinct rare and subtle art must read, mark, learn his baffled enemy, note all, in fine. Nor shall that captain's lot be praise of mine who pleads I thought it not. Insists the Malabar his guest remain prisoner till orders bring the Armada near. He constant, fired with hot-high disdain, hears every menace with unfrightened ear. Rather shall he the weight on self sustain which vilest malice born of hate and fear machinates, than to shade of risk expose his liege's navy riding safe from foes. That livelong night in durance vile he lies, and of next day apart when he ordains once more to see the king, but leave denies the guard that not a few of men contains. To tempt with other tricks the gentoo tries, fearing his monarch pay him for his pains, and shun the malice which must soon be known if there a longer time the stranger wone. He bids him order every stuff be brought straight shoreward, all he hath of vendible, that they might duly bartered be or bought, for who nils commerce war is one to will. Though knows the Gama what felonious thought and damnable desires that bosom fill, yet he consenteth, for right well knows he, with these same stuffs he buys his liberty. Concertly now the blackamoor shall prepare launches and lighters fit the wares to land. To trust his boats our captain did not care where foe might capture or might hold in hand. Put forth Dalmades for the beach to bear his petty stuffs, the best he mote command. He writes his brother, fearing all delay, to send the bales that shall his blackmail pay. The merchandise now landed is ashore, whereby that greedy catchwell 'tis ta'en. Alvaro and Diego guard the store, with leave to truck or van as best they can. That more than duty, than obedience more, gain rules the ignoble breast of lawless men. Well doth that pagan to the worldling show, for gain the goods he let the Gama go. He lets him go, for in the goods he thought to hold sufficient pledge and pawn that may a better penny to his purse be brought, than if for longer time our chief he stay. The Gama, certain that no more he ought to land, and haply counter fresh delay, and to his vessels being now restored, resolves with tranquil mind to bide aboard. Aboard the ships he bides with mind at ease, till seen what circumstance the days shall show. For now his spirit no reliance sees upon that bribed regent, vile and low. Here let the casuists who riddle these see how the wealthy as the wantful too are ruled by lucre and the noxious thirst of gain that guards us dare and do the worst. By Thracia's sovereign Polydore is slain, only to have and hold his wealthy store. The guarded edifice may not contain Acrisius' daughter 'gainst the golden shower. So raged Tarpeia's avarice insane
that she intruck for shining yellow ore the lofty towers to the foe betrayeth, and stifled, crushed, the price of treason payeth. This opes of warded fort the valvard wall maketh the felon friend his faith forgo. This changeth noblest thane to vilest thrall, and yieldeth captains to the luring foe. This maketh purest maiden foully fall, and know no fear, no wreck of honour trow. This art and science shall at times deprave, blind sanest judgment, consciences enslave. This loves to gloss with subtler sense than meant the texts. This maketh laws and laws unmaketh. This tainteth subjects with a traitor taint. This in the patriot king the tyrant waketh. In he, self-vowed to the omnipotent, as proved by thousand instances, forsaketh God's way by gold's enchanting siren wooed, yet haply showing still some tint of good. End of Canto 8. Canto 9 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads by Luis Vaz de Camões. Translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 9. Argument of the 9th Canto. Now, freed from the snares and perils which threatened him, Vasco da Gama quitteth Calicut, and returneth to the kingdom, Portugal, with the glad tidings of having discovered Oriental India. Venus directeth his course to a delicious island. Description of that same island. Landing of the navigators. Festive shows wherewith they are there received. The soldiers by the Nereids, and da Gama by Thetis. Another argument. Parte de Calicut o lusitano, com as alegres novas do Oriente, e no meio do túmido oceano, Vênus lhe mostra uma ínsula excelente. Aqui de todo o bem sofrido dano, acha repouso assaz conveniente, e com ninfas gentis o mais do dia em festas passa e jogos de alegria. Fareth from Calicut the captain, bearing glad tidings of the Orient, to whom, amiddle of the tumid main, Venus displays an island excellent. Here from all nobly suffered loss and pain, rest and repose they find convenient, and with the gentle nymphs the livelong day they pass in wassail and in love's fair play. Canto 9. Within the city long remained pent, nor found a purchaser our factor twain. The wily infidels by foil and feint made every trader cease from trade and gain. For all they purposed and hoped and meant was there the stout discoverers to detain of India till arrived the expected fleet of Meccan vessels and the foe defeat. There where the city crowns the Red Sea bite, founded by Egypt's royal Ptolemy, and from his sister spouse Arsinoe hight, to Suez changed in our modern day, the harbor lieth at a distance light from far-famed Mecca, raised to high degree by the false superstition and profane the holy water of the Moorish men. Gida the height is titled, where the trade of all the Red Sea shorelands flourished most, whereby was great and grateful gain conveyed unto the Soldan who possessed the coast. Hence to the Malabars by contract made with th'infidel tall ships, a potent host, each year fair sailing over Indic seas, stocking their teeming holds with spiceries. Upon these ships firm hopes the Moors had set, in as their puissance was so much the higher, that these who sought their gain so grateful great, they might consume with crepitating fire. For the good succor all confiding wait, and from the explorers naught they now require, save to retard their sailing in such sort that the famed Mecca fleet should make the port. But he who rules the heavens and human race, who for whatever willed hath his will, the fittest causes from afar doth trace, which shall his provident effects fulfill. Pitiful accidents of ruth and grace dealt to Monsaide, who, with guarded skill, devoted self da Gama to advise, and gain his rightful guerdon, paradise. He, whom the Moorish rout might not suspect, being like them a Moor, but firmly thought a villain member of the villain sect, unveiled the frauds with foulest treason fraught. The ships by distance from the shore protect, in stealth with pious heart full oft he sought, mourning the causeless evils that ordain malignant hate and vengeance Saracen. He warns the weary Gama that their maid, due from Arabian Mecca year by year, is that whereon his fellow's hope is laid, to be the deadly arm of certain snare. They sail with armed hosts amain, he said, and Vulcan's horrid thunderbolts they bear. So may ye readily fall an easy prey, as you be poorly furnished for the fray. And eke the Gama, now considering the time had come for him to quit the port, and that no gladder tidings from the king he could expect who doth the Moors support, the factors left ashore straight summoning, he bade them haste aboard, and lest report of such a flitting might their flight impede, he bids them privily their steps to speed. But in the shortest space had rumour flown on resonant wing, nor here, as wont did lie, that both the factors were in prison thrown, when found attempting from the town to fly. Without delay the true report was known to the shrewd captain, who incontinently reprisals dealt on certain who had sought the fleet to traffic with the gems they brought. Now those detained are merchants grave and old, Richards of Calicut in good repute, and in their absence all their brethren hold the ships withhold them, and full true the brood. But in the fleet are mariners brave and bold, the captain's men, and each in several suit is told to task. These hold the cables in, those with hard breasts to shove the bars begin. Others, to yard arms hanging on, let go the sail that bellies with a bellowing sound. Yet the king heareth louder sounds which show that fast the squadron fareth homeward bound. The wives and children, die to die of woe for their lost loved ones, crowd in tears around the Samarin, and piteously complain. From these their fathers, mates from those are ta'en. Forthwith the Lusian factors he restoreth, with stuffs in fullest tale, and all tax-free, despite the rancorous Moor who all abhorreth, so might the prisoned lieges rendered be. Pardon for his deceit the king imploreth. The captain greeteth, far more glad to see factors than phrases here, sets loose some blacks, and making sail adown the coast he tacks. Down coast he tacketh, for he comprehendeth that with the gentle king 'twere labour vain to knit those peaceful bonds which he intendeth should strengthen commerce and her object gain. But seeing how the glorious realm that trendeth Aurora ward must aye well known remain, with these glad news he seeks dear fatherland, sure tokens taking of what things he fend. He taketh eke some Malabars aboard, perforce, the fellows by the Samarin sent, when were the factor prisoners restored. Of purchased stores he taketh hot piment, nor is of Bunda the dried flour ignored, nutmeg and swarthy clove, which excellent makes new Moluccan isle, with cinnamon, the wealth, the boast, the beauty of Ceylon. All this was gathered by the deft design of Drummondsaide, born aboard the fleet, who, thus of angel influences dying, is registered in Christ his roll-call writ. Blessed African, whom clemency divine in prison gloom with gospel light hath lit, who thus couldst find, from country forced to roam, the way to mortal men's true heavenly home. Then, turning from that coast of torrid heat, the venturous rowers their southing courses bend, where nature pleased to place her farthest meet, the Good Hope Cape, where Austrian shorelands end. Bearing the joyful news, and hopes to greet their Lisbon homes from morning land they wend, again resigned to snares of terror spread by seas uncertain, glad withal in dread. The joy one's own dear land once more to view, sweet home and kith and kin to sight again, with whom old voyage feats we face anew, and tell of climates strange and stranger men. to taste the honeyed draught of praises due by long mischances, toil, and ill and pain. Each hath of pleasure such a perfect store, the shallow vessel of man's heart brims o'er. Natheless the Cyprian goddess, who ordained had been her Lusitanian sons to guard, and by the sire eterne had been constrained through rolling years to lend them watch and ward, the glory gallant toils and travails gained, the weals that nobly suffered ill's reward, for them ordaining was, who did intend all their sea sorrows in sea joys should end. In thought revolving for a season brief how they had faced the mightiest sea that flows, and thinking how the god Sorgal in grief worked, who in Amphion and Thebe rose, she had already planned right glad relief, a prize outweighing all their passing woes, to find them rare delight and gentle rest deep in the liquid crystal's tranquil breast. Something, in fine, of that repose so sweet, refossilating bodies weary when, for these her wanderers, and pay interest meet of toil that shorteneth life of short-lived men. Then, to secure the ear it seemed fit of her sun-god, whose might of gramarye can degrade the high divine to low terrene, and raise our human clay to heaven serene. And, dully pondering, all her thoughts incline there to bespread upon their watery way, mid waves of ocean stream, some isle divine, with bloom enamelled and with greenery gay. For she hath many, where her realms confine with the first mother girt by bosoming bay, besides those gardens of the midland seas, within the portals oped by Hercules. There, 'tis her will, the watery damsels await the coming of her hero train, the nymphs who worthily bear the name of belles, for eyne a pleasure and for hearts a pain, with choirs and dances, and by potent spells bring secret hoards of love their love to gain, that all should labour with the best of will the youths they love with lover-joys to thrill. Erst so she schemed, for the son she bare to her Anchises, that he welcome found in the fair country, where, by subtle snare, a single ox-hide spanned the spacious ground. She seeks his aidance, whom she may not spare fierce Cupid, in whose force her forces bound, that in as in her old enterprise he aid he now to pluck the prize. Yoked to her chariot are the birds whose song doth exequies of death in life's own tide, and they whose figure took in sign gone long Peristera, who plucked the daisy's pied. Behind the hasting goddess troop the throng, all through the lift with billing kisses glide, where'er on windy wings the goddess flies, with gracious movements she serenes the skies. Now o'er the Idalian mount her car impendeth, where for her coming waits her archer son, who mustering potent host with it intendeth to fare on famous expedition, and rebel worlds the bell till he amendeth those direful errors long by mortals done, who love goods given by the gods above for men to use and not for men to love. He saw Actaeon, hunter so austere, so blindly bent on snatching brutal prize, that to pursue some ugly beast and fear, far from the human form divine he flies. The boy, for vengeance sweet as 'tis severe, charms with chaste Dian's shape his hungry eyes. Then let the forester take him careful heed, lest his loved hounds upon their hunter feed. He sees the wide world o'er how every lord for public welfare naught doth reck nor feel. He sees that none the boon of love afford, save where Philotia counsels selfish weal. He sees how men who sit at royal board for words of wisdom aye prefer to deal in sale of flatteries vile, which ne'er permit the tares be weeded from the fair young wheat. He sees that men to poverty who owe duty of holy love and charity, live only power to gain and wealth to show, pretending justice and integrity. Of ugly tyranny breeding asperous woe, they coin a right with vain severity. Laws they devise in favor of the king, laws which the lieges favor, down they fling. He sees, in fine, none love as all should love, save that which dealeth only ill delight. Nor for a longer time doth it behove to waive a punishment as dire as right. He bids his summoned ministers to move armaments fitted for that mortal fight. He lists engage with yon misgoverned crown that hath till now allegiance disavowed. Of these small-winged imps a band is set to varied labours in their several crafts, these on the grindstone piercing piles to whet, and those to shave and thin the canny shafts. Soothes every labour love-sweet canzonet, wedding strange chances to the song that wafts sonorous melodies and roundels gay. Suave is the song, angelical the lay. The mortal furnaces wherein they forge it, for their swift arrows points that penetrate, with fiery hearts by way of fuel are gorged, and vitals vital still that palpitate. The tempering waves wherein the tips were merged are lovers' tears in love unfortunate. The life-bright light and never-failing fire is ever-burning, ne'er outburnt desire. Some hide their dexterous hands to exercise on the rude vulgus hard unfeeling hearts, re-echoed through the welkin frequent sighs of victims smitten by the shaft that smarts. Fair be the nymphs who deal the remedies dear to the hurts they deal, and such their arts, the sorely hurt not only they revive, but boon of life to life unborn they give. Beauteous the many, while the few are plain, consonant with the quality of the wound. For to heal venoms spread through every vein, the bitterest theriacs oft the best are found. Many are doomed, aye, to wear the chain, by subtle bond of weirdest witchery bound. Thus haps it mostly, when the darts acerb are armed and tinctured with the poison herb. And from such wilful shots discharged some aim, wherewith those awkward imps a joy to play, arise 1,000 loves that mar and maim the victims wounded in such wretched way. E'en of the heroes boasting highest fame, 1,000 impious loves the sight dismay. Such was May Byblis, such the Cinyran, this youth Assyrian born, and that Judean. Ye too, my lordlings, oft have seen the hour when love of shepherd lass your souls hath smit, and ye, my ladies, oft the couthless boar hath meshed your ladyships in Vulcan net. These waiting nocturnes to the tryst famed score, those scale the casements and o'er pantiles flit, yet hold I mainly that such loves undying are more the mother's than the son's design. Now the light chariot on the green depose the pure white cygnets, slowly, softly wending, and Dionea her conjoined shows roses in waste of snows is seen descending. Her boyar son, who dareth have no pose, to greet her hasteth with due smile unbending, while of the little Cupid lads a band crowdeth to kiss the Queen of Beauty's hand. She, to save precious time from vanities, whispers, the boy embosomed in her arms, confident thus: Dear son, whose hand supplies the firmest footing of my chiefest charms, son, on whose powers my power aye relies, thou, holding cheap Typhoea's dread alarms, her force by thine enforce, an urgent case bringeth thy mother to bespeak thy grace. The Lusitanic toils well hast thou kenned, whom I for ages watch with tenderest guise, since swear the Parcae unto me, their friend, they shall adore my name, my favour prize. And, as their feats of armed prowess shan all feats of rival Rome, I lief devise some mode of aidance in what things I may, far as our force o'er men extendeth sway. And, seen how hateful Bacchus hath beguiled with mortal plots their course on Indic plain, and how by wavy ocean's injuries foiled, rather than tired they were lost or slain, I will that in this sea to them so wild, mid ever restless waves their rest be ta'en. Here shall they gather guerdons sweet and glorious of toils that make the names of men memorious. Wherefore, I pray thee, son, forthwith go fire the Nereid's maidens on their deep-sea ground. Burn they with Lusian love, bring warm desire to these explorers of a world new found. All in an islet joined in glorious choir, an isle unknown in ocean depths profound embowelled, I will haste on high to raise, where lovely Flora with her zephyr plays. There, with 1,000 sherbets, odorous wine, delicious viands, perfumed breath of roses, and singular scenes of palace crystalline, fair couches, fairer what on couch reposes, with 1,000 joys on vulgar shawl and fine, each nymph await the brave her fancy chooses, and all, love-smitten, longing to bestow what hope can figure, or what eyes can show. 'Tis my good will that in the Neptune reign, my place of birth, a fair brave race be born, with a shrewd proof shall be to worlds malign, and to the rebels who thine empire scorn, that naught shall save, ne mure adamantine, ne tryst hypocrisy, these men forsworn, ne'er shall these earthlings hope their selves to save, when burn immortal love-fires 'neath the wave. Thus willeth Venus, and her wilful boy obeys, and flies to see her will be done. He bids them bring his bow of ivory, with golden-headed arrows many a one. The Cyprian, with glad jest of wanton joy, within her chariot receives her son, and slacks the bridles for the birds whose song the Phaetonian death wailed loud and long. But Cupid warneth that still wants their scheme a famous go-between of high degree, who, though 1,000 times she balked his aim, 1,000 times firm friend preferred to be. Gigantea was the goddess, daring dame, vainglorious, boastful, false, and true was she, who sees with 100 eyne, flies everywhere, and that she sees 1,000 tongues declare. They went to seek and send her on in state, to blow her trumpet of the clearest strain, and so the wondering braves to celebrate, as never mortals could such praises gain. Now Fame, with murmuring sounds that penetrate, flies through the deepest grottos of the main, and scattereth truth believed true to be, for Fame's own gossip is credulity. These goodly lauds and rumours excellent the hearts of god and goddess whilom fired, by Bacchus and to harm the heroes bent, changed, and with something like his love inspired. The feminine bosom, ever diligent in shifting will, of settled will soon tired, now crieth cruelty, shame, and overzeal, for such high valour evil will to feel. Meanwhile the lither lad had loosed his bow, shaft urging shaft. Loud groans from ocean rise, they pierce point blank the waves that restless flow, these straight, those whirling in a spiral guise. The fair nymphs fall and breathe the secret throe, the bosom burthen of their burning sighs. Each falls ere seen the face that makes her die, for oft the ear hath loved before the eye. Now of his ivory loom the cusps drew near, with might and main th' indomitable boy, who fired at Tethys more than any fair, for that was she to love the coyest coy. Now of its arrows is the quiver bare, nor lives in seaplane nymph her life to joy, and if the wounded breathe a living breath, 'tis but to savour that they strive with death. Give way, ye tall cerulean waves, give way! For look ye, Venus brings her medicine, showing the snow-white bellying sails that stray o'er swelling crests of billows Neptunine. That thou reciprocal response convey, O ardent love, to longings feminine, and honest modesty must ne'er withstand whatever Venus deigneth to command. Now the fair Nereid choir itself enrolled, and side by side the gentle bevy sped, with tripping dances, usance known of old, straight for that island whither Venus led. And there the goddess 'gan to all unfold her 1,000 feats of loving hardihead. They, to be victims of sweet love prepared, each trick would try, and dare whate'er she dared. Cutting the broad highway the vessels ride, o'er ample ocean seeking home's dear shore, wishing but cool sweet water to provide for their long voyage briny waters o'er. when all atont with start of joy descried, Love's isle rise lovely stretch their eyes before, as bursting radiant through the morning air rose Memnon's mother, delicately fair. The beyond and bony island afar they hail, by Venus wafted through the wavy flood, e'en as the zephyrs waft the snow-white sail, whither the sturdy fleet fast sailing stood. And lest unheeding pass the crews, and fail there to take harbour, as she willed they should, ride on their courses through her lovely bower, that Acidalion of omnipotent power. Firm and immobile she disposed it where she saw the seamen seek and shape their way. So fixed stood Delos when Latona bare Phoebus and her who joys in forestry. Thither the hurrying pours through ocean tear, where bends the seaboard in a little bay, quiet and curved, upon whose snow-white sand her rosy shells drew Cytherea's hand. Three fairy hillocks threefold headlets showed, swelling superbly gracious to the sight, whose greeny clothing dress enamelled glowed in that fair joyous island of delight, while glassy clear three limpid fountains flowed from peaks with gleaming verdure decked and dyed, and from the milk-white rocks derived flow fugitive wavelets prattling as they go. Down a sweet dale that dints the hillocks glide the sparkling waters to their trysting place, and make a table of so fair a tide never could fancy such a landscape trace, or hang it graceful groves on every side, like one who bendeth pranking form and face, and in the crystal mirror joys to view his proper semblance and resemblance true. Skywards 1,000 trees rise tall and straight, appled with odorous fruitage passing rare. Here th'orange painteth on her dainty freight the hues that burnt in Daphne's burnished hair. Droops low crushed earthwards by her juicy weight the citron glowing with her saffron gear. Lemons with scented spherulets decked and dressed mock budding honours of the maiden breast. The forest groves that clothe the hillock's shrine with frondent ringlets, fronts, and heads array, Alcides' poplars with the laurels twine, loved by the laureled Fairfax, the lord of day, and Cytherea's myrtles with the pine of Cybele, to strange amour a prey. The spiring cypress pointeth to the skies, where man hath built his air-based paradise. Pomona's choicest gifts spontaneous grow, and all in different taste and gust abound. No want of culturing hand these arbours known, without in culture better fares the ground. Cherries with Tyrian tincture purpled glow, and Morus eke that mimics Amor's sound, while from her patral Persia land the poem flourisheth fairer in her foreign home. Gapes the granado tints incarnadine, whereby, O Ruby, shent is all thy sheen. Braced by her husband elm, the happy vine beareth her buried birth, here red, there green. And ye, O pears, if long your boughs design with luscious pyramids to deck the scene, busk ye to dure what hurts and harm may wreak, to your soft flanks the bird's injurious beak. The gorgeous tapestry, rare colours blending, enrobing rustic earth with rainbow dye, makes Achaemenia's webs the less resplending, yet softer shades on sombre veils to lie. Here the Cephidian flowers, his head low bending, eyeth the lakelet lucid as the sky. There Cinyras, grandson's son, still bleeds in bloom, and, Paphian goddess, still thou wail'st his doom. 'Twere hard, in sooth, to judge which case be true, where similar splendours mantle earth and air, if fair Aurora lend the flowers her hue, or if the flowers lend her hue so fair. There Zephyr aided Flora to bestrew violet with colours love-won lovers wear, with iris red and freshest blood of rose, which on the damsel's cheek all beauteous glows. The snow-white lily with the rory tear of dawn-tide dripping, and the mangerona, letters on hyacinthine leaves appear, hyacinth loved by son of lone Latona. each fruit and flowering daisy shows full clear that fain would Chloris rival with Pomona. Then, if the birds disport on airy wing, earth has a joyance for each 4-foot thing. Along the streamlet sings the snowy swan, perched on her spraylet answereth Philomel. Startled Actaeon stands no more to scan his horny forehead where the waters well. Here the fast leveret flies the hunter-man from densest thicket, or the shy gazelle. There, hurrying homewards to her darling brood, the light-winged birdie bears the grateful food. Mid such a freshness swiftfoot sprang aground, our second argonauts far left the fleet, where in the wood-depths willing to be found strolled the fair nymphs as though no fear they weet. These waked the zither's soft pathetic sound, those made the harp and flute sing song as sweet, and bearing golden boughs appeared a few, the prey pursuing they did not pursue. Thus taught their tutoress in such teaching wise to scatter careless o'er the hill and plain, so might the barons, seeing a doubtful prize, first burn with hot desire the prize to gain. Some maids, whose natural charms the vile despise, in pride of sovereign beauty justly vain, casting all art's adulteries aside, bathe their pure bodies in the pearly tide. But the stout seamen, when their feet were set ashore, all hastened to greet the strand, nor was there any who his ship had quit, sans hopes of finding game upon the land. None think such game that needsness spring the net on those fair hillocks thus would come to hand. So bien, so bony, so benign a prey, by Venus cast, love-wounded, in their way. Some with the spingard armed and arbalest, hoping to slay the horny hart or hind, in sombre bosks and valleys hotly pressed, determined vert and venery to find. Others, in shadows that high noon arrest from scorching verdant turf, to walk inclined along the gentle rivulet's grassy reach, or the white pebbles purling to the beach. Begin with sudden start the youths to spy, variegate colours glance through greeny boughs, colours that catch the judgment of men's eye, as not of natural bloom, ne flower, ne rose, but fleecy lain and silk of different dye, dress that with double force desire endows, wherein the human rose herself enshrines, and, art-enhancing nature, brighter shines. Loud cries Veloso, marvelling at the sight. "My masters, wondrous game," quoth he, "is this! If yet endure that olden pagan rite, the grove be sacred to the goddesses. Here meet we more than what a human sprite ever desired, and right well we wis, excellent wonders and great things here lie, by nature veiled from man's imprudent eye. Follow we fast these goddesses, and speer an they be phantasm or divine indeed." Thus he, and, fleeter than the fleet-foot deer, all follow coursing o'er the riverine mead. Between the branches flying nymphs appear, haply with more of hurry than of speed, and slackening pace with shrieks and laughter gay, each yields her graces as her greyhounds prey. From this the breezes golden tresses blow, from that the robe's frail hem is reft aside. High burns desire, enkindled by the snow of living loveliness so sudden spied. One falls a-purpose, and her fall doth show by loving languor more than plaint her pride. She wills her followers stumble, falling o'er the lovely quarry on the pebbly shore. Others seek other places where the stream reveals of bathing nymphs the secret charms, who startled 'gin to fly with shriek and scream, as though surprised by rude assault of arms, while others feigning to feel less esteem for fear and shame than force veil false alarms, plunge in the brake, and give to greedy eyes, denied to grasping hands the goodly prize. That, who in hurry to resume contrives the modesty that marks the hunter maid, hides in the wave her limbs. Another strives to snatch the garment on the stream-bank laid. Youngling there is who in the river dives, all clad and booted, lest too long delayed by doffing garments he should miss the game, to quench in water love's consuming flame. As hound of hunter, crafty beast and ware, taught cripples to retrieve from brook or tarn, seeing the steely tube upraised in air, covering the well-known quarry, duck or hern, ere heard the crack, aneath the side tabere, he plungeth, certain praise and prize to earn, and swimmeth barking. Thus the brave made free to seize the fair, no Phoebus' sister she, Leonard, a soldier whom good gifts adorn, a knightly Bellamore and delicate, who was not once the prey of Cupid's scorn, but ever dreed love's lifelong spite and hate. He, who so long believed he was not born to love-luck being e'er unfortunate, not that he held all hope beyond his range, when destiny shall deign his doom to change, here willed his fortune he should wing his way, chasing the fairest daughter of the wave, if fear lief to make him dearly pay that which forgiving nature to her gave. Spent by the race he stayed his steps to stay. O thou, to beauty's cruelty to crave, when of my life the palm to thee is died, ah, wait this body, since thou hast its sprite. All rest of running weary, nymph divine, each yields her wishes to her enemy's will. Why to the wood alone fly only mine? Who told thee I who chase thee still? If told thee so mine angry doom malign, which alwares dogs me always to mine ill, believe it not, in when I believed, each hour 1,000 times my heart deceived. Tire not thyself to tire me, for if I must chase those flying charms, and chase in vain, such is my fortune an thou wait and try, her will perverse shall never gar me gain. Wait, if thou will, I would again descry what subtle mode of scape for thee remain, and thou in fine shalt note and fain confess so, tra la spighe e la man qual mure messo. Ah, fly me not, in so may time foot fleet, ne'er from thy youthful beauties urge his flight, for only stay the twinkling of thy feet, and thou shalt vanquish fortune's dour despite. What emperor, nay, what mighty host there meet, the force arrayed by chance's furious might, which in whate'er I wish still hounds my way? This canst thou do, thou only, an thou stay? Wouldst in my roll of foes thyself enroll? To back the stronger is not bravely done. Would steal my liberal heart that was so whole? Lose it me then, the faster thou shalt run. Burdens thee not this soul, my masculine soul, which in those threads of glancing gold bespun, tangled thou bearest? Or thus won the prize, hast lightened fortune, which so heavy lies? In this sole aspirance thee, my fair, I chase, that or thou weary her sad load to bear, or haply shall thy beauty's magic grace have power to change her sour malignant star. And if thus change she, cease this useless race, for love shall smite thee, gentle lady fair, and thou shalt wait when love shall smite thee sore. And if thou wait, what wait I? Want I more? No longer fled the lovely nymph, to play her sad pursuer's heart, her part to try, as still to revel in the lovely lay which told the soldier's loving agony. Bending her brow that beamed a holy ray, all bathed with sweetest smiles of gentle joy, she falls, a victim, at the victor's feet, melted with purest love by dear defeat. Ah me, what hungry kissings wake the wood, what choirs in suavest unison acclaim, what pretty pettings, what coy pettish mood, which pleasant laughter presently became, what morn and noontide saw and understood, as Venus joyed her lover's joys to flame, were better far t'experience, not to judge, yet judge it he whose fate such boon shall grudge. This way in fine conformed the fair and bright nymphs, and each bride with love her groom endowers, all heads are crowned with chaplets of delight, of bays and gold and amaranthine flowers. Their soft white palms they pressed in wedded plight, with formal phrase and stipulating powers, that pledge for endless time their mutual faith, honor and joyance, to life ending death. One, chiefest she, whose mandate proudly led the nymphs, obedient vassals of her throne, Celis and Vestas' progeny 'twas said, as by her queenly bearing might be known, who over earth and ocean glamour shed, the noble captain, dying such boon to own, with honest princely pomp comes forth to greet, as for such great egregious lady meet, and, told the station and the name of her, in high exordium with high grace ornate, her cause of coming 'gan to him prefer, by the high influence of immobile fate, and ope before his eyne the general sphere of vasty regions, seas unnavigate, the secret knowledge couched in prophecy, which he and his alone deserve to see. Taking his hand in hers, she guides her guest straight to a towering head of hill divine, whereof a splendid pleasance is the crest, plated with purest gold and crystal shine. Therein the greater part of day they rest, where loving play and lasting pleasures reign. The queen enjoys her loves in palace bowers, the nymphs in sylvan shades amid the flowers. Thus fair and brave in fittest union meet, while minute by the merry hours of delight, and taste the genial gladness, rare as sweet, which their long labours and dark days turn bright. Men's high heroic deed and daring feat of famous force the world shall aye requite with guerdon merited and boon sublime, a name and fame that stand the test of time. For all are ocean maids so fair, so spriteful, Thetis, and eke her isle of angel ground, none other thing be they but the delightful honours that make our human life renowned. That high preeminence and that glory rightful are but the triumphs, and the brows be crowned with palms and bayreuths, wondering gaze and praise, such the delights my fabled isle displays. These immortalities, in young world feigned, by men who cherish toils of noble aim, there on Olympus' starlit heights attained, on inklet wings that soar to deathless fame, whose deeds of daring do the guerdon gained, by dint of endless toil and moil we name, the path of virtue, stony, steep to ascend, but joyous glad, delicious sweet at end. Were not but prizes, brother men, impart, in change for feats immortal, sovereign, to that baronial host, whose arm and art made to be gods that had been only men, Jupiter, Phoebus, Mercury and Mart, Aeneas, Romulus, and the Theban twain, Ceres, Diana, Juno, Pallas, were but human flesh to human weakness heir. Yet Fame, that trumpet of men's high emprise, on earth bestow them names of strange estate, godheads and deathless semi-deities, indigities and heroes, grand and great. Wherefore, O ye, who Fame's fair guerdon prize, if in the world with these ye lief would mate, awake from slumber, shake off slothig knave, that sinks man's freeborn soul to soul of slave, and bridle avarice sin with iron bit, rein that ambition which o'erreigns your race in thousand fashions, and the base conceit of vicious tyranny breeding vile disgrace. Such tinkling honours, gold so counterfeit, to true and honest worth ne'er raise the base. Better to merit and the meed to miss, than lacking merit every meed possess. Or give us peace and law's impartial deal, that bolt the rich from plundering poorer men. Or cloak your forms in coats of flesh and steel, and crush the law of hostile Saracen. Thus shall your valor raise the common weal, all gaining ampler, none a smaller gain. Deserved rights shall to you be rife with honours, alt relief of human life. Thus shall ye serve the king ye love so dear, now with your proffered counsel sagely bold, then by the sword that shall your names uprear to dizzy heights where trod your sires of old. To tempt impossibilities forbear, who wills aye finds a way, and thus enrolled your names shall rival this heroic band, and gain fair greeting in Dame Venus' land. End of Canto 9. Canto 10 of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões. Translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Canto 10. Argument of the 10th Canto. Thetis inviteth the navigators, the Siren's prophetic song, wherein she toucheth upon the principal achievements and conquests of the Portuguese viceroys, the governors, and the captains in India until the days of Dom João de Castro. Thetis with da Gama ascendeth a mount, whence she showeth him the spheres, terrestrial and celestial. Description of the globe, especially of Asia and Africa. The navigators quit the island, and, pursuing their voyage, happily reach Lisbon. Another argument. As mesas de vivíficos manjares, com as ninfas, os lusos valerosos, ouvem de seus vindouros singulares façanhas em assentos numerosos. Mostra-lhes Tétis tudo quantos mares e quantos céus rodeiam luminosos, a pequeno volume reduzido, e torna a frota ao Tejo tão querido. At tables spread with life-restoring food, accompanied by their nymphs, the Lusians bold hear of their futures singular and good, and daring deeds in numbered verses told. Thetis displays them all that ocean flood girdeth, and circleth heaven's luminous fold, dwarfed to a scanty volume, when the fleet homewards her well-loved Tagus flies to greet. Canto 10. Now had the glowing amorist, who won fair faithless Laricia's love, inclined his steeds where lies, girt by the great lagoon, Themistitum, the western world behind. Favonius' breath the branding of the sun cooleth, and o'er the natural tanks his wind crisps the sea-mirror, and awakes the lily, slumbering with jasmine through the noontide stilly. When the fair nymphs, who each her lover led, hand linked in hand, conforming and content, trooped where the radiant pleasance reared its head, all gay with gold and metals lucidant, when bade the queen that tables there be spread with varied viands chosen, excellent, for loved and loving vigor to restore the powers which love from weary nature bore. There on the radiant thrones, rich crystalline, sit the blithe couples, cavalier and dame, while on the golden dais in state recline the lovely goddess Gama loved by fame. Delicious dainties, delicate, divine, that antique Egypt's luxury sink to shame, heap the huge chargers of the tawny gold from far Atlantis' treasury hither rolled. The wines of fragrant scent not sole excel Falerna's vintage, proud Italia's boast, but e'en th' ambrosia Jove esteems so well, and eke esteems his sempiternal host. In cups where steely file may not prevail, they spume crisp foam that glads man's innermost bosom, and warms his heart with sudden glow, and with ice-water tempered leap and flow. Told were 1,000 tales of joy and mirth, sweet smiles met subtle sayings warm with wit, which to discourses and that gave double worth, and sharpened edge to blunted appetite. Nor of the harp harmonious was there dearth, which in profoundest pit the naked sprite awhile can respite from eternal pain, sweetened by siren voice of angel strain. Thus sang that nymph, the fairest of her kind, her descant echoing down the hall sublime, with consonance of instrument combined, and all conforming to one tone and time. A sudden silence husheth every wind, and makes the wavelet plash with softer chime, while salvage animals in natural air to slumber charmed a dreamy music hear. Her voice of silver raiseth to the skies the coming race of barons high renowned, whose prototypes were shown to Proteus' eyes within the hollow spheres diaphanous round. Jove's goodly present and the choicest prize given him in vision, to the realm profound the tale prophetic told he, and the maid in memory depths the glorious history laid. Subject of buskin 'tis, and not forsook what in that vasty lake the nymph made known, things from Iopus hid and Demodok, Phaeacian this, and that of Carthage town. Thee, my Calliope, I now invoke, in this mine extreme labour,
thou alone canst for my writing to my sprite restore the gust of writing, which I joy no more. My ears glide downwards, and my summer's pride mergeth in autumn, passing, ah, how soon! Fortune my genius chills, and loves to chide my poet soul no more my boast and boon. Hopes long deferred bear me to the tide of black oblivion and eternal soon. But deign to grant me thou, the Muses' queen, to praise my people with my proper strain. Sang the fair goddess how the wide seas o'er, from Tagus' bank, when Gama cut his path, shall sail strong navies, conquering every shore where Indic ocean sucks his mighty breath. How all the kings who gentle gods adore, and there our yoke reject, shall rue the wrath of hard and hardy arms, with steel and low, till low to Gama or to death they bow. Of one she chaunted, that in Malabar held of the priesthood highest dignity, who, lest be loosened with the singular, barons the knot of love and amity, shall see his towns, his cities in the war, with fire and sword and wrath and cruelty undone, which potent Samarin shall wage against the stranger, such shall be his rage. And eke she singeth how shall join the fleet in Belem moored to bait this deadly bane, when of his burden naught could ocean weet, our great Pacheco Achilles' Lusitane. Lo, as he entereth all his weight shall greet the curved timber and the fervid main, as in the waters every keel that groaneth sits deeper swimming than its nature owneth, but hardly landed on those orient ends, and, leaving with the royal unbeliever of Cochim realm some native troops where bends its salty branches Cochim's snaky river, the Nair's infernal bands he breaks and rends in the pass Cambalum, whereat shall shiver with freezing fear the Orient's fiery glow, seeing so few, so many men o'erthrow. The Samarim shall summon fresh allies, kings hurrying come from Bipar and Tanor, and where Narsinga's serried crests arise, vowing high valor to their grand Senor. Lo, at his bidding every Nearman hies that dwells twixt Calicut and Cannanore, two hostile peoples linked at war's demand. By sea the Moormen came, Gentoos by land. Again shall scatter all their strong array Pacheco, grandly bold on shore and main. The mighty Mani he shall crush and slay, and be the marvel of the Malabar plain. Again shall dare the pagan sun delay to offer battle for his bitter bane, taunting his host and offering vainest vows, his deaf and dumb and heedless gods to rouse. No more the passes only now defending, he shall with fire consume thorp, fane, and town. The hound walks to wood to see with toil unending his fenced cities on the plain bestrown, shall drive his soldiers, life so freely spending, against Pacheco, who with wings hath flown for double movement, but at single bout hither and thither all he puts to rout. Shall come in person Samarin fight to dare, to cheer his forces and fresh force enjoin, but soon a bullet singing through the air shall stain him red in lofty palanquin. Naught now availeth him, ne wildness near, ne force Pacheco deemeth like to win. He shall vain venoms deal treasons base, which aye gain less of gain by God's good grace. He shall a seventh time, she sang, aspire the brave beleaguered Lusian to assail, whom toil and travail lack the strength to tire, but save confusion nothing shall avail. Then shall he bring to battle dread and dire machines of timber, unknown, terrible, to sink the carvels by the board assailed, when force and fraud both tried alike have failed. On water plain, up heaping fiery hill, he now shall tempt the Lusian fleet to flame, but soldier science and the warman's will the strength shall weaken wherewithal he came. Ne'er hath a baron famed for martial skill that starward soared on the wings of fame rivalled this, who palms from all hath won. Illustrious Greece or Rome my words condone. For such fierce battles in such manner gained, by a poor hundred or a few more, such fight, such feints, such strength, such stratagems sustained, so many hounds not heartless hurled to flight, such feats, I say, must seem as fables feigned, or that the hosts of heaven invoked a light earth-ward to aid him, shall to him impart, daring and doing, heart and warrior art. Nor he who in the campaign Marathonian Darius' mighty powers piecemeal rendeth, nor with 4,000 men Lacedaemonian he who the pass Thermopylae defendeth, nor youthful Cocles of the strain Ausonian, who with the whole Etrurian host contendeth the bridge to hold, nor Quintus Fabius e'er like this in war showed strength and savour fair. But here the nymph's triumphant measure dies, shifting to sadden murmur, low and slow. She sings mid tears and ill-suppressed sighs the mighty jests that did no gratitude know. O Belisarius, thou who aye shalt rise in ninefold choir and ever nobler grow, if Mars' dishonour didst behold in thee one to console thee, here thy shade shall see. Thou hast a rival, not alone indeed, but in his dolence and his guerdon dower, and thee and him, two breasts of noblest breed, we see degraded to low state obscure, to die in spittle on the bed of mead, who king and law like wall of iron secure. Thus do capricious kings, whose will demandeth more than what justice or what truth commendeth. Thus do the kings, who drunk with flattery feel the charm of show that gains their hearts' content, the doles of Ajax' arm, the due they deal to tongue of vain Ulysses fraudulent. But O revenge, these goods of little weal, wasted on those who ghosts of good present. If brave and gentle knights miss all their grants, such grants but glut their greedy sycophants. Yet thou, who paidest in such sorry ways such liege, O king, unjust in this alone, if ne'er 'twas thine to give him grade and praise, 'twas his to give his king a golden throne. Long as Apollo bathes with blessed rays this ball of earth, I swear, shall aye be known, amid the great and good, his name and fame, and thine for avarice aye shall bear the blame. See now, she sang, another comes in pride of the blood royal, and he brings from home the son, whose name shall sound o'er ocean tide, high as the Romans in best days of Rome. The two, with warrior arms to hearts affied, shall deal to fertile Qiloa dreadful doom, and crown a gentler king of loyal strain, who ends the tyrant's fell perfidious reign. Mombasa city, with her brave array of sumptuous palace, proudest edifice, defaced, deformed by fire and steel, shall pay, in kind, the tale of bygone malefice. Thence on those Indian shores which proud display their hostile fleets and warlike artifice, against the Lusians, with his sail and oar, shall young Lourenço work the extremes of war. What mighty vessels Samarin's orders own, covering ocean, with his iron hail, poured from hot copper tube in thunder tone, all shall he shatter, rudder, mast and sail. Then with his grapples boldly, deftly thrown, the hostile emerald he shall assail, board on her, and only with the lance and sword shall slay 4 hecatombs of Moors abhorred. But God's provisions scaping human sight, alone who knows what good best serves his kind, shall place the hero where ne toil ne might his lost young life availeth to forfend, in Chowl Bay, where fierce and furious fight with fire and steel shall fervid seas offend. Th' infidel so shall deal that end his days where Egypt's navy doth conjoin Cambase. There shall the power of manifold enemies, for only strong force can tire, and winds defaulting and fierce injuries of ocean 'gainst a single life conspire. Here let all olden men from death arise to see his valor
catch his noble fire. A second Seva, see who, hacked and torn, laughs at surrender, quarter holds in scorn. With the fierce torture of a mangled thigh, torn off by bullet which at random passed, his stalwart arms he ceaseth not to ply, that fiery spirit flaming to the last, until another ball clean cuts the tie so frail that linked soul and body fast, the soul which loosed from her prison fleets, whither the prize eterne such conqueror greets. Go, soul, to peace from warfare turbulent, wherein thou meritedst sweet peace serene, for those tortured limbs that life so rent, who gave thee life prepareth vengeance keen. I hear enow the furious storm ferment, threatening the terrible eternal teen of chamber, basilisco, saker fire, to Mameluke cruel and Cambaean dire. See, with stupendous heart the war to wage, driven by rage and grief, the father flies, paternal fondness urging battle gage, fire in his heart and water in his eyes. Promise the sire's distress, the soldier's rage, a bloody deluge o'er the knees shall rise on every hostile deck. This Nile shall fear, Indus shall sight it, and the Genji shall hear. As when some lusty bull would train and teach his limbs for cruel fight, with horns he playeth on trunk of builder oak or mast-like beech, and wounding empty air his might essayeth, thus ere his keel's Cambaea's gulf can reach, Francisco, fierce with vengeful ardor preyeth on the bull, opulent harbor, whets his brand, and baits the tumid bragging of the land, and soon shall scatter, sailing up the bight of dew, and famed for siege and battle dread, Calicut strong armada, weak of fight, that trusts to paddle steely mail instead. She of Melicias who boasts her might of balls by thee, O Vulcan, scattered, shall see her carvels to the frore deep sent, where hidden sleeps the humid element. While she of Merhosem, which linked fast with grapples waits the venger side by side, shall sight the lopped-off arms and legs float past sun-owner bodies o'er the shifting tide, like flamy bolts on earth by thunder cast. In blinding mist of blood the brave shall ride, there naught shall strike the shrinking ear and eye, save fire and steel-flesh, shout and slogan cry. But, ah, that homeward from such wars victorious, bound for the Tagus of his fatherland, he nigh should forfeit meed so great and glorious, by sad black chance, I see, in fortune's hand. The cape of storms, that guards his name memorious, shall guard his bones, nor blush shall stain its strand. That noble spirit from the world to tear, Egyptian strength ne'er tore, nor Indian snare. There salvage Kaffirs shall have power to do what ne'er could do the power of dexterous foe, and the rude, fire-charred club and staff subdue, whom ne'er subdued ball nor artful bow. Forsooth his judgments hide from human view. Vain fools who vainly judge what none may know, call a misfortune, term a fate malign, what is but providence pure, all-wise, divine. But ho, what lustrous light illumes mine eyes, resumed the nymph, as rose again her tone. There, where Melinda's blood-dyed ocean lies, from Lamo, Oja, Brava town o'erthrown, by hand of Cunha, such a deed ne'er dies, or farthest seas his name shall aye be known, that lave those Austral islands and the shore St. Lawrence hide and ring the wide world o'er. This light is glance and glare of lucent arm, wherewith your Albuquerque's hand shall tame the Hormus Parsee's heart, which be his harm, refusing gentle rule as yoke of shame. There shall he see of shafts the strident swarm, in air revolving with recurved aim, upon his archer, for our God shall aid, who holy faith of Mother Church would spread. There the South Mountains never shall defend corruption from remains of men that met war's doom, and o'er the seas and shores extend of Jerem Isle, Masket, and Calais, till by pure force of arms they learn to bend the subject neck and pay the scot of fate, compulsion sore this wicked reign shall vex, and tithe of pearl that Baren's oyster decks. What wreaths of glorious palms I see them weave, wherewith by victory's hand his head is crowned, when he some shade of fear or shame shall wreathe illustrious Goa's island, world-renowned. See, forced by need's hard law his prize to leave, he seeks new favouring chance, and soon as found, the taken he retakes, such arm and art shall conquer fortune and the self of Mart. Lo, he returns and bursts what dares oppose, through bullet, lance-plumb, steel, fire, strongest hold, breaks with his brand the squatted host of foes, the serried Moor, the Gentoo many-fold. His inklet soldiery more of fury shows than rampant bulls or lions hunger bold, that they for ever celebrate and dine of Egypt's martyr maid, Saint Catherine. Nor shalt thou scape the fate to fall his prize, albeit so wealthy and so strong thy sight, there on Aurora's bosom, whence thy rise, thou home of opulence, Malacca height. The poisoned arrows which thine art supplies, the Chryses thirsting, as I see, for fight, the enamoured Malay men, the Javan braves, all of the Lusian shall become the slaves. She had more stanzas sung in siren strain, lauding her Albuquerque's high renown, when she recalled the passionate deed, the stain on his white fame that o'er the world hath shone. The mighty captain whom the fates ordain to view his toils win glory's lasting crown, should ever prove him kind and loved compeer of his own men, not cruel judge severe. In days of hunger and of dire distress, sickness, bolts, arrows, thunder, lightning glint, when the sore seasons and sad sights oppress his soldiers, rendering service unstint, it seemeth salvage act of wild excess, of heart inhuman, bosom insolent, to make last penalty of laws atone for sins our frailty and our love condone. Abominable incest shall not be his sin, nor ruffian rape of virgin pure, not e'en dishonour of adultery, but lapse with wanton slave-girl, vile, obscure. If urged by jealous sting or modesty, or used to cruelty and harshness dour, man from his men mad anger curbeth not, his fame's white shield shall bear black, ugly blot. Learn Alexander that Apelles loved, and his Campaspe gave with glad consent, though was the painter not his soldier proved, nor in hard urgent siege his force was spent. Felt Cyrus eke Panthea deeply moved, Araspus by the fire of passion brent, though he had ta'en her charge and pledged his oath, this honest love should never break his troth. But seeing the noble Persian slaved and swayed by power of passion, son and fine defence, he gives slight pardon, and thus gained his aid, in gravest case, the fittest recompense. Himself perforce the maid of Judith made Baldwin hight, bras de fer, but his offence her father, Charles, for troublous times condoned, and gave him life the Flanders reign to found. Again the lyre its soul of music sheds, and sings the nymph how shall Soares fly, ere winnowing flags whose terror far o'erspreads the ruddy coasted lands of Araby. The abominable town, Medina, dreads as Mecca dreads Engida, and where lie Abbasia's ultim shores, while Barbara fears the fate that floodeth Zela mart with tears. And eke the noble island Taprobane, whose ancient name ne'er failed to give her note, as still she reigns superb and sovereign, by boon of fragrant tree-bark biting hot, toll of her treasure to the Lusitan, and sign shall pay, when proud and high shall float your breezy banners from the lofty tower, and all Colombo fear your castle power. Cicada too, far sailing for the shore of Erythras, new ways shall open wide to thee, great empire, who canst vaunt of yore to be Candaces and the Shibans' Nide. Massoua, that hoards in tanks her watery store, he shall behold by Port Archico's side, and send explorers to each distant isle, till novel wonder all the world beguile. Succeeds Menezes, less enfamed his sword shall be in Asia than in Afric land. He shall chastise high Hormus' erring horde, and twofold tribute claim with conquering hand. Thou also, Gama, shalt have rich reward, for ban of exile when to high command, entitled county, thou shalt be restored to the fair region this thy feet explored. But soon that fatal debt all flesh must pay, where from our nature no exception knows, while decked with proudest royalty's array, from life shall reave thee in life's toils and woes. Other Menezes cometh some delay, who few of years but much of prudence shows in rule. Right happy this Enrique's lot, by human story ne'er to be forgot. Conquer he shall, not only Malabar, destroy Panane and Culete waste, hurling the bombers which through hurtled air deal horrid havoc on the opposing breast, but darred with virtues truly singular, he deals to sevenfold spirit foes his hest. Covetise with incontinence he shall spurn, the highest conquest in the years that burn. Him, when his presence shall the stars invite, O Mascarenhas brave, thou shalt succeed, and if injurious men shall rob thy right, eternal fame I promise for thy meed. That every hostile tongue confess thy might and lofty valor, fate for thee decreed, for more of palm wreath shall thy glory crown than the good fortune due to thy renown. Where Bentam's reign her baleful head uprears, Malacca humbling with her harmful hate, in one short day the 1,000 tyrannous years with bravest bosoms shalt avenge and bait. In human travails, perils without peers, 1,000 iron reefs and dangers straight, stockade and bulwark, lances, arrowy sleet, all shalt thou break, I swear, all shalt submit. But in's ambition and her lucre lust, for ever flaunting bold and brazen face in front of God and justice, shall disgust thy heart, but do thine honor no disgrace. Who works vile injury with unreasoning trust and force, and footing land by rank and place, conquereth nothing. The true conqueror he who dares do naked justice, fair and free. Yet to Sampaio will I not gainsay a noble valor shown by shrewdest blows, that shall o'er ocean flash like thunder ray, curded with 1,000 corpses of his foes. He shall in Bacanor make fierce essay on Malabar, till Ons in terror throws Cuchale, beaten with his battered fleet, the dreadful ruin of a rout complete. Nor less of Jew the fierce in fear are made, the dread of Shaul, daring, proudly mend, with single glance shall fall, till all have fled, our Hector da Silveira's heavy hand. Our Hector Portingal, of whom 'tis said, that o'er yon ever-armed Cambaean strand, such wrath on Guzrats 'tis his to wreak, as Trojan Hector wreaked on the Greek. Then shall succeed to fearsome pious powers Cunha, and hold the helm for many a year, building on Chalet town the lofty towers, while quakes illustrious Jew his name to hear. Bacen to him her sturdy standard lowers, yet not some bloodshed, for with groan and tear Melique seethed his proudest estacade, stormed not by firebrand, but by sway of blade. Next comes Noronha, whose auspicious sway Jew from the barbarous Rume warman rends, Jew, which beleaguered in his warrior way Antônio da Silveira well defends. Soon must Noronha doom of death obey, when branch of thine, O Gama, Aiden's lends to govern empire, and his fiery zeal fierce pallid hue to Red Sea waves shall deal. From thine Estevã's hand shall take the reign, one raised already to a high degree by his Brazilian wars, and trophies ta'en from the French pirate homed upon the sea. Then dubbed Emerald of our Indian main, the month's proud Valverde in her panoply, his scales, the first that open gate to thread, by flames and 1,000 Fletchers covered. To him Cambae's king, that hottest Moor, shall yield in wealthy Jew the famous fort, that he may gain against the grand Mogor spite his stupendous power, your firm support. Then shall he wend, most valiant conqueror, to hem the gentle king in Calicut port, so let and hindered, he and all who hide with him, retired, in their blood-red dyed. Low shall he lay the city repelling, her monarch forcing with his men to run. Then well nigh reach the cape-clapt Comorin, another wreath of fame by him is won. The strongest squadron of the Samarin, who doubted not to see the world undone, he shall destroy with rage of fire and steel. Beardala's self his martial yoke shall feel. Then from all Indus land thus swept the foes, the conqueror, coming sceptred state to claim, finds no resistance where none dare oppose, for nations tremble at his terrible name. Alone shall risk of war the scourging woes, Baticala and dree Beardala's shame. Here blood and corpses shall defile the land, deformed by thunderous gun and fiery brand. This shall be Martin, who the name of Mart breathed, and eke the deeds the name that gave, as much esteemed for arms in every part, as wise in stratagem, in counsel grave. Castro succeeds, who Lugia's estandard shall bear for ever in the front to wave. Successor the succeeded's work who endeth, that buildeth Jew, this builded Jew defendeth. The fightful purse, the Bassian, and the Rum, who hath revived the name of Rome, their liege, of varied customs, various in costume, fell tribes 1,000 flocking to the siege, on earth against the heavens shall vainly fume, that guard such handfuls so their lands abridge. In blood of Portingals this pain Mirai voweth its crooked and curved moustache to die. Dread basiliscus, lion's fiery flame, fierce catapults, and mines that hidden spring, shall Mascarenhas and his barons dare, and to the sure death Gladnia shall bring. Till, when all hope is fled and reigns despair, Castro, the saviour, cometh offering his sons' young lives, and wills their names survive, God's sacrifices, in death to live. One son, Fernando, scion of trees so high, where violentest flames with loudest roar blow shattered ramparts to the smoky sky, there, stricken down on earth, shall heavenward soar. Alvaro, when mankind dread winter fly, and shift from humid path for arid shore, opens the waters, spite what risks oppose, and fighteth wind and waves to fight the foes. When, see, the father cuts the wavy waste, leading what resteth of the Lusitane, with Mormon's arm and arts which e'er be best, he offers battle's remedy sovereign. These scale the ramparts and at gateways jest, those cut broad gates through squads with rage insane. Deeds they shall do so die in memorious glory, song shall not suit, nor history hold the story. He shall once more upon the field appear, a strong, intrepid victor, where his sight Cambias' puissant king shall strike with fear, and hideous hosts of quadrupeds affright. Nor less shall fail his puissant reign to prear the Heidelcam, when mighty arms shall smite chastised Dabul, mistress of the coast, nor shall spare Ponda's distant inland post. Barons like these, with peers from various parts, all worthy marvel and all mastering fame, raised to rank of mart by martial arts, shall come the pleasures of this isle to claim. Their hands shall wave triumphant estandards, wherever keel edge cutteth ocean's stream. Such men, these nymphs, these banquets shall find, honors and glories to high jests assigned. Thus sang the siren, while her sister choir with their sonorous plaudits filled the hall, wherewith to hail the hour of glad desire, crowning the happy marriage festival. However fortune's wheel shall turn its tire, with one harmonious accent chaunted all, renowned people, rest your souls secure of honor, valor, fame, while worlds endure. When man's corporeal necessity was with the noble viand satisfied, and when in sweet melodious suavity all had their lofty future feats descried, Tethys, with grace adorned and gravity, that with a higher pomp and double pride be crowned the revels of this joyous day, to glad and happy Gama thus 'gan say: To thee supremest wisdom guerdon gave, Baron, who hast beheld with fleshly eyne what things the future hath the power to save from mortals' petty pride and science vain. Follow me firmly, prudent as thou'rt brave, to yonder craggy brake with all thy train. Thus she, and straightway through a long wood led, arduous, gloomy, fear for foot to tread. Nor far they stepped, when on culminant height, where stretched a gem-enamelled mead, they stood, smaragd and ruby strewn, so rich the sight, presumed 'twas paradisial floor they trod. Here swimmeth e'er a globe, through which the light of purest radiance pierced in such mode, that, as its polished surface clearest clear, so doth its centre and its core appear. What mote its matter be escapes their eyes, yet scapes them not, it holdeth in embrace various orbs, by wand of him all-wise, disposed to circle round one central place. Rolling it sinks and then returns to rise, and yet ne sinks ne rises, while one phase is shown to all and every part, each part begins in fine, and ends with heavenly art. Uniform, perfect, and self-poised it be, like the archetype who drew the grand design. Stood Gama, overwhelmed this globe to see, with joy, and hope its nature to divine. When thus the goddess: Here the epitome, in little volume, to those eyes of thine, I give the general world, so shalt thou view where goest thou, shalt go, and what shalt do. Here see the mighty world-machine appear, ethereal where the fourfold elements blend, made by his deep design, his lofty lyre, who lacks beginning and who has no end. He who surrounding holds this shapely sphere, this globe infilled surface, packed and penned, is God. But what God is, the intelligence of mortal genius ne'er shall dare pretend. This primal orb, that rolling doth enclose the lesser circles in its lines confine, this sphere, whose flood of clearest radiance flows, blinding men's vision and his vulgar mind, is hight th' empyrean. Here the blest repose, here perfect spirits bliss eternal find, ineffable joys which he alone may ken, who hath no likeness in the world of men. Only to this imperial sphere belong the gods of truth, for Saturn, Janus, I, Jove and his Juno, are a fabled throng, a mortal figment, a blind fantasy. Only to deck the poet's sprightly song we served, and if more humanity we gained of men, 'twas that his wit hath given our names and natures to the stars of heaven. And eke because that holy Providence, the Jupiter of mythologic strain, by thousand spirits wise in perfect sense, ruleth all mundane things it doth sustain. Prophetic science doth this truth dispense, a truth so many instances maintain. Sprites that be good aye guide and favour men, the bad his course impede whene'er they can. Here will it picture, leaf with change to play, pleasing in teaching, mixing gay and grave, to give them titles which your olden lay to fabled gods in poet fables gave. For even the angels of the eternal day, as gods enrolled were in sacred stave, which e'en denies not such exalted name, sometimes to sinner, though with falsest claim. In fine, the God supreme, who works his will by second worldly causes, all commands. Return we now the works profound to tell of his divine and venerated hands. Beneath this circle, where all blissful dwell, pure godly sprites, which fixed for ever stands, another rolleth, and so swift none see its course. This is the primum mobile, and with its rapt and rapid whirl it drags all lesser spherelets which its womb containeth,
by work of this the sun, who never flags, with alien courses day and night sustaineth. 'Neath this swift orb another orb slow lags, so slow, so hard a curb its ardour reigneth, while Phoebus makes, with ever splendid face, 200 rounds, this moves a single pace. Lower, this other view, enamelled gay, with burnished figures, gleaming, radiant bright, which in it too hold constant ordered way, orbs on their axis scintillant and high. Thou seest well 'tis dight with brave array of broad and golden zone, the zodiac height, wherein 12 starry forms of animals shine, that Phoebus mentions limit and define. Behold, in other parts the portraiture, limned by the stars that sparkling glances shed. Behold the Wain, attend the cynosure, and with her fierce warm father Andromed. See Cassiopeia's beauty lovely pure, with turbulent Orient's gesture dread. Behold the Swan that doth in song expire, the hare and hounds, the ship and dulcet lyre. Beneath this firmamental canopy thou seest Saturn's sky, that godhead old, with faster flight doth Jove below him fly, and Mars yet lower, Bellic planet bold. In the fourth seat shines heaven's radiant eye, then Venus leadeth all her loves enrolled. Mercury wends with eloquence divine, and 'neath him Dian showeth faces trine. In all these orbits motion different shalt see, in these 'tis swift, in those 'tis slow. Now fly they farthest from the firmament, then sweep they nearest earth that lurks below. Even so willed the Sire omnipotent, who made the fire and air, the wind and snow. These lie more inward, as thou shalt be shown, and earth with ocean for their centre own. Within this centre, inn of humankind, whose reckless spirits not alone defy sufferings and ills to stable earth confined, but e'en the sea's fierce instability, thou shalt see various continents defined by blindly raging tides, where parted lie the various realms which various monarchs sway, whose varied customs varied laws obey. See high, hot Europe, that adores the rude, for power and polity o'er all renowned. See Afric, grudging every worldly good, yon rough, incult, and monster-haunted ground, whose stormy cape till now your search withstood, by nature established as her austral bound. Behold this quarter, where the black Moors dwell, Saint-Lois, Saint-Foy, whose numbers none can tell. Behold the Benamotapa's puissant reign of salvage negroes, nude and noisome race, where shall for holy faith be foully slain martyred Gonçalo, suffering sore disgrace. This hidden hemisphere to golden vein gives birth, which man must win by sweat of face. See from yon lake whence Nilus rolls his tide, how springs Kuama from the farther side. Behold those Blackmoors and their huts that stand sun-doors, each castled in his natal nest. They trust of royal justice the command, and in the candour of the neighbour's breast. Behold how furious flies the bestial band, like flock of dingy stairs thick-packed and pressed. To fight Sophala's fortress they pretend, which dexterous Naia's arm and wits defend. See there the lakes that cradle Father Nile, whose ultim sources men of old ne'er knew. See how the waters, gendering crocodile, a Basiliond whose sons to Christ be true. Behold how bare of bulwarks, novel style, they show a better front against the foe. See Meroe Island, whilom known to fame, which now the wild inhabitants Noba name. On distant Afric hills a son of thee in Turkish wars shall win the fame of brave. High to Don Cristovan shall the hero be, but flesh from destined death no skill shall save. Here view the coast where shelter from the sea and glad relief to thee Melinde gave. Note how yon raptous stream, whose wide expanse natives call Obi, entereth in Kilmance. The cape which ancients aromatic leap, behold, I clapped by moderns Guarda-Fu, where opes the Red Sea mouth,
so wide and deep the sea whose ruddy bed lends blushing hue. This as a bourne was far thrust out to keep Asia distinct from Afric, and a few of the best markets Negro seaboards claim, Arquico are, Massoua and Suan came. View extreme Suez here, old annals say, once stood a city high Hieropolis, by some Arsino called, and in our day she holdeth Egypt's fleets and argosies. Behold the watery deeps, where clove his way Moses, the mighty, in past centuries. Asia beginneth here her huge extent, in regions, kingdoms, empires opulent. See Sinai mountain, with her boast and pride, the silver bier of saintly Catharine. See Toro port and Jeddah, scant supplied with fountain water, soft and crystalline. Behold the straits which end the southern side of arid Eden realms that here confine with tall Arziran range, nude stone and live, whence soft sweet rains of heaven ne'er derive. See threefold Araby, covering so much ground, where 20 peoples vague o'er vasty space, whence come the Rabbites, best for battle found, light-limbed, high-fettled, noble-blooded race. Behold the coast that trends to bind and bound yon other Persian strait, where sight can trace the headland proud, the potent name to own, of Fartak city, erst to fame well known. Behold ensigned Dhofar, that doth commend for Christian altars sweetest incense store. But note, beginning now on further band of Rosalgates' ever-greedy shore, yon Hormuz kingdom strown along the strand, whose fame for riches still shall higher soar when the Turk's galleys and his fears are made see Castel Branco bear his deadly blade. Behold of Assabon the head, now hight Mozandam by the men who plough the main. Here lies the gulf, whose long and lake-like bight parts Arabi from fertile Persia's plain. Attend yon Barren isle, with depths bedight by the rich pearly shell whose blushes feign auroran tints, and view in ocean brine Euphrates and Tiger in one bed conjoin. Great Persia's noble empire here behold, ever on destrier or in camp of war, whose sons disdain the copper tube to mold, and hands not horny with the scimitar. But see yon Garum isle the tale unfold of mighty things which time can make or mar. For of our Musa town, yon shore upon, the name and glory this her rival won. Here Dom Felipe de Menezes view, approved a doughty valiant man-at-arms, who with his Portuguese exceeding few shall quell the Lara Parce's potent swarms. Pedro de Souza too shall make them rue reversed fortunes, warfare's deadliest harms, who had his prowess in Ampasa shown, and took the land by sweep of sword alone. But now the Narrows and their noted head, Cape Jask, Carpella called by those of yore, quit we, the dry terrene scant favored, by nature niggard of her normal store. While ere Carmania 'twas entitled, but view fair Indus flood, whose waters pour adown his natal heights, and in the range of neighbor mountains see the source of Gange. Behold Alcindi's most luxuriant land, and of Jaquetta's shore yon Intim bay, the monster boar which roaring floods the strand, and ebb which flieth with like force away. See where Cambaya's rich ferocious band boundeth re-entering seas, the Gulf Cambay, and thousand cities which I leave untold here hoard their wealth for you to have and hold. See, runs the celebrate seaboard Hindustanian southward till reached its point, Cape Comory, erst Kori called, where th' island Taprobanian, 'tis now Ceylon, encrowns the fronting sea. Besides these waves, thy people Lusitanian, who with their doughty arms will follow thee, by conquering wars shall lands and towns debel, wherein your sons and sons of sons shall dwell. The regions lying 'twixt these rivers twain, thou seest, with various tribes are infinite. Here rule the Moslems, there the Gentoos reign, whose holy writ the devil did indite. See where Narsinga's seignories contain the saintly relics blessing human sprite. Thome's remains the missioner sanctified, who thrust his finger in Lord Jesus' side. He rose the potent city, Maliapore named, in olden time rich, vast, and grand. Her sons their olden idols did adore, as still adoreth that iniquitous band. In those past ages stood she, far from shore, when to declare glad tidings o'er the land, Thome came preaching, after he had trod 1,000 regions, taught to know his God. Here came he preaching, and the while he gave health to the sick, revival to the dead, when chance one day brought floating o'er the wave a forest tree of size unmeasured. The king a palace building lief would save the way for timber, and determined the mighty bulk of trunk ashore to train by force of engines, elephants, and men. Now was that lumber of such vasty size, no jot it moves, however hard they bear, when, lo, the apostle of Christ's verities wastes in the business less of toil and care. His trailing waistcoat to the tree he ties, raises, and sun and effort hails it where a sumptuous temple he would rear sublime, a fixed example for all future time. Right well he knew how 'tis of faith averred, faith moveth mountains, will or nill they move, lending a listening ear to holy word. As Christ had taught him, so 'twas his to prove. By such a miracle much the mob was stirred, the Brahmins held it something from above, for, seen his signs and seen his saintly life, they fear the loss of old prerogative. These be the sacerdotes of gentle creed, that of sore jealousy felt most the pain. They seek ill ways 1,000, and take rede, Thome to silence or to gar him slain. The principal who dons the three-twined thread, by a deed of horror makes the lesson plain. There be no hatred fell, and fear, and cursed, as by false virtue for true virtue nursed. One of his sons he slaughters, and accuses Thome of murder, who was innocent, bringing false witnesses, as there the use is, him to the death they doom incontinent. The saint, assured that his best excuses are his appeals to God omnipotent, prepares to work before the king and court a public marvel of the major sort. He bids be brought the body of the slain, that it may live again, and be affied to name its slayer, and its word be ta'en as proof of testimony certified. All saw the youth revive, arise again, in name of Jesus Christ the crucified. Thome he thanks when raised to life anew, and names his father as the man who slew. So much of marvel did this miracle claim, straightway in holy water bathes the king, followed by many. These kiss Thome's hand, while those the praisers of his godhead sing. Such are the Brahmins, in such furious flame, envy so pricks them with her venomed sting, that rousing ruffian rout to wrath condign, a second slaughter plot to the priest's design. One day, when preaching to the folk he stood, they feigned a quarrel mid the mob to rise. Already Christ his holy man endowed with saintly martyrdom that opes the sky. Rained innumerable stones the crowd upon the victim, sacred sacrifice, and last a villain, hastier than the rest, pierced with a cruel spear his godly breast. Wept Gange and Indus, true Thome, thy fate, wept thee whatever lands thy foot had trod, yet weep thee more the souls in blissful state thou ledst to don the robes of holy rood. But angels waiting at the paradise gate met thee with smiling faces, hymning God. We pray that still vouchsafe thy Lord unto thy illusions his good aid afford. And you, ye others, who usurp the name of God's apostles, missioners like Thome, say, on ye boast of apostolic claim, why fear not holy faith to preach and pray? If ye be salt, see how yourselves ye shame, cleaving to home where none the prophet play. How shall be salted in dark days as these, pagans I leave, such hosts of heresies? But now this perilous theme I pass beyond, gain we again the limned shore in sight. Here, with the city, whereof fame is fond, bends the long bowline of Gangetic Bight. Runneth Narsinga rich and potent lawn, runneth Orissa vaunting Titius bright, and at the bottom of the bay's long line illustrious Ganges seeks his home, the brine. Ganges whose accolades bathe and bathing die, and die in lively faith withal secure whatever sins upon their spirits lie, the holy waters lave them sinless pure. See Kavigam amid the highest high, in Bengal province, proud of varied store abundant, but behold how placed the post, where sweeps the shoreline towards the southern coast. Arakan realm behold, behold the seed of Pegu peopled by a monster brood, monsters that gendered meeting most unmeet of whelp and woman in the lonely wood. Here bells of sounding oracle they fit upon their bodies by the crafty hood of subtle queen, who such new custom planned to bait adulterous sin and crimely fend. Behold Tavai city, whence begin Siam's dominions, reign of vast extent. Tenasserim, Kedah, of towns the queen, that bear the burden of the hot piment. There farther forward shall ye make, I ween, Malacca's market grand and opulent, whither each province of the long seaboard shall send of merchantry rich varied hoard. From this peninsula, they say, the sea parted with puissant waves, and entering tore Sumatra's noble island, wont to be joined to the main as seen by men of yore. 'Twas called Chersonese, and such degree it gained by earth that yielded golden ore. They gave a golden epithet to the ground. Some be who fancy Ophir here was found. But on her lands enthroned see Singapore, where the wide sea road shrinks the narrow way. Thence curves the coast to face the cynosure, and lastly trends Aurora ward its lay. See Pam, Patani, and in length obscure Siam, that ruleth all with royal sway. Behold Menam, who rolls his lordly tide from source Kiamai called, lake long and wide. Thou seest in spaces of such vast extent nations of thousand names, and yet unnamed, Laos in land and people prepotent, Avas and Brahmas for vast ranges famed. See how in distant wilds and wolds lie pent the self-styled Geans, salvage folk untamed. Men's flesh they eat, their own they paint and sear, branding with burning iron, usage fear. See Mekam river fret Cambodia's coast, his name by water captain men explain. In summer only, when he swelleth most, he leaves his bed to flood and feed the plain. As the fur Nile he doth his freshets boast, his peoples hold the fond belief and vain that pains and glories after death are signed to brutes and soulless beasts of basest kind. The stream with gentle, bland repose shall greet in his embrace the song that swam to land from sad and piteous shipwreck, dripping wet, escaped from the reefs and rocks that fang the strand, from hunger tortures and the perilous trade, what time went forth the dire unjust command on him whose high sonorous lyre shall claim such want of fortune and such wealth of fame. Here courseth, see, the called Champa shore, with woods of odorous wood 'tis decked and dight. See Colchicina, still of note obscure, and of Ainam yon undiscovered bight. Here the proud empire famed evermore for widespread lands and wealth and matchless might, of China runs, and boasts the whole her own, twixt torrid Cancer and the frigid zone. Behold yon wondrous and incredible wall, this and that other region built to part, most certain symbol this which shows to all imperial puissance, proud in arm and art. These their born princes to the throne ne'er call, nor son succeedeth sire in subject heart. The properest men as monarch they devise, some knight for virtue famed, brave and wise. Perforce hide other vastly lands from thee, until what time no land remain unfound. But leave thou not those islands of the sea, where nature rises to fame's highest round. This realm half shadowed, China's empery, afar reflecting, whither ships are bound, is the Japan, whose virgin silver mine shall shine still sheenier with the law divine. Here see o'er oriental seas bespread infinite island groups, and allwhere strewed Tidor, Ternative you, whose burning head lanceth the wavy flame and fiery flood. There see the groves the biting clove bud shed, bought with the price of Portuguese's blood. Here dwell the golden fowls, whose home is air, and never earthward, save in death, may fare. See Bunda's islets, which enamelled glow, various painted by the rosy fruits. Variegate birds, that flit from bough to bough, take tithe and tribute of the greeny nuts. See Bornea's sea-girt shore, where ever flow the perfumed liquors, thick and curded gouts, the tears of forest treemen, camphor cleave, wherefore that island crop of fame shall reap. Timor thence further sendeth forth her store of fragrant saunders, wood medicinal. See Sunda's isle, so stretch her farther shore, that hideth austere regions of appall. The wandering men who inner wilds explore tell of a stream whose marvels never pall. For where its lone and single current floweth, that wood that in it falls a live-stone groweth. Behold yon land, made island of the sea by time, whose trembling flame in vapours swelleth. See Petroil fountain, and the prodigy of odorous juice the weeping tree distilleth, sweeter than centres shed in Araby, by Cinyra's daughter, wherefore Asia dwelleth. And see how holding all that others hold, soft silk she hoardeth, and the nugget gold. See in Ceylon that peak so stark, so gaunt, shooting high o'er the clouds, or mocking sight. The native peoples hold it sacrosanct, for the faint stone where print of foot is spied. O'er lone Maldivia's islets grows the plant, beneath profoundest seas of sovereign might, whose poem of every theriac is confessed by cunning leech of antidotes the best. Eke shalt thou see to form the Red Sea strait Socotra, famed for aloes bitter growth. I subject other sea-girt isles to wait your steps where sandy Afric's seaboard showeth, and yieldeth floating mass rare odorit, but whence it cometh none of mortals knoweth. Of some Lorenzo see yon famous isle, which certain travellers Madagascar style. Here distant Orient's new-found climate see, climes on the world by this your feet bestowed, that opened ocean portals paid and free, whose vasty plain with doughty hearts you plowed. But in the ponent all's a reason be, illusion's noble exploit be avowed, who being greatly by his king aggrieved, shall force a passage fancy ne'er concede. See yon huge region, whose continuous lines course from Callisto to the contrary pole. Superb shall it be by boast of lucent mines, whose veins Apollo's golden tincture stole. Castile, your ally, worthily designs to make its barbarous neck her yoke to thole. In varied regions bide its various tribes, with different rites which different use prescribes. But here, where earth spreads wider, ye shall claim realms by the ruddy dyewood made renowned. These of the sacred cross shall win the name. By your first navy shall that world be found. Along the seaboard, which your arm shall tame, shall wend him seeking earth's extremest bound, Magellan, who, good sooth, by birth shall be a Portuguese in all save loyalty. And when his courses pass the midway place, which from the pole Antarctic parts the line, he shall behold an all but giant race, holding the countries which therewith confine. Still onwards lie the straits that aye shall grace his name, which sea with sea through land conjoin, a sea and land where horrid Auster bideth, and 'neath his frozen wings their measure hideth. Thus far, O Portingals, to you was given the feats of future ages now to know, how o'er those oceans which your keels have riven, great-hearted barons grandest deeds shall do. And hence, since all with mighty toils have striven, toils by whose fame your favour aye shall grow, with your eternal spouses debonair, who shall weave glorious crowns for you to wear, ye can embark, for favouring blows the wind, and to your well-loved home the seas be clear. Thus spake the goddess, and the braves inclined from the glad island of sweet love to steer. They bear refreshment of the noblest kind, they bear the longed-for company, each his fear, the nymph that ever shall in heart abide, long as the sunshine warmeth land and tide. So fare they, cutting through the main serene, with favouring breezes that ne'er blew in ire, till they had sighted that familiar scene, their fatherland and ever fond desire. They passed the Taga's mouth, our stream Amin, and gave their country and their dread-loved sire, who willed their voyage, glory and renown, and added lustrous titles to his crown. No more, my muse, no more, for now my lyre untuned lies, and hoarse my voice of song. Not that of singing tire I, but I tire, singing for surd and horny-hearted throng. Favours which poet fancy mostly fire, our land gives not, I know, 'tis plunged too long in lust of lucre, whelmed in rudest folly, a vile, austere, and vulgar melancholy. Nor can I wherefore, by what fate indign, she joys ne genial pride, ne general taste, which strengthen mortal spirit and incline to face all travail with a happy haste. Wherefore, O king, thou whom the will divine hath on the kingly throne for purpose placed, look that thou be, and see the realms of earth, so lord of vessels peerless in their worth. Look how they gladly wend by many a way, with raging bulls or rampant lions' might, self-doomed to sleepless night and foodless day, to fire and steel, shaft-shower, and bullet-flight, to torrid tropics, arctics frore and gray, the pagan's buffet and the Moor's despite, to risks invisible, threatening human life, to wreck, sea-monsters, and the waves' wild strife. All risks to serve thy cause they dare affront, to thee, though distant, yield they homage due, of every hard command they bear the brunt, some answer, ever prompt and ever true. On single look of favour could they count infernal demons, black with hell's own hue, with thee they fain encounter, and they dare, unconquered conqueror, their king declare. Favour them always, gladden every face with thy fair presence, blithe humanity. Of rigorous rule relieve them, deal the grace of milder law that leads to sanctity. Impart to long experience rank and place, on with experience, habit, honesty, to work thy sovereign will. Thus all shall trow what things befall them, whence and when and how. All favour thou in duty's different way, as in each life the stored talent lies. Let the religious for thy governance pray, and beg a blessing on each high emprise. Fast they, and fash their flesh for those who stray in vulgar vices, and as wind despies ambition, ne'er shall holy priest mislead glare of vainglory, nor of gain the greed. Foster the cavaliers with fair esteem, that oft their fearless fiery blood have lent to spread not only heaven's law supreme, but eke the royal rule preeminent. Such men who fare to face each fell extreme of climate in thy cause aid diligent, conquer a double foe, with the foam that live, and deadlier task with dark dumb dangers strive. So do, my sire, that sons of famous lands, Britons, Italians, Germans, and the Gaul, ne'er vaunt that might of mortal man commends thy Portugals, who should command them all. Take counsel only with experienced hands, men who long years, long moons saw rise and fall. Many for general science fitness show, yet the particulars none save experts know. Elegant Formian's philosophic store, see how the practised Hannibal derided, when lectured he with wealth of Bellic lore, and on big words and books himself he prided. Senor, the soldier's discipline is more than man may learn by mother fancy guided, not musing, dreaming, reading what they write, 'tis seeing, doing, fighting, teach to fight. But I, what dare I say, rude, humble, low, to thee, unknown, yes, even in thy dreams? Yet oft from lips of babes and sucklings flow, I trow, the words of wisdom man esteems. Right honest studies my career can show, with long experience blent, as best beseems, and genius here presented for thy view, gifts that conjoined appertain to few. For serving thee an arm to arms addressed, for singing thee a soul the muses raise, naught lacks me, save of thee to stand confessed, whose duty 'tis the good to prize and praise. If heaven concede me this, and if thy breast deign incept worthy of a poet's lace, as doth presage my spirit vaticine, viewing thee pace the human path divine, or doing such daring do, that ne'er Medusa shall Atlas' mountain like thy glances shake, or battling on the plains of Ampelus, Morocco's mures and Teredan to break, my now esteemed and rejoicing muse, thy name o'er earth, I swear, so famed shall make, an Alexander shall in thee be shown, who of Achilles envy ne'er shall own. End of Canto 10. Rejected Stanzas of the Lusíads. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. The Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões, translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton. Rejected Stanzas. Note: these stanzas, omitted by Camões, were discovered by Manuel de Faria e Souza and published in his Commentaries, Juan Sanchez, 1639. The whole are extant in 3 manuscripts. Number 1, the better of the 2 first, contains only 6 cantos. Number 2, belonging to M. Correia Montenegro, embraces the whole poem. The 3rd manuscript, in the hands of M. Luís Franco, is given by Viscount Jurumenha, volume 6, 419. It has only 4 rejected stanzas. The first 3 are those of Faria e Souza, and the 4th is that of the established text, Canto 1, 79, with a few unimportant changes of words and rhymes. These stanzas number: Manuscript number 1, 48 plus 2 fragments, 49. Manuscript number 2, Correia Montenegros, 26. Manuscript number 3, Luís Francos, 4. Total 79. I will not here enter into the consideration why the stanzas were left out. Many of them fully equal those retained in the popular Lusíads, but almost all contain something opposed to public, or rather to priestly, sentiment. A cursory glance shows that not a few want the polish and finish which distinguish the poem. I have purposely followed suit for the sake of contrast and fidelity. Jurumenha's original text is printed in verso, that the reader may judge how literal is my version, which, for additional security, was submitted to Mr. J. Auberton, the translator of the Lusíads. The rejected stanzas, manuscript number 1, Canto 1, stanza 77, modified. Isto dizendo, irado e quase insano, sobre a tebana parte descendeu, onde vestindo a forma e gesto humano, para onde o sol nasce se moveu. Já atravessa mar Mediterrâneo, já de Cleópatra o reino discorreu, já deixa a mão direita os garamantes e os desertos de Líbia circunstantes. He spake in fury would, like white insane, and straight alighted on the Theban way, where mortal jest and human vesture ta'en, he bore where newborn Phoebus bears the day. Now spans his flight the Mediterranean main, now spurns the bounds of Cleopatra's sway, now leaves to the right the Garamantes land, and circumjacent sheets of Libyan sand. 2. Já Meroe deixa atrás, e a terra ardente, que o septenfluo rio vai regando, onde reina o mui santo presidente, os preceitos de Cristo amoestando. Já passa a terra de águas carecente, que estão as alagoas sustentando, donde seu nascimento tem o Nilo, que gera o monstruoso crocodilo. Now lives he merry mid the fiery downs, fed by the waters of the seven-flood river, realms which the high and holy President owns, of Christ his doctrine old and true believer. He passes droughty land whose people wons lacking the lakes that roll their waters ever, the very birthplace of the secret Nile, who breeds the monstrous brood of crocodile. 3. Daqui ao Cabo Praço vai direito, e entrando em Moçambique, nesse instante, se faz na forma mouro contrafeito, a um dos mais honrados semelhante. E como a seu regente fosse aceito, entrando um pouco triste no semblante, desta sorte o tebano lhe falava, apartando-o dos outros com que estava. Hence to the Pressum headland fast he flies, and making Mozambique in briefest space, becomes the counterfeit, in Moorman guise, of one that held high honourable place. And as the regent much this Moor did prize, entering with somewhat sad and charged face, began the Theban thus his plaint to make, removing others who sat near the sheik. Canto 1, after stanza 80. E para que dês crédito ao que falo, que este capitão falso está ordenando, sabe que quando foste a visitá-lo, ouvi dous neste caso estar falando. No que digo, não faças intervalo, que eu te digo sem falta como, quando, os podes destruir, que é bem olhado, que quem quer enganar, fica enganado. And eke, that credit these my words befall, showing what plotteth yon false capitaine, know, when thou wentedst on thy guest to call, I heard this case debated twixt the twain. And what I tell thee, make no interval, and I will truly tell thee how, when, where, thou canst destroy them, for I lieve believe we should deceive him who would us deceive. Canto 3, after stanza 10. Entre este mar e as águas onde vem, correndo o largo Tânais de contínuo, os sármatas estão, que se mantêm, bebendo roxo sangue, leite equino. Aqui vivem os mícios, que também têm parte de Ásia, povo baixo e indino, e os hábios que mulheres não recebem, e muitos mais que o Boristênis bebem. Between this ocean and the waters shed to feed large Tânais, flowing ceaseless flood, dwell the Sarmati races, who are fed on mere milk diet mixed with purpling blood. Here live the Mysian peoples that o'erspread a part of Asia, low and glorious brood. Abii who banish women, and with these a host of tribes that drink Borysthenes. Canto 3, for stanza 29. Mas a iníqua mãe, seguindo em tudo, do peito feminil a condição, tomava por marido a Dom Bermudo, e a Dom Bermudo a tomam seu irmão. Vede um pecado grave, bruto e rudo, de outro nascido, ó grande admiração, que o marido deixado vem a ter quem tem por enteada e por mulher. But his ill mother, following whither led her woman's bosom, ready to range, took Dom Bermudo to her marriage bed, and Dom Bermudo's brother takes in change. See the foul, sinful, bestial action bred by crime begetting crime, strange, mighty strange, that left her husband she remains for heir, his marriage sister and his married fair. Canto 4, after stanza 2, translated in the Milier-Joubert edition of 1862. Sempre foram bastardos valerosos, por letras ou por armas, ou por tudo. Foram-o os mais dos deuses mentirosos, que celebrou o antigo povo rudo. Mercúrio e o douto Apolo são famosos, per ciência diversa e longo estudo. Outros são só por armas soberanos, Hércules e Lieu, ambos tebanos. The meed of valor bastards aye have claimed, by arts or arms, or haply both conjoined. Such were of fabled gods the most infamed, to whom rude Antians highest rank assigned. Hermes and dogged Apollo still are named, for varied science with long art combined. Others by arms alone prevail. So reigned Bacchus and Hercules, that Theban twain. 2. Bastardos são também Homero e Orfeu, dous a quem tantos versos ilustraram, e os dous de quem o império procedeu, que Troia e Roma em Itália edificaram. Pois se é certo que a fama já escreveu, se muitos a Filipo nomearam, por pai do macedônico mancebo, outros lhe dão o manho Nectanebo. Homer and Orpheus eke of birth were base, the pair by poetry raised to such degree, and they, the sires of that imperial race, who founded Troy and Rome for Italy. Nay, on unwritten legend trust we place, though many Philip may the father be, of Macedonia's youth, not few would prove, great Nectanebus filched his mother's love. 3. Assim o filho de Pedro Justiçoso, sendo governador alevantado do reino, foi nas armas tão ditoso que bem pode igualar qualquer passado, porque vendo-se o reino receoso de ser do castelhano subjugado, aos seus o medo tira que os alcança, aos outros a falsífica esperança. Thus Justiciar is Pedro's bastard son, being exalted o'er the realm to sway, by gestes of arms such goods of fortune won, that equaled every grade of bygone day. He, when his kingdom feared to be undone, and prostrate lie the proud Castilian spray, baiteth the terror his own lieges tries, and in all others esperance falsifies. Canto 4, after stanza 11, omitted because Catalunya and Aragon did not then belong to Castile. Nem no reino ficou de Tarragona quem não siga de Marte o duro ofício, nem na cidade nobre que se abona com ser dos Scipiões claro edifício. Também a celebrada Barcelona mandou soldados destros no exercício, todos estes ajunta o castelhano contra o pequeno reino lusitano. Remained none in realm of Tarragon who shirked to meddle in matters dour and prize, none in the noble city whose renown upon her founder Scipio's name relies, and last not least the far-famed Barcelon, sent warmen tried in warlike exercise. All these strong powers uniteth haughty Spain against our little Lusitanian reign. Canto 4, after stanza 13. Ó inimigos maus da natureza, que injuriais a própria geração, degenerantes, baixos, que fraqueza de esforço, de saber e de razão vos fez que a clara estirpe que se preza de leal, fido e limpo coração ofendais dessa sorte, mas respeito que este dos grandes é o menor defeito. O foes unnatural, nature's somas bred, race of thy race's name disgrace that art, degenerates, caitiffs, say what feeble dread, sun wisdom, reason, all men's better part, have made a gallant people, born and bred loyal and brave, with clean and candid heart, offend in such base guise, but I suspect amid the great this be the least defect. Canto 4, in lieu of stanza 21. Qual mancebo claro, no romano senado, os grandes medos aquebranta do grão cartaginês, que soberanos cutelos lhe tinha na garganta, quando ganhando o nome de africano, a resistir-lhe foi com fúria tanta, que a pátria duvidosa libertou, o que Fábio invejoso não cuidou. E'en as the noble youth of Roman strain strengthened the Senate, fain in fear to fly the Carthaginian, who, all sovereign, his whetted blade to shrinking throats brought nigh, when worthily winning surname African, his furious force so did their force defy, his doubtful country free as air he made, when jealous Fabius still his rede delayed. Canto 4, after stanza 27. Já a fresca filha de Titão trazia o sempre memorando dia, quando as vésperas se cantam de Maria, que este mês honra, o nome seu tomando. Para a batalha, estava já este dia determinado. Logo, embranqueando a alva no céu, os reis se aparelhavam e as gentes com palavras animavam. Now Titan's daughter fresh and rosy came, bringing that memorable, deathless day, when vespers chaunted are in Mary's name, honoring the holy month whose name is May. This day, for battle having fittest claim, was chosen. Now, as paled the morning grey, bleaching the skies, both kings unsheathed their swords, their hosts unheartening with hardy words. Canto 4, after stanza 33. E vós, imperadores, que mandastes tanta parte do mundo sempre usados a resistir os ásperos contrastes de traidores cruéis e alevantados, não vos queixeis, que agora se atentastes, um dos mais claros reis e mais amados vê contra si, contra seu reino, e lei seus vassalos por outro estranho rei. And emperors, you that held and had command o'er so much earth, ready to resist in asperous conflict and the wrong withstand of cruel traitors raising treason's crest, complain ye not. Nay, well this chance attend, one of the noblest kings and loved the best, sees 'gainst his law, his crown, his self, his all, vavasors rise to sue a stranger's thrall. Canto 4, after stanza 35. These Homeric stanzas on the deaths of Portuguese knights took away interest from the central figure, the king. Passaram a Giraldo com as entranhas o grosso e forte escudo que tomara a Pérez que matou, que o seu de estranhas cutiladas desfeito já deixara. Morrem Pedro e Duarte, que façanhas nos brijos tinham feito, a quem criara Bragança, ambos mancebos, ambos fortes, companheiros nas vidas e nas mortes. Pierced Giraldo's vitals through and through, and eke the huge thick targe he snatched away from Paris whom he killed, his own with hew and strangest hack of cutlass useless lay. Dies Pedro, and Duarte dies, in lieu of death amid the Britons. Born were they, both in Braganza, brave in youthful pride. Together lived they, fought they, fell they, died. 2. Morrem Lopo e Vicente de Lisboa, que estavam conjurados a acabarem, ou a ganharem ambos a coroa, de quantos nesta guerra se afamarem. Por cima do cavalo Afonso voa, que 5 castelhanos, por vingarem a morte de outros 5 que matara, o vão privar a si da vida cara. Lopo and Vicente de Lisboa bleed, sworn in the common cause to meet their fate, or both the crown to gain and victory's meed to snatch from all whom most in fame this bade. Afonso flieth from his battle steed for 5 Castilians who in ambush wait to venge 5 comrades slain in earlier strife, packing around him pluck his precious life. 3. De 3 lanças passado Hilário cai, mas primeiro vingado a sua tinha. Não lhe pesa porque a alma assim lhe sai, mas porque a linda Antônia nele vinha. O fugitivo espírito se lhe vai, e nele o pensamento que o sustinha, e saindo da dama a quem servia, o nome lhe cortou na boca fria. Down falls Hilário, drilled by spearheads 3, but first he took the vengeance of his spear. He mourneth not because his pride goes free, but for that comes in it Antonia fair. Flitteth the fugitive spirit fast, and flee with it the thoughts sustaining all to dare. And as life fled the service of his dame, fell from his clay-cold lips her broken name. Canto 4, em lieu of stanza 39. Favorecem os seus com grandes gritas o sucesso do tiro, e ele logo toma outra, que jaziam infinitas dos que as vidas perderam neste jogo. Correm, restando-a forte, e dar-te incita a brava guerra os seus, que ardendo em fogo, vão ferindo os cavalos de esporadas e os duros inimigos de lançadas. His followers favor with a piercing cry this goodly lunge of lance, nor is he slow to snatch another, for innumerous lie the weapons lost by battle's losing throw. He runs with couched spear, his bravery urgeth his braves who brent with martial low into the courser's flanks keen rowels thrust, and lands the foeman level with the dust. Canto 4, after stanza 40, the corresponding deaths of Spanish knights. Velázquez morre e Sanches de Toledo, grande caçador, outro letrado. Também perece Galbes, que sem medo sempre dos companheiros foi chamado. Montanches, Oropesa, Mondoñedo, qualquer destro nas armas esforçado, todos per mãos de Antônio, moço forte, destro mais que eles, pois os trouxe à morte. Velázquez dies with Sanches de Toledo, a mighty hunter this, and that a clerk. Galbas eke perisheth, surnamed Sem Medo, for thus his comrades called for countermark. Montanches, Oropesa, Mondoñedo, albeit skilled in arms, in sinews stark, fell by Antonio's hand, stout youth and brave, whose lance more dexterous drave them to the grave. 2. Guevara, roncador, que o rosto untava, mãos e barba do sangue que corria, por dizer que dos muitos que matava, saltava nele o sangue e o tingia, quando destes abusos se jactava, de través lhe dá Pedro, que o ouvia, tal golpe com que ali lhe foi partida do corpo a vã cabeça e a torpe vida. Braggart Guevara, who his front had dyed, and hands and beard with blood that tinged the plain, that he might bluster how the gory tide had spurted, painting him with honored stain, him bellowing such bravadoes in his pride, Pedro, who heard the vauntings loud and vain, felled with such side-stroke that his empty head flew from his body and his base life fled. 3. Pelo ar a cabeça lhe voou, ainda contando a história de seus feitos. Pedro, do negro sangue que esguichou, foi todo salpicado rosto e peitos. Justa vingança do que em vida usou. Logo com ele ao ocaso vão direitos, Carrilho, João da Lorca com Robledo, porque os outros fugindo vão de medo. Flew high in airy space his feckless pate, while still a boasting of some blatant jest. Pedro, besprinkled by the squirt and jet, feels black blood trickling down his beard and breast, wherewith the malapert pays his vengeance debt. Carrilho's sun eke setteth in its west, Juan de Lorca and Robledo follow, while the other braves in flight their boasts must swallow. 4. Salazar, grão tafu e o mais antigo, rufião que Sevilha então sustinha, a quem a falsa amiga que consigo trouxe, de noite só fugido tinha, fugiu-lhe a amiga, enfim, para outro amigo, porque viu que o dinheiro com que vinha perdeu todo de um resto, e não perdera se uma carta de espadas lhe viera. Salazar, famous parasite, and the head pander who made Sevilla town in fame, whom his false leman had at night-tide fled, though to the campment she had brought her shame, lief would with other friend this fair friend bed, for that the ducats wherewithal he came were lost upon a cast, nor were they lost had but a hand of spades came uppermost. 5. O desprezo da amiga o desatina, e o mundo todo, a terra e o céu vagante, blasfemando ameaça, e determina de vingar-se em qualquer que achar diante. Encontra com Gaspar, que Catarina ama em extremo, e leva do montante, que no ar fere fogo, e certo cria que um monte da pancada fenderia. His she-friend's treason gars him wits to tine, and threaten universe, earth, and vacant skies, blaspheming, and resolve with rage and dine all who dare cross his valor to chastise. Encountering Gaspar, who his Catherine loves as his life, the broadsword fast he plies, till ere far smitten makes him fain believe such stroke of mighty blade a hill could cleave. 6. Bem cuida de cortá-lo em 2 pedaços, porém Gaspar, vendo o montante erguido, serra com ele e leva-o nos braços, cometimento destro e atrevido. Braceia o castelhano e de ameaços se serve ainda, e estando já vencido, o português forçoso em breve mora lhe leva a arma das mãos e salta fora. Fondly he hopes the foe to hew in twain, but Gaspar, sighting overhead the blade, runs in and catcheth him with gripping strain. 'Twas a fair feat of skill and hardihead. The The Spaniard clippeth, yet doth not restrain his boastful threatening, although conquered. The forceful Portingal, with short delay, unarms his hands and leaps from out his way. 7. E porque ele não lhe use a própria manha, que este lhe usara já, de ponta o fere, nos peitos o montante, enfim, lhe banha, porque de outra vingança desespere. Fugiu-lhe a alma indigna, e na montanha Tartária ainda blasfema, ali refere, de mais não açoutar a inimiga ingrata, que os açoutes de Alecto o pena e mata. Then, lest his foeman use such crafty mode himself had used, he deals Stoccato thrust, and fine the broadsword in his bosom blood he bathes, that not to vengeance mote he trust. Flieth the furious ghost, and in the wood Tartarian still blasphemes, relates his lust for vengeance, who no more can scourge his queen, while him Alecto scourgeth long and keen. 8. E do metal de espadas aos danados diz males e blasfêmias sem medidos, que já por não lhe entrar perde os cruzados, e agora por entrar lhe perde a vida. Por pena quer Plutão de seus pecados que se lhe mostre a amiga já fugida, em brincos de ouro e beijos enlevada. Remete ele pera eles e acha nada. The spade's metal to the damned host ill names he calleth, heaping curses dread, which when it entered not, his ducats lost, and lost his life when it had entered. Pluto to gar him pay since scot and cost, shows him the traitorous lady friend who fled. Joyed by his rival, raining greedy kisses, he starts to strike them, but the shades he misses. Canto 4, after stanza 44. Ó pensamento vão do peito humano, agora neste cego error caíste? Agora este fermoso e ledo engano da sanguinosa e fera guerra viste? Agora que com sangue e próprio dano a dura experiência acerba e triste tu tem mostrado, e agora que o provaste, os conselhos darás que não tomaste. O vain reflections guiling human sense, how could this darkling error steal your sight? How have ye hugged this gay and glad pretense that lures to sanguine hate and baneful fight? And now, of bloodshed dire experience, a sore dread trial of the deadly blight is shown to thee. And now, when known thy lot, thou shalt give counsel which thou tookest not. 2. Dos corpos dos imigos cavaleiros, do mato os animais se apacentaram. As fontes de mais perto dos primeiros, dias sangue com água destilaram. Os pastores do campo e os monteiros da vizinha montanha não gostaram, as aves de rapina em mais de um ano, por terem o sabor do corpo humano. The corpses of the cavaliers are foam, fed the foul creatures of the field and wood. The nearest fountains, till some days were gone, distilled their crystal black with human blood. The meadow shepherds and the swains who won upon the mountain loathed the fulsome food, the feral bird, which for a year and more smacked of the gorged flesh and human gore. Canto 4, stanza 49, Varia Lectio. Ponderando tamanho atrevimento, disse a Netuno então Proteu profeta: temo que desta gente venha, que de teus reinos o grão-cetro tenha. Pondering such mighty deeds of daring do, prophetic Proteus thus to Neptune cried: I fear shall spring such braves from braves like these, who the great sceptre of thy reigns shall seize. 2. Já toma forte porta inexpugnável, que o conde desleal primeiro abriu, por se vingar do amor inevitável que a fortuna em Rodrigo permitiu. Mas não foi esta a causa detestável que a populosa Espanha destruiu. Juízo de Deus foi por causa incerta, acaso mostra per Rodrigo aberta. He gaineth now the port inexpugnable, whereof the traitor count first oped the gate, in blood to wash the love inevitable, fired in Rodrigo's heart by hand of fate. Yet this was not the cause abominable that wasted populous Hispanian state. God, for some hidden judgment, gave command the house be opened by Rodrigo's hand. 3. Já agora, ó nobre Espanha, estás segura. se segurar-te podem cavaleiros de outra perda como esta, iníqua e dura, pois que tens portugueses por porteiros. Assim se deu a próspera ventura do rei Joane à terra que aos fronteiros espanhóis tanto tempo molestara, e vencida ficou, mais nobre e clara. But now thou livest safe, O noble Spain, if knightly force can save its land of all. From other loss like this, from shame and stain, who for a porter has the Portingal. This happy fortune waited on the reign of King Joan, who the bounding wall of Spanish land molested many years, and conquered a higher crest uprears. Canto 4, stanza 61, Varia Lectio. Da próspera cidade de Veneza, Veneza, a qual os povos que escaparam do gótico furor e da crueza de Átila edificaram pobremente, e foi rica depois e preeminente. Of Venice, splendid in prosperity, Venice, whereto the fisher peoples fled from Gothic fury and the cruelty of Attila, and built the pauper town, now raised to rich estate and high renown. Canto 4, after stanza 66. Não foi sem justa e grande causa eleito para o sublime trono e governança, este, de cujo ilustre e forte peito depende uma grandíssima esperança. Pois não havendo herdeiro mais direito no reino, e mais por esta confiança, Joane o escolheu, que só o herdasse, não tendo filho herdeiro, que reinasse. Nor chosen was some justest cause and care to fill the lofty throne of governance, this king, whose noble heart and spirit rare pledged and promised highest aspirance. For him, there being no director heir, and urged mostly by such confidence, Joane chose as heir to reign alone, having no son inheritor to the throne. Canto 4, after stanza 86. Ali lhe prometemos, se em sossego, nos leva às partes onde Febo nasce, de ou espalhar sua fé no mundo cego, ou o sangue do povo pertinace. Fizemos para as almas santo emprego de fiel confissão, pura e verace, em que, posto que hereges a reprovam, as almas, como a fênix, se renovam. There did we promise, if his mercy deign, to bear us safe where Phoebus bursts the womb, or to blind worlds we would his faith ordain, or headstrong heatheness to death would doom. All for our souls' eternal health were fain, with pure, precious shrift our sprites to loom, whereby, though heretics made spar decry, souls, like the renovate phoenix, heavenward fly. 2. Tomamos o divino mantimento, com cuja graça santa tantos dias, sem outro algum terrestre provimento, se sustentaram já Moisés e Elias. Pão, de quem nenhum grande pensamento, nem sutis e profundas fantasias alcançam segredo e virtude alta, se do juízo a fé não supre a falta. Then to partake of ghostly meat we went, by whose most gracious boon so many days, some taste of other earthly nutriment, erst were sustained, Elias and Moisés. Bread, whose deep secrets ne thought eminent, ne subtle lore, ne soaring fantasies, shall ever fathom, ever plumb its might, unto dark reason faith deny her light. Canto 6, after stanza 7. Lá na sublime Itália celebrado antro secreto está, chamado Averno, por onde o capitão troiano ousado as negras sombras foi do escuro inferno. Por ali há também desusado caminho que vai ter ao centro interno do mar, aonde o deus Netuno mora. Por ali foi descendo Baco agora. There in sublime Italia yawns a cave, secret and celebrate, Avernus hide, where through the Trojan leader, bold and brave, gained Infernus realm of gloomy night. And all's this enter easy at it gave, by road untrod to ocean's middle side, the sea-god Neptune's proper tenement, now thither Bacchus 'gan the long descent. Canto 6, after stanza 24. A dor do desamor nunca respeita, se tem culpa ou se não tem culpa à parte, porque se a cousa amada vos enjeita, vingança busca só, de qualquer arte. Porém, quem outrem ama, que aproveita trabalhar que vos ame, e que se aparte de seu desejo, e que por outro negue, se sempre foge amor de quem o segue. Dolour of fell this love hath no respect for fault or for unfault on either part. If what thou lovest leave thy love reject, only some sore revenge shall solve the smart. But say, what profit shall thy love expect when she thou lovest hath bestowed her heart? How shall for others love himself deny when love delights his followers' aid to fly? Canto 6, after stanza 40. De que serve contar grandes histórias de capitães de guerras afamadas, onde a morte tem ásperas vitórias de vontades alheias subjugadas? Outros farão grandíssimas memórias de feitos de batalhas conquistadas. Eu as farei, se for no mundo ouvido, de como só de uns olhos fui vencido. What boots recounting feats and jests notorious of celebrate capitains and grand campaigns, where vaunting death boasts asper's might victorious, or alien will he bendeth as he feigneth? Let others sing and say the deeds memorious achieved by conquerors on their battle plains. Let it be mine, if worlds will hear, to tell how by a pair of eyes mere force I fell. 2. Não foi pouco aprazível a Veloso tratar-se esta matéria vigiando, que conquanto era duro e belicoso, amor o tinha feito manso e brando. Tão concertado vive este enganoso moço com a natureza, que tratando os corações tão doce e brandamente, não deixa de ser forte quem o sente. No little pleasure to Veloso gave so fair a subject watch and war to guile, for as dure warfare made him dour and brave, so gentle love his breast by softening while. Such is the cunning of this cupid knave, so art with nature can he reconcile, while mortal hearts with blandness it endoweth, lovers with double power his will empowereth. 3. Contai, disse, Senhor, contai de amores as maravilhas sempre acontecidas, que ainda de seus fios cortadores no peito trago abertas as feridas. Concederam os mais vigiadores que ali fossem de todos referidas as histórias que já do amor passaram, e assim sua vigia começaram. Recount, quoth he, recount of love, fair sir, and of the wondrous chances love befell. Still his sharp arrows this sad bosom stir, that may not hurt of open wound dispel. With him agreed each watchful mariner, that all and every then and there should tell their tales of love, and how the ventures fared. This wise its watch to keep the crew prepared. 4. Disse então Leonardo, não espere ninguém que conte fábulas antigas, que quem alheias lágrimas refere, das próprias vive isento e sem fadigas. Porque depois que amor com os olhos fere, nunca por tão suaves inimigas, como a mi só no mundo tem ferido, píramo, nem o nadador de abido. Then quoth Leonardo, here let no man wot, from me to gather fables known of yore. Whoso would quote the tears of alien lot, himself exempted hath no tears in store. Sith love with magic eyeglance mortals smote, those dearest enemies mine smote none so sore mid men as me, nor Pyramus, nor him who from Abidos' helly stream did swim. 5. Fortuna, que no mundo pode tanto, me deitou longe já da pátria minha, onde tão longo tempo vivi quanto bastou para perder um bem que tinha. Livre vivia então, mas não me espanto, senão que sendo livre não sustinha deixar de ser cativo, que o cuidado sem porquê tive sempre namorado. Fortune, who vaunteth o'er the world her might, already drave me far from fatherland, where I long time had lived, sufficient quite to lose a blessing which I held in hand. Yes, free I lived, yet naught astounds my sprite, save that my freedom I could not command, but changed for prison, since mine every thought, would I or nould I, boon of love besought. Canto 6, after stanza 81. Divina guarda, angélica, celeste, que o astrífero polo senhoreias, tu que a todo Israel refúgio deste, per metade das águas eritreias, se por mores perigosos me trouxeste, que ao itacense Ulisses ou Enéas, passando os largos términos de Apolo, pelas fúrias de Tétis e de Éulo. Thou, God divine, who dost with angels dwell, and of the starry pole hast seigniory, thou who didst bring thy people Israel through the burst waters of the blushing sea, if from more risks than Watinius fell, or Ithacan Ulysses, savedst thou me, passing Apollo's largely bounded path, through rage of Aeolus and Tethys' wrath. Canto 6, after stanza 94. Olhai como despois de um grande medo, tão desejado bem logo se alcança, assim também de trás de estado ledo, tristeza está, certíssima mudança. Quem quisesse alcançar este segredo, de não se ver nas cousas segurança, creio, se esquadrinhá-lo bem quisesse, que em vez de saber mais, endoudecesse. Look ye, how following fast on fear's despair, we win the weal that seemed beyond our range. Thus ever dogging happy days uncare, comes hateful sorrow with her certain change. Whoso would win such lore, such secret bear, how chance shall aid security estrange? I wot, his wisdom would no blessing gain, but breed a madness in his brooding brain. 2. Não respondo a quem disse que a fortuna era em todas as cousas inconstante, que mandou Deus ao mundo por coluna, deosa que ora se abaixa, ora levante. Opinião das gentes importuna é ter que o homem aos anjos semelhante, por quem já Deus fez tanto, se pusesse, nas mãos do leve caso que o regesse. I have short answer for the wise who say that fickle fortune deals in living lies, that God hath made for pillar of his sway a goddess ranging aid twixt fall and rise. Importunate opinion men obey, that man whose nature with the angels vies, for whom his God such goodness wrought is ruled by blindfold chances and by luck befooled. 3. Mas quem diz que virtudes ou pecados sobem baixos e abaixam os subidos, que me dirá se os maus vir sublimados? Que me dirá se os bons vir abatidos? Se alguém me diz que nascem destinados, parece razão áspera aos ouvidos. Que se eu nasci obrigado a meu destino, que mais me val ser santo que maligno? Who saith that good or ill be reason why the lowly up, the lofty downward go? What shall he say, misseeing the low rise high? What shall he say, misseeing the high fall low? If some should say, we're born predestined, I find it an asperous reason so to trow. If darkly bound by bond of destiny, what boots a sinner or a saint I be? 4. Viram-se os portugueses em tormenta, que nenhum se lembrava já da vida. Subitamente passa e lhe apresenta Vênus, a cousa deles mais querida. Mas o Cabral, que o número acrescenta dos naufrágios na costa desabrida, a vida salva alegre e logo perto a perde, ou por destino ou por acerto. Such dreadful storm the Portingals tormented, all were assured life was surely lost. Sudden it passed, and to them presented Venus the guerdon which they yearned for most. Meanwhile Cabral, whose wreck and rock distented the list of losses on that portless coast, saves his life gladly, and at once he losest, because what men call chance or destiny choosest. 5. Se havia de perdê-la em breve instante, o salvá-la primeiro que lhe val, fortuna ali, se é hábil e prestante, por que não dava um bem de trás de um mal? Bem dizia o filósofo elegante, Simônides, ficando em um portal salvo, donde os amigos morrer vira, na sala arruinada que caíra. On he must lose his life in one short hour, to save the span before, what could avail? We ask why fortune's all-prevailing power upon the heels of ill sent not of well. Well said the sage, so famed for elegant lore, Simonides, who from his safe port hail beheld his raveling friends within the hall, crushed by the fragments of the fallen wall. 6. Ó poder da fortuna tão pesado, que tantos num momento assim mataste, para que maior mal me tens guardado, se deste que é tamanho me guardaste? Bem sabia que o céu estava irado, não há dano que o seu furor abaste, nem fez um mau tamanho que não tenha outro muito maior que logo venha. O force of fortune grievers, sore to dree, that hast so many in one moment slain, say, for what greater bane hast saved me, whom thou hast saved from this present bane? Certes the wrath of heaven right well I see, no harm sufficeth for his rage insane, nor ill he worked but the will he had eftsoons of working something worse than bad. 7. Mui bem sei que não falta quem me desse razões sutis que o engenho lhe assegura, nem quem segundas causas resolvesse matérias altas que o juízo apura. Eu lhe fico que a todos respondesse, mas não o sofre a força da escritura. Respondo só que a longa experiência enleia muitas vezes a ciência. Right well I wot that many shall be found with subtle reasons faith to reassure. Many by second causes shall expound high matters, sound, sure judgment doth the pure. To all I pledge myself I could respond, did art of scribe such mighty theme endure. I but respond that long experience oft shows your science lacking common sense. End of manuscript number 1. Manuscript number 2, Canto 8, after stanza 32. Este deu grão princípio à sublimada, ilustríssima casa de Bragança, em estado e grandeza avantajada, a quantas o espanhol império alcança. Vês aquele que vai com forte armada, cortando espere o mar e logo alcança o valeroso intento que pretende, e a vila de Azamor combate e rende? This the foundation stone sublimely laid of the Braganza house, illustrious train, which in estate and grandeur all outweighed whatever vaunts the high Hispanian reign. Seest thou him who with the stout Armade cutteth the Hesperian sea forthwith to gain his brave objective, whence this stout pretender Azamor town to fight and gar surrender? 2. É o duque Dom Gemes, derivado do tronco antigo e sucessor famoso, que o grande feito empreende e acabado a Portugal dá volta vitorioso, deixando desta vez tão admirado a todo o mundo e o mouro tão medroso, que inda até agora nunca há despedido o grão temor entonces concebido. 'Tis ducal Gemes, erting from his sires of old nobility a name memorious, who thus this mighty deed, and's high desires fulfilled, to Portugal returns victorious. This time of valor which the world admires leaveth the Moorman in such fear inglorious, who to the present is nowise relieved of the cold burthen in the past conceived. 3. E se o famoso duque mais avante não passa com a católica conquista nos muros de Marrocos e Trudante e outros lugares mil à escala vista, não é por falta de ânimo constante, nem de esforço e vontade pronta e lisa, mas foi por não passar o limitado término per seu rei assinalado. And if the famous Duke forbore as wont Catholic conquests farther still to bear, unto Morocco's Moors and Terudand, and other thousand thorps the haven near, deem not his constant soul of spirit's hand or wanting energy were slow to dare. 'Twas that his loyalty to cross declined the certain limits which his king assigned. Canto 8, after stanza 36. Achou-se nesta desigual batalha dos nossos de migos rodeado, mas ele de valor mais que de malha e militar esforço acompanhado, do primeiro o cavalo mata e talha o colo a seu senhor com desusado golpe de espada, e passo a passo andando os torvados contrários vai deixando. In such unfairest odds and chance of fray one of our soldiers was begirt by foes, but he by valor more than male makes way and of true warrior heart fair assurance shows. Slaying the near charger with his saber sway, its rider's head upon the plain he throws, brave swarther feet, and pace by pace he leaveth ere the foeman whom such exploit grieveth. Canto 10, after stanza 72. verá-se enfim toda a índia conjurada com bélico aparelho, várias gentes, chaul, gol e malaca ter cercada em um tempo lugares diferentes. Mas vê como chaul quase tomada, o mar com suas ondas eminentes vai socorrer a gente portuguesa, que só de Deus espera já defesa. Shalt see, in fine, conspire all India, dressed to bellic apparatus, people's rush, Chaul, Malacca, Goa town t' invest, at once such different sights to seize and crush. But see, now Chaul city sorely pressed, the seas with eminent billows flies to brush, Castro, in haste his Portingals to save, when only God in mercy's aid they crave. 2. Vês qual o rei gentio, pressuroso, arde, cerca, discorre e anda listo, incitando o exército espantoso a destruir um esquadrão de Cristo. Mas nota o ponto de honra generoso, em cerco nem batalha nunca visto, os soldados, fugindo do seguro, passar-se ao posto perigoso e duro. Seest thou yon Paynim king so fain a fight, burn, overrun, beleaguer, firm persist, in throwing forces which the land affright against a little squad that loveth Christ? But bear that generous Pandanor in sight, the siege the battle ere before hath wist. See how the soldiery, flying posts secure, pass to the post of peril dire endure. 3. Ali o prudentíssimo Ataíde, confortado da ajuda soberana, onde a necessidade e tempo o pide, socorrerá com força mais que humana, até que com seus danos se despide do cru intento a gente vil, profana, que em batalhas e encontros mil vencidos virão a pedir paz arrependidos. There shall Ataíde, most for prudence known, strong in the ghostly comfort of the Lord, where time and need demand such force be shown, with more than human valor aid afford, until its salvage object shall disown with grievous losses yon vile pagan horde, who crushed in thousand cruel fights shall rue the war and hurry for a truce to sue. 4. Enquanto isto passar cá na lumiosa costa de Ásia e América sombria, não menos lá na Europa belicosa e nas terras da inculta barbaria, mostrará a gentilícia valerosa seu preço de temor tornando fria a zona ardente, em ver que uma conquista lhe não paisque das outras três desista. While here so happeth on the coast that glows of Asia and America sombre cold, there not the less in Europe bellicose, and Barbary wild uncultivated world, shall show thy race Elysian, valorous, its worth, and with a freezing fear enfold the seething zone that sees one conquest won pass to 3 other and ne'er pause till done. 5. Verão o valentíssimo Barriga, Adaildes afim, grande afamado, sem ter por armas quem lhe contradiga, correr de Mauritânia serra e prado, mas vê como a infiel gente inimiga o prende por um caso desastrado, e com ele outra gente leva presa, que em tal caso não pode ter defesa. Barriga, brave of braves, they here shall cite, guide of Zafim, in war of prime account, who finds no man-at-arms to foil his might, or run the Mauritanian plain and mount. But see how th' infidels, by luck of fight, and doom disastrous, in the very brunt, make him and his Bellona's battle prize, for in such chances valor hopeless lies. 6. Mas passado este trance perigoso, olha onde preso vai, como arrebata a lança de um dos mouros, e furioso, com ela seu senhor derriba e mata, e revolvendo o braço poderoso, os seus livra e os inimigos desbarata, e assim todos, alegres e triunfantes, se tornam donde foram presos antes. But past the perils of this imminent chance, see how he snatcheth while to durance led, from grasp of Moorish foe the beamy lance, and lays with single lunge its lancer dead. Then with strong arm, the weapon swung askance, he saves his friends the while his foes have fled. Thus all triumphant wend his men their way, whither their lot was sad captivity. 7. Ei-lo cá por engano outra vez preso, está na escura e vil estrebaria, carregado de ferros de tal peso que de um lugar mover-se não podia. Vê-lo, de generoso fogo aceso, que o pão ensangüentado sacudia, com que ao soberbo mouro a morte dera, que em sua honrada barba a mão pusera? Lo, here is he by a snare once more beset, and in the darkness of vile stable lane, loaded with iron fetters of such weight, from off the floor he mote not rise again. But see the heart, with generous fire irate, tear up the stake that showed a bloody stain, and brain the haughty Moor who had not feared foul hand to fasten on his honored beard. 8. Mas vê como os infidos agarenos, permandado lidão do rei descrido, tanto açoute por isto, que em pequenos lhe fazem sobre as costas o vestido, sem que ao forte varão vozes, nem menos, ouvissem dar um íntimo gemido. Já vai a Portugal despedaçado, o vestido a pedir ser resgatado. Yet further see yon faithless Hagarine, by the commandment of his infidel king, visit the daring deed with scourge so keen, that strips from ribs his robes with stripes that sting. Yet the brave baron scorns one word, nor e'en an ah, a murmur may his tortures wring. To Portugal the ragged vesture goes, wherewith to raise a ransom for the foes. 9. Olha cabo de Aguera aqui tomado, per culpa dos soldados de socorro. Vês o grande carvalho ali cercado de inimigos, como touro em duro corro? De 30 mouros mortos rodeado, revolvendo o montante diz: pois morro, celebrem mortos minha morte escura, e façam-me de mortos sepultura. Behold yon Agar headland ta'en, and lost by fault of tardy succoring soldiery. And seest thou great Carvalho, mid the host, hostile, like baited bull the ring o'erfly? Hear him, mid 30 Moorish corpses boast, whirling his broadsword, crying: since I die, let dead atone for this mine obscure doom, these carrion deadlings for my fittest tomb. 10. Ambas pernas quebradas, que passando um tiro espedaçado lhas havia, dos de olhos e braços se ajudando, com nunca visto esforço e valentia, em torno pelo campo retirando, vai a Agarena, dura companhia, que com dardos e setas que tiravam, de longe dar-lhe a morte procuravam. See how when both his legs a passing ball in pieces dashed and shanks from trunk had mown, on arms and knees he doth his best to crawl, and fight with force and valor never known. Rounded about the field evanish all Hagar's hard children, who no pity own, and with their shafts and javelins far they deal the death they dare not by a nearer steal. Canto 10, after stanza 73. Com tais obras e feitos excelentes, de valor nunca visto nem cuidado, alcançareis aquelas preeminentes excelências que o céu tem reservado para vós outros, entre quantas gentes o sol aquenta e cerca o humor salgado, que em pouco se acham poucas repartidas e em nenhuma nação juntas e unidas. With similar labours, jests so great, so new, of valor never viewed nor reached by thought, to honour shall ye rise, so high, so true, to excellences heaven's will hath wrought mid worlds of men for you and only you. While Phoebus warms what salty billows moat, rare boons be these which rarely doled we find to men, and only in you men conjoined. 2. Religião, a primeira, sublimada, de pio e santo zelo revestida, ao culto divinal somente dada, em seu serviço e obras embebida, nesta a gente no elísio campo nada, se mostrou sempre tal em morte e vida, que pode pretender a primazia da ilustre e religiosa monarquia. Religion first, the truth sublime revealed, in earthly garb of pious holy zeal, fain to divine obedience self to yield, and all imbibed with its works of weal. Thus man fares swimming to the Elysian field, and thus in life and death shall ever deal mortals, who strain to win the princely prize which high religious monarchy affies. 3. Lealdada é segunda que engrandece sobre todas o nobre peito humano, com a qual semelhante ser parece ao coro celestial e soberano. Nesta per todo o mundo se conhece por tão ilustre o povo lusitano, que jamais a seu Deus e Rei jurado a fé devida e pública há negado. Loyalty second, that makes great and grand above all others hearts of noble strain, whereby a certain likeness mortals fend to choirs immortal in the heavenly reign. For this be known o'er farthest sea and land the passing merits of the Lusitan, ne'er to his maker nor sworn king forsworn, nor hold such public faith to public scorn. 4. Fortaleza vem logo, que os autores tanto do antigo luso magnificam, que os vossos portugueses com maiores obras ser verdadeira certificam, dando matéria a novos escritores, com feitos que em memória eterna ficam, e vencendo do mundo os mais subidos, sem nunca de mais poucos ser vencidos. Valor next cometh, which of yore did greet in olden Lusus men who sang and wrote, and which your Portingals with greater feat certify veridic without doubt, affording novel theme to modern writ with their high exploits of memorious note, and vanquishing o'er the world the most renowned, by fewer vanquished they shall ne'er be found. 5. Conquista será a quarta que no império português só reside com possança, pois no sublime e no ínfimo hemisfério as 4 partes só do mundo alcança, e as 4 nações delas por mistério, com que conquista e tem certa esperança, que cristãos, mouros, turcos e gentios juntarão numa lei seus senhorios. Conquest shall prove the fourth, which in the power of only Portugal full force resideth, since in the higher hemisphere and lower o'er earth's 4 quarters she alone abideth. The 4 great nations only serve to show her what high mysterious hope her conquests guideth, that Christian, Moorman, Turk, and Gentile all, joined in single law, shall feel her thrall. 6. Descobrimento é quinta que, bem certo, a gente lusitana só se deve, pois tendo norte a sul já descoberto, adonde o dia é grande e adonde breve, e por caminho desusado, incerto, de ponente a levante inda se atreve cercar o mundo em torno per direito, feito despois, nem antes, nunca feito. Discovery comes the fifth, which of a truth to none save Lusus' children doth belong, who have explored all from north to south, where suns be short-lived and where days be long. Now by uncertain ways, unused, uncowed, from ponent levantward in daring strong, she wends to circle earth by shortest tract, a feat which never was till now a fact. 7. Deixo de referir a piedade do peito português e cortesia, temperança, fé, zelo e caridade, com outras muitas que contar podia, pois a segundo ponto da verdade e regras da moral filosofia, não pode conservar-se uma virtude sem que das outras todas se arme e ajude. I pass in silence o'er the piety and courteous ways that mark the Lusian breast, temperance, holy faith, zeal, charity, with other gifts as easy to attest, for 'tis a notable point of verity, moral philosophy's own rule and hest, no single virtue e'er hath man arrayed, when all the others do not arm and aid. 8. Mas destas, como base e fundamento, daquelas 5 insignes excelências, em que elas têm seu natural assento, e de quem tomam suas dependências, não quero aqui tratar, que meu intento não é descer a todas minudências, que gerais são no mundo a muita gente, senão das que em vós se acham tão somente. But these, the first foundation and the base of those renowned 5 transcendencies, whereon they rest and rise by nature's grace, and whence they borrow fair dependencies, here I neglect, for stoop I not to trace that meaner matter which the tendency is of human nature in the general view, only I tell what dwells in only you. 9. Mas não será de todo limpo e puro o curso desigual de vossa história. Tal é a condição do estado escuro da humana vida, frágil, transitória. Que mortes, perdições, trabalho duro aguarão grandemente vossa glória, mas não poderá algum sucesso ou fado derribar-vos deste alto e honroso estado. Nathless expect not to run clear and pure the course uneven of your race's story, such the condition of our state obscure, of human life-tide fragile, transitory. Death and destruction, travail sore endure, shall mingle water in your wine of glory. Yet ne'er shall force of fortune, nor of fate, degrade your gifts, debase your high estate. 10. Tempo virá que entrambos hemisférios, descobertos per vós e conquistados, e com batalhas, mortes, cativeiros, os vários povos deles sujeitados, de Espanha os dous grandíssimos impérios serão num senhorio só juntados, ficando por metrópole senhora a cidade que cá vos manda agora. Shall dawn the day o'er either hemisphere by you explored and conquered in fight, where battle, slaughter, prison dooms strike fear in all the people subject to your might. The twain of mightiest empires which is spear in Spain beneath one sceptre shall unite, owning for capital, lady of the land, the goodly city hither sends your band. 11. Ora, pois, gente ilustre, que no mundo Deus no grêmio católico conserva, redemidos da pena do profundo, que para os condenados se reserva, por vos dotar o que perdeu o imundo Luzbel com sua infame e vil caterva, pois sabeis alcançar a glória humana, fazei por não perder a soberana. And now, o'er earth established, race renowned, whom God in Catholic bosom hath conserved, redeemed from horrid pains of hell profound, for hosts of damned heavenly reserved, dowered with the losses of Luzbel immonde, Luzbel, by vile and vulgar spirits served, since all earth's glories ye have learned to gain, where lest ye lose the glory sovereign. Canto 10, after stanza 141. Daqui saindo irá, donde acabada, sua vida será na fatal ilha, mas prosseguindo a venturosa armada, à volta de tão grande maravilha, verão a nau Vitória celebrada ir tomar porto junto de Sevilha, depois de haver cercado o mar profundo, dando uma volta em claro a todo o mundo. Hence shall he wend his way and end the light of life when landed on that fatal isle, nor less his venturous fleet shall wing her flight, returning homeward from such miracle. The far-famed ship Victoria men shall sight, anchored in safest waters by Seville, when she had girdled ocean plain profound, and circled earth in one continuous round. End of the rejected stanzas. End of the Lusíads, by Luis Vaz de Camões, translated by Sir Richard Francis Burton.